Hello, and welcome to the 8th Summit of the Yogurt and Nutrition Initiative entitled Eating to Protect Our Health and Our Planet. Thank you for being with us during these unprecedented times. My name is Sharon Donovan, and I serve as the co-chair of the YINI along with Olivier Goulet. The Yogurt and Nutrition Initiative for a Balanced Diet was created in 2013 by the Danone Institute International and the American Society for Nutrition, with the goals of summarizing existing scientific data on yogurt, stimulating new research, and disseminating this information to professionals and the general public. In 2020, the YINI has expanded its mission to place a broader emphasis on healthy and sustainable diets. As we know, the food system is a major driver of greenhouse gas emissions and water and land use. One of the most pressing issues facing today's society is the need to balance diets that are both healthy and sustainable. Sustainable diets are defined as dietary patterns that promote all dimensions of individuals' health and well-being, have low environmental pressure and impact, are accessible, affordable, safe, and equitable, and are culturally acceptable. The overall goal of the 8th Summit of the YINI is to highlight the need to transform our food systems to ensure a sustainable future for ourselves and the planet. We will have 3 speakers shown on the slide, followed by a short question and answer session and panel discussion. I will keep the introduction short, as speaker biographies and the presentation abstracts are available on the YINI website at the link shown here. In addition, you will be able to find the on-demand broadcast both on the ASN and YINI websites. Our first speaker today, Janet Ranganathan, is Vice President for Research, Data, and Innovation at the World Research Institute, which is a global research organization that addresses the urgent sustainability challenges related to food, forest, water, climate, energy, cities, and the ocean. The title of her presentation is Creating a Sustainable Food Future, a Menu of Solutions to Feed Nearly 10 Billion People by 2050.
It's great to be here today to talk about how to create a sustainable food future. I've been working on sustainable development for 25 plus years, working on environment and natural resource issues. And many of the issues that I've worked on over the years, I found that the roots of those issues led back to the food sector. So biodiversity, food is the primary driver, the agricultural expansion of biodiversity loss and deforestation. A quarter of global emissions from a quarter of global climate change emissions are from the food sector. 70% of the water is used by the food sector. It's a major driver of pollution. So rather than focusing on those problems, we decided about 6 years ago to begin some research where we looked at the sector and how we could make that more sustainable, together with our partners in UN Development and UN Environment and the World Bank, and 2 French agricultural research institutes. So just to sort of thank our supporters who made that 5+ research effort possible. Thank you to them. And we boiled down the sustainable food challenge, which I would say is probably the mother of all sustainability challenges, down to 3 gaps. We have a growing population. We're about 7 billion now, and we are going to go up to about 9.7 billion in 2050. And to feed that sustainably, we talk about what's called a tale of 3 gaps. The first gap that we need to close is a gap between calories. That's the calories produced in 2010 and what we need to just feed adequately the population in 2050. So it's a 56% gap. So it's not just a distribution issue. There's actually a specific calorie gap. And that's because we're adding more mouths to the population. But also as incomes rise, people move up the food chain and eat more resource-intensive foods. The second gap that we need to close is the land gap. And this is the difference between the land used today in 2010 and what's expected to be the agricultural expansion in 2050. And it amounts to 593 million hectares, which is just under the size of 2 of India's. And we've got to bring that down to 0 because all of the pathways to stabilize, even at 2 degrees, under the Climate Change Paris Agreement, require no net expansion or loss of natural ecosystems. And then the third gap is what we call the GHG emissions mitigation gap. And what you see here in these 3 columns is the 2010, the whole column represents a whole economy-wide greenhouse gas emissions in 2010. The yellow bit is the agriculture contribution, 12 gigatons. Under 2050, under business as usual, where we're assuming historical production increases, it rises to 15 gigatons. And to get to the proportional share of agriculture to the Paris Agreement needs to get down to 4. So the difference between 50 gigatons and 4 is this gap that we had. And I might point out that actually under the business as usual trajectory, agriculture will represent 70% of the economy-wide greenhouse gas emissions budget for all sectors in 2050. So it's very prominent in actually being able to meet the climate goals. So I also just point out that 28% of the population is connected in some economic way to employment in the agricultural sector. And yet this sector, along with the forest sector and fisheries, only contributes about 3.5% of GDP. So what that tells you is a lot of people that don't earn very much in this sector. So we have to solve those three gaps while also lifting a lot of people out of poverty, because some of the world's poorest people are connected to the food sector. So there is no silver bullet. That's what our research told us on how to do this. It's going to take a combination of approaches, and we actually identified 22 different ways that were actually already, being demonstrated in places, but we need to scale them up. And we divided these into solutions that both increase production, the blue ones, that increase more calories on the same area of land, and those that decrease consumption while still meeting adequate requirements of calories. And you can see we have developed this 5-course option, 22 options. We don't have the time today to go through all of them, but I'm going to give you a glimpse of them. We particularly focus on course 1, which is reducing growth and demand for food and other agricultural products. But you can see the other courses there, and I'll touch on them in a minute. But moving on to that first course, I'm going to start with reducing growth and demand for food. I'm going to start with reducing food loss and waste. So the number you'll get from the FAO is 32%. We've actually recalculated that as 24%, or 1 in 4 calories between field and wasted. Just because it's better to do it by calories than by weight, because different foods have different amounts of water content. And I might just point out here that if food loss and waste was a country, it would be the 3rd largest emitter behind China and America, just to give you a sense of how big the problem is. You're going to hear from Jess in a minute about some of the solutions here. I'll just point out that the food loss and waste occurs across the entire value chain. So here you look at the different, the vertical is the value chain, and then on the left we have the sort of different countries, and you'll see that in richer countries, the food loss and waste tends to be nearer the fork, whereas in poor countries it tends to be nearer the field. But you also see it occurs at many different stages. So there's again no silver bullet here to think about how you get it out in the different parts of the value chain. Our research looked at a number of strategies across the value chain. You can see some of them here: improving harvesting techniques, storage, just issues like labeling, food labels. People are very confused by those. Good food is thrown away because of that. Reducing portion size. We also believe that actually if countries, cities, and businesses could measure food loss and waste, they'd probably do more about that. So we have worked with partners to develop a standardized methodology to make it easier to calculate what that food loss and waste is. We've also convened a group of public and private sector leaders. It's called the Champions 12.3 Initiative. 12.3 is the Sustainable Development SDG target that relates to this. It's about cutting food waste in half by 2030 relative to 2015. Right at the top left-hand corner, you see Dave Lewis. He's the chair of that initiative, and he's the CEO of Tesco, the large supermarket chain in the UK. All of these people have committed to be champions, to set goals and targets and create innovation around how to do this. The second item on our course 1 is shifting to healthier and sustainable diets. And globally, diets are converging towards some more Western-style diets. So people are consuming more calories. You can see some of the trajectories in the major countries in the world. The black line there is the average calories per person consumed. You can see the high levels there of the United States and Europe. But as you see, all other countries are starting to move upwards on that. And likewise, demand for animal-based protein is projected to grow by 80% by 2050 relative to a 2010 baseline. So although countries like the United States and European Union are actually starting to peak, they're not declining, they're peaking at a very high animal-based protein per capita level. Now, why did this matter? And that's because not all foods are equal when it comes to their environmental impact and their resource use. So here along the bottom, you see a variety of different foods. That dotted line in the center just splits up the animal-based protein from the plant-based protein. And for each food item, you'll see 3 columns. The first column, it just looks at their land use per ton of protein consumed. The middle line is the fresh water consumption, and then the last line is the greenhouse gas emissions. So you can see that beef in particular is off the chart here in terms of its land, water, and greenhouse gas impact. So although animal-based protein is rising about 80% between now and 2050, ruminant meat, which is that last column there, goat, cattle, and sheep, is expected to increase by about 88%. And it turns out from our analysis that across all regions, there's an overconsumption of protein per person relative to that red line in the middle there, which is a WHO recommended daily protein requirement. See the size of the regions based on population, the thickness of those strands. And we've also divided the average protein intake into green, which is from plant-based protein, and then yellow from animal-based protein. So right there over on the right-hand side, you see US and Canada. It's almost like 2 times the average. People are consuming about 2 times on average their daily protein requirements. So we did some modeling, and limiting consumption of ruminant meat to about 50 calories per person per day in all regions reduces the greenhouse gas gap that I talked about by half and nearly closes that land gap of 593 million hectares. So this is a massive part of the solution. Just to give you a sense, 52 calories of ruminant meat per person per day, that amounts to about 1.5 hamburgers per week. And that's about a 50% reduction based on what people are consuming in the US today, and about 30% overall. And we do that. Some countries actually will be able to eat more, while other ones that are high now will need to reduce. So how are we going about this? We've been working with a group of companies that are in the food services sector and universities and hospitals that have committed to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions associated with their food purchases by 25% between now and 2030. So they've made the pledge. And then we're actually thinking about how to actually innovate some of these approaches that these companies can use. So we've created this Better Buying Lab. You can see some of the partners there, the universities, companies, food services sectors. I'll just sort of highlight one of the approaches that we found has been effective in shifting people's dietary choices. And that's the menu language to increase food choices. So just to give you an example here. Here's one of them. So the typical name, butternut squash. We looked at 3 different ways of framing that, of using language around that menu item. So on the left-hand side, it would be indulgent name, a twisted garlic ginger butternut squash wedges. We then looked at health restrictive kind of terminology, which is butternut squash with no added sugar. And then a healthy positive framing, which is antioxidant rich butternut squash. And then we compared, we did menus with the language in these 3 different ways, and we compared how people, our partner at Stanford University, compared how people, how it affected people's, purchasing on the menu. So labeling vegetables indulgently, as I described, resulted in 25% more people selecting that vegetable than in the basic condition. 41% more people than in the healthy restrictive condition, and 35% more people than the healthy positive condition. So just, how you label things on menus can have quite a significant impact on whether people choose to order them. I want to move to another item now on that course 1, which is avoiding competition from bioenergy for food, crops, and land. And I want to point out that, many countries have actually set targets for the percentage of biofuels in gasoline, some of them around 20%. Now, actually, if you did some modeling and you looked at, say, if everyone set a 20% target for transportation fuel in 2050, how much land and crops would that require? And in fact, it would require the entire harvest of the planet. That's everything: crop residues, crops, grasses, woods, your lawn mowing, you name it, would just about make that 20% target. To just say it's not really a scalable target. When we divert corn in the United States to bioethanol, we are actually taking that out of the potential human food chain, whether it's eaten directly or used as a feedstock for animals. So eliminating biofuel subsidies, and also just stop counting biofuels as carbon neutral. They're not, is a critical part of this strategy. I want to move on now to course 2, which is about increasing food production without expanding agricultural land. First of all, just saying, increasing livestock and pasture productivity is a significant part of the solution. Pasture and productivity also affects GHG emissions, and here you can sort of see there's a large variation in the efficiency of beef production per kilogram and its emissions. So those orangey red colors have very high emissions intensity, GHG emissions intensity per kilogram of meat produced. The green, it's very high. So just bringing some of these up by increasing land efficiency can take a significant bite out of that GHG gap. Likewise, with increases in output of milk per cow, also lead to dramatic reductions in emissions per kilogram of milk. Just want to pause briefly on this. It's a little complex, but I just want to say the baseline that we used for our work with those 3 gaps, we assumed that agricultural productivity would increase at a historical level since about 1961. What this on the left-hand side, it shows that if we actually just froze productivity levels at 2010, you would see there that we would need about 5 times more agricultural land than in the baseline. And on the right, it would produce about 2 times greenhouse gas emissions. I'm just saying the productivity gains that are already built into our baseline are very significant. And when we actually then took those historical ones, so we had to go even further to close that 593 million hectare gap there. But this is relevant, and it's when Peter talks a little bit about some of this modeling exercise, it's important, what was the baseline? Did it assume that productivity levels were frozen at 2010, or did it look at sort of business as usual productivity gains? It makes a big difference in the gaps that you need to close. I want to go on to the 3rd course, which is about protecting and restoring natural ecosystems and avoiding land shifting. So if we actually just increase productivity and we don't actually protect natural resources at the same time, it's probably just going to drive the agricultural frontier even further. So we believe it's really critical to link incentives for productivity gains to protecting natural ecosystems. Brazil was one example of attempting to do that by linking, low interest investments in productivity gains to the protection of ecosystems and forests. GHG emissions from peatlands are especially important. Peatland is about 0.8% of agricultural land, but yet contributes about 2% of global emissions. So it's a relatively small area of agricultural land that we should invest in re-wetting to reduce emissions. So moving on to the course 4, which is increasing fish supply. I'll just say that, global fish stocks, marine fish stocks have been stagnating. About a third today are overfished. About another 60% are at maximum capture. And fish is pretty important. It doesn't contribute many calories, but it's about 17% of animal-based protein globally. So we've looked at methods to actually stabilize and allow some of those stocks to restore, things like community-based management and catch shares. But note that aquaculture has been contributing a growing portion of fish-based proteins, about half today, and that needs to continue. And again, there's a lot of scope for productivity gains in agriculture and approaches to reducing the environmental impacts that would need to happen. So just moving on to the last course, which is reducing greenhouse gas emissions from agricultural production. And you can see there's a whole series of technologies there that can contribute to it. They've all been demonstrated in one place or the other. The challenge is how to scale those. Let's just look at the problem here. The first column is the 2010 production emissions, and it's broken out by different sources. You can see the 2050 baseline in the middle. And again, just for comparison, assuming no productivity gains after 2010, you can see production emissions there. Remember, the entire agricultural sector, which includes production and land use related emissions, have to get down to 4 gigatons. We're significantly over that already today at 6.7 gigatons. We're heading for 9. So this is a critical part of reducing emissions to meet the Paris Agreement. Also note that the bottom half of that which is manure management, ruminant waste, and ruminant enteric fermentation, represent about 50% of production-related emissions. And they also represent about half of the land use emissions too. So again, pointing to the critical role of ruminants in greenhouse gas emissions of the agriculture sector. I'll just throw up one example of the technologies here. Again, these technologies are already there on the table. They're just not being used at wide scale. This is one for how to actually reduce emissions from soil fertilization. Precision agriculture, can be done now. The agriculture environment is moving to a very data-rich one that allows us to pursue more dynamic models. Just improving fertilizer compounds. They exist today. They have nitrogen inhibitors, and they can reduce they actually improve yield improvements and reduce the amount of nitrogen that you need to add. So just some examples that could be scaled. So just coming back together, what are all of these different approaches, the 22 options across the 5 menus mean for the 3 gaps that we talked about? So here is the 56% calorie gap, and you can look at the contribution of those different approaches. So the big one here is actually, no surprise, is increasing productivity, both of crop and livestock. That's going to be a massive contribution to closing that calorie gap. But other ones are important, like reducing food loss and waste. Shifting diets, not so much, because what it does isn't increase the calories, it just reduces the resources associated with producing calories. Biofuels, phasing out biofuels and competition from land was an important one. And fertility rate, reducing fertility levels in places like Africa, which I didn't have time to talk about. The second big gap there was the land gap. And again, here you can see the contributions of the various menu items. The big one here, the massively big one, is shifting diets, how that has a significant impact on reducing that gap, land gap of 2 times the size of India. But across the board, many of the strategies like reducing food loss and waste, increasing productivity, they're all important as well. Just moving on to the third and final gap, which was the greenhouse gas gap. You can see here, we looked at the 2050 target for the Paris Agreement. If you wanted to, which is 2 degrees, if you want to go to 1.5, you'd have to have a massive restoration of ecosystems too. But you can see sort of like a waterfall of solutions there. By the way, that the hash is just emissions from land use, and then the solid lines are the contributions to production-related emissions. So all of the blue there are the production-related emissions strategies. And then, food loss and waste, shifting diets, increasing productivity, they're all really important. But as you see, there is no silver bullet. And to just summarize here, we've got to increase population, we have to increase calories by 56% to feed this population around 10 billion. We have to do that without using more land. We currently use 50% of the world's vegetated land for agricultural production, of which 2/3 are for pasture and 1/3 for crops. We have to feed those 10 billion people on that same area, if not less, so we can do some restoration while lowering greenhouse gas emissions. And I would just sort of say that all of those approaches, they also create co-benefits for economic development, reducing things like nitrogen pollution. So with that, I'll stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Janet, for your excellent presentation, which really set the stage for describing the challenges of balancing the needs for growing global population and demands for additional food. Our next speaker is Peter Van Vliet Beer from the university, from Wageningen University, and he will be describing different modeling techniques that we can use to look at not only how we can achieve some of these challenges, but also provide diets that fit within prevailing food culture. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you very much, Sharon. Yes, indeed, I'd like to talk about healthy sustainability of diets and what we can learn from modeling studies. And I've been working as a nutritional epidemiologist for some time, for 25 years. And since 5 years, I'm now also working at the domain of linking nutrition, public health to environmental sustainability, which makes the whole discussion on what's a healthy diet even more complicated, because it adds another dimension to it. So I'll dig a bit deeper into the topic of shifting dietary patterns, which was also mentioned in the earlier presentation. I guess that you're all familiar with this figure, which comes from the Eat Lancet Commission, with the papers and the slides from it. And it basically shows that when we think in terms of a healthy diet, which needs a number of different foods, that we are out of balance in that respect, especially when we also take into account the environmental sustainability, which usually focuses on greenhouse gas emissions. So this diet says that, or this recommendations say that we need to focus on the optimal caloric intake, on a diversity of plant-based foods. They are here, but far below what we should eat. Little animal-sourced foods, while we now have a lot of them, as you can see here. Unsaturated fats rather than saturated fats, limited refined grains, and highly processed foods, and doubling the fruits, vegetables, legumes, and nuts. And by adhering to a diet like this, the greenhouse gas emissions would be reduced by about 50% compared to the business as usual scenario from the Eat Lancet. Well, the question now, of course, is how does the diet of the 21st century look like? That's question number one, and could say that has more or less been answered in the previous slide. Well, that's partially true. Recommendations for a healthy and sustainable diet are based on food-based dietary guidelines combined with planetary boundaries. And you heard a lot about that in the previous presentation. But the real challenge is to translate that to national and cultural boundaries and in the end to individual consumers. It's the consumers, the 9 to 10 billion, who make in the end their choices within a limited space, within the cultural range of options. And how do we translate an average, global average to the individual? So starting today from where we are with our current diets, how do we go to this overall average global diet? And when we think about it, we have to start thinking from our current diets. What is our current dietary behavior? And what changes are acceptable to consumers? And then the data and models come in to design diets that are making steps in the proper direction, or to design diets that adhere to all the requirements that we can set to the diet from a nutritional, health, and environmental perspective, including acceptability. When you think about modeling diets, the first thing to consider is the type of data you can use for modeling. And then I think that's like the earlier presentation, it's good to distinguish between the supply side of the food system and the demand side of the food system. We have data and different types of data on both sides of the food system. At the supply side, we have data on commodity-based models that make use of food balance sheets and the nutrient composition, and usually that focuses on energy and protein because that's quite widely available. For micronutrients, etc., it becomes a bit more complicated. When, as a next level of refinement in analysis, we could think about food-based models. These models use food composition databases, a much more refined type of information on the nutrient composition of diets, and nowadays also including environmental footprints. And we use that in combination with nutritional requirements and, for instance, targets for global greenhouse gas emissions. In those models, we combine foods in a way that we get a diet that adheres to all the requirements. Then at the demand side, we're talking about a different type of models, which are called diet-based models. And for those models, we do not use the food composition databases as the starting point, but we use surveys, nutritional surveys, where the daily foods and nutrients are calculated from. And we use also food-based dietary guidelines to give a direction of change to those models. And you could even imagine that we could develop such models further to also include determinants like taste and price and time and convenience and the place of consumption, etc., to it, because these factors always also tend to restrict and guide dietary choices in real life. But for today, I will focus on the diet-based models and the food-based models. And I will take two examples. For the food-based models, I will use the optimal model, which is a mathematical programming tool. And for the diet-based model, I will use the so-called SHARP model. SHARP is just an acronym which stands for a project that developed this model. And the acronym refers to environmental sustainability, that is the S, sustainability, nutritional health, which is the H, and the AR and P refer to the intention of this model to include consumer issues like affordability, acceptability, reliability, preferability, etc. into the model. So that's going this direction to the demand side. And when you go from the bottom to the top in this list, the modeling results become increasingly more realistic from the consumer point of view. At least that is the intention of the models. So these two types of models, either food-based or diet-based, how are they different? Well, the mathematical programming models start with a set of food items, as you find them in the food composition databases, and then you add nutrient constraints to it to calculate a diet, and nowadays also greenhouse gas emissions as constraint. We did this for a set of foods in the Netherlands of say 700 people from about 15 years ago. And the other model is called data envelopment analysis, which is a way of benchmarking. And there we start with a set of current diets rather than food. So we have diets from a number of different persons here. And then the interesting thing to note first is that such diets, that this includes, the observed diets include, in fact, what in practice is culturally acceptable by the population you have there in your data set. So there is no need to formulate acceptability constraints separately on the basis of expert knowledge because it's in your data itself. Although it's implicitly there, you don't have to make it explicit, which of course is a very nice characteristic. And then, of course, you also add the nutritional benchmarking to it to arrive at optimal diets. So on the left, you make a combination of foods to arrive at the diet, and here you make a combination of diets to arrive at an optimal diet. So let me give an illustration of the optimal model, the mathematical programming tool. Basically, it starts with thinking in two dimensions, the health and the environmental sustainability dimension. The first step, the basic model, starts in this case with 61 nutritional criteria, like recommended intakes, etc. It adds environmental criteria, and then it means that in this small quadrant, you have the healthy and sustainable diets. And then you make combinations of foods that adhere as a combination to those requirements. And depending on how much this combination of foods depends on the average, you find an optimum. And you try to minimize this deviance so that the healthy and sustainable diet is as close as possible to what people are used to. Well, if this deviance is quite high, you might need to reconsider what you have been doing and been modeling. And as a second step, therefore, you might want to add additional criteria. Whether does this diet really adhere to the food-based dietary guidelines, in our case, the Dutch ones, or can we limit the change of, in terms of relative change from the current diet? So not more than to 1/3 of the current intake, or not more than 1.5 times the current intake, or something like that. So that's step 2. When we did this, you see on the left first the current diet with greenhouse gas emissions of a bit more than 4 kilograms CO2 equivalents per day. And then the diet looked like this, with 24% of grains and starches, 10% of vegetables, 8% of fruits. Well, this is the Dutch diet. 9% of meat, 29% of dairy, quite a lot, of course, it's on a weight basis. and some other food groups. So just to characterize the Dutch diet as it was around 2010. Now we put restrictions on it with respect to greenhouse gas emissions, about a halving in 2030. What you see immediately is that this right part, which basically are all the plant-based foods, is going to be larger than it was on the left side. So we need more plant-based foods. This will not be a surprise. You see that the dairy products remain about similar. When we are going to be even more restrictive, and we want to achieve the 2050 target, which complies with the IPCC 1.5 degree scenarios, then we even need more plant-based foods, and we're going to reduce the dairy products as well. Well, when we had a look at this diet, we thought that from a consumer point of view, currently this is far from realistic. And we also found that it lacked really diversity in the diet. It becomes a bit one-sided. So we therefore decided to focus more on the 2030 greenhouse gas emission target. And we asked, well, is this acceptable to consumers? Is it compliant to the Dutch Food-Based Diet Guidelines? And that's shown on the next slide. So there, again, we have the 2030 greenhouse gas emission target diet. So that was the middle one in the previous slide. And when we then added a restriction on it to that the solution of the model should fit with the Dutch Food-Based Diet Guidelines, what you see essentially is then you need to add a little bit more plant foods on this right side. That becomes a bit bigger. Dairy remains. And when you would try to limit the changes, in percentage changes from the current diet, you see that the changes will be less than, at least that the part of the plant food becomes less, and that people essentially try to maintain meat in the diet. So that also shows where the challenge is. That's replacing meat, while you see in dairy there is not a big difference. So let's now have a specific look into dairy. Liquid dairy and cheese could be distinguished in the data set we had from the Netherlands. The 2010 baseline diet had 371 grams of liquid dairy per day. The 2030 target, it was 2% lower, and the 2050 target, it was almost 70% lower. For cheese, well, you see that was dramatically reduced. When we add more restrictions to make the diet more realistic, either based on the Food-Based Diet Guidelines or by limiting the change, you see that the changes will be much less. So this is considered to be a much more feasible change, while cheese is still reduced a lot, but not that much if we use the criterion of limiting the change in the diet. So let's then make the step to the other type of model, the benchmarking models, data envelopment analysis. And we applied this in 4 EU countries, not in the Netherlands. And we start with a similar figure as the earlier model, with the average diet with a certain environmental sustainability or footprint and the health. And in this case, step 1 in the modeling would be to have to benchmark observed diets. And the nice thing about this methodology is that we are not looking at an average diet, but we look at all the different diets as people tend to consume them. So we have an environmental sustainability indicator and a health indicator for all those diets. And then we are going to use Food-Based Diet Guidelines to find benchmarks. So these, with the stars, are the diets that are the healthiest in terms of Food-Based Diet Guidelines. And we propose that people can move in that direction. It's what their peers are doing, but it's the healthier examples within the population, within the limits of their culture. And then, as a next step, you can still make a trade-off analysis between the different solutions, between the different healthier diets. If you look at this very right star, that is a diet that's environmentally very sustainable, which is environmentally not very sustainable. It has a high footprint, but it is very healthy. So if you would optimize for nutrients, you get a diet that is very much in this direction. But if you go to a diet that is more sustainable, you try to make a combination of diets like this, and you make a weighted average of that, and that's your new diet. These diet solutions are not necessarily in the quadrant that is defined in the other model as healthy and sustainable, but they are much more realistic from the consumer point of view, and they make use of the peer group experiences in the population we are looking at. Well, the first step in this way of benchmarking is using food-based dietary guidelines for benchmarking the healthy diets. And here we used these ones as food groups that we need to increase. And we used another number of food groups to decrease in this model. So you need to decide on this beforehand. And this was done here just based on the food-based dietary guidelines. In an ideal case, we would do this on the basis of the risk or the attributable risk of disease related to those food groups. But those data are more hardly available. So therefore, we used food-based dietary guidelines. And different from the mathematical programming in Optimeal, we only entered here 9 food groups: fats and oils, and ethanol, so to represent alcoholic drinks. And we added 4 micronutrients that would otherwise, as we found out that we did a modeling, decrease. So we wanted to safeguard that the intake of those nutrients would not be decreased in the modeling. And here you see in a slightly different way the results presented. So on the left, you see the males. On the right, you see the females in the 4 different countries, and it's averaged over the 4 countries here. The observed diet looks like this. Below this blue line, you see the plant foods, and when you go from an observed diet to the maximum sustainable diet, which is the one with max S here, or you go and you take the benchmark at a national level, then you go to this point, so you increase already the plant foods. When you take Europe as a benchmark, so Danish people could eat like Italians or Czech like French people in our data set, then the range of options is larger, so they come here. And Eat Lancet is like there. Well, what you see is that the middle part, which is the animal foods, they remain essentially similar. And here the drinks, alcoholic and sweet beverages, are going to be reduced. You can also make, by this model, make visible what the trade-offs are. And this is shown here, that if you reduce greenhouse gas emissions, that is achieved by maximizing the sustainability. But then you, at the same time, you increase the nutrient density, which is shown by the shift in the vertical direction. When you maximize on nutrients, you do not gain much on the greenhouse gas emission reduction. And it depends. When you look at national benchmark, the changes are less. And when you use a European benchmark, the changes are bigger. And you see we come quite close, say to 30% rather than 60% as Eat Lancet for greenhouse gas emissions. And with respect to the nutrient densities, we have a similar level of dietary quality on average. For liquid dairy and cheese, you see the results here. And here you see that you see an increase in liquid dairy and a decrease in cheese, but much less extreme as in the earlier example. But what's interesting to note here is that the changes depend on the background diet. In Denmark, which is a dairy country, you see only a very small increase in dairy, while in the Czech Republic, you see a stronger increase. And that's because they have a less nutrient-rich diet as a background diet to start with. And you see this also affects the effects or the results for cheese as a dairy food. So in conclusion, both the models show that a shift to plant-sourced food is required. The Optimeal model shows less animal-sourced food, while the Sharp model shows that less alcohol and sweet drinks would be a more realistic option. Liquid milk is reduced in Optimeal but increased in the SHARP model. So that depends probably very much on the background diet. The results depend indeed on the background diet in the population. That is shown by one of the results. And what is also shown is that the models become closer when food-based dietary guidelines or acceptability criteria are added to the standard mathematical programming tool. But they are implicitly incorporated in the benchmarking model. So in conclusion, we can say that the Optimeal model, as an example of mathematical programming models, can set goals for averages of populations. It can set a point at a horizon. But issues like acceptability to consumers can easily be incorporated and implicitly be incorporated in the benchmarking model, while the SHARP model, the benchmarking models, provides a tailored advice within the eating culture. And a nice extra of the SHARP model is that it can provide those advices at a level of individual diets and not only at the level of the average population diet. That brings me to the end of the presentation. And of course, I have to thank many public and private funders that made the work that I presented possible. And I also have some suggestions for future further reading for you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Peter, for this very stimulating talk. Realistic or not realistic, depending on the type of population, but it will be interesting to discuss about that. It's my pleasure today to introduce Jess Haynes, who is a professor of applied physiology, and she's also associate director of the Guelph Health Study at the University of Guelph in Ontario, Canada. And I had the pleasure to work with Jess Haynes about nurturing children's healthy eating habits. And I think there is a link between this topic and what she will talk about today. And thank you very much, Jess, to be with us. And I give you the stage.
Wonderful. Thank you, Olivier, for the introduction. And thank you to Yini for this opportunity to be part of this really important conversation. I'm going to talk a bit about how can we help consumers to eat healthy and sustainable foods. And this is important, as Peter identified, because what we identify as a healthy and sustainable diet is certainly not what we're eating currently. So there is a gap between what's recommended and what we're eating. And there's definitely global differences depending on the region within the world that you are with regards to your diets. But on a global scale, we're certainly eating much more animal source proteins than we should, much more starchy vegetables, and certainly lots more sugar than we should, whereas we're not eating enough fruits and vegetables or whole grains. So we need to think about how can we help folks choose more healthy and sustainable diet. And in addition to thinking about choosing healthful foods, we also have to be thoughtful, as Janet identified, of reducing the amount of food we're throwing away. If we're going to have sustainable diets, we also have to think about this food waste. And as Janet mentioned, food waste is really a global problem, but the where along the supply chain or value chain we waste food looks different in high and low income countries. And in higher income countries, a lot of this waste actually happens at the consumer level or the household level. And so we were really interested to understand more about what's happening at the household level. What are people throwing away? So we did, along with colleagues at the University of Guelph, I have two food waste colleagues, Kate Perizo and Mike Van Mossau. We looked at families, 100 families in the Guelph area with a really detailed audit to understand what they're throwing away. So we collected their waste over 4 weeks and looked to see what they're throwing away. And what we found was they are throwing away about 3 kilograms of avoidable food waste, so food that could have been eaten each week. And then we wanted to get a sense of what are the consequences of that waste? And so we found that if we look at the economic impact, that's about $18 of food that's coming into the home and then being thrown away. And if we look at, that's each week. And if you look at what that means each year, families are throwing away about $900 worth of groceries each week. And we had families who were wasting up to $1,300 of food over the year, And so we also wanted to take a look at what are the environmental impacts related to that waste. And we looked at carbon dioxide emissions that would have been required to produce the wasted food. And that totaled about 23 kilograms of carbon dioxide emissions per week. And again, if you look over the year, that's about 1.2 kilograms of carbon dioxide emissions. And that equates to about a quarter of the emissions from a car being driven over a year. And so that's substantial. And in addition to these carbon dioxide emissions, as Janet identified, this wasted food also is associated with water and land use. So there's a number of environmental impacts when we think of this food waste. And we also looked at the nutritional impact of this food waste. And you can see here on this slide, a substantial number of calories are being thrown away each week by families. But we also wanted to know not just the quantity of calories, but what's the quality of those calories that they're throwing away. And so we looked in more detail to see specifically within the various food groups, what are they throwing away? And you'll see here that about 65% of their waste was actually fruit and vegetables. So these are fruits and vegetables that families are purchasing, bringing into the home, and then not using adequately and throwing out at the end of the week. Likewise, about 24% was breads and cereals. So when we look at this, it's not only that calories are being lost, but important nutrients, things like fiber and vitamin A, are being thrown out each week by families. So we need to think about what can we do to support families in choosing, or all people, I mainly work with families, but what can we do to help people make healthy, sustainable diet choices and also reduce the amount of waste they have? And the FAO and WHO in their guiding principles document have some specific actions that we can take to help support sustainable diets. And I'm going to talk about each, the three shown here in detail, but what we're looking at is thinking about how do we ensure that sustainable, healthy diets, foods to support that, are available and accessible to all people. We also need to think about, when we're designing national food-based dietary guidelines, that sustainability is considered in addition to sort of health outcomes. And then importantly, thinking about what can we do to promote individuals' capacity so that they can select more healthy and sustainable diets. So thinking about this first guideline or action for sustainable diets, which is a critical one. We need to make sure that before we are asking people to make changes to their diet, we need to make sure that those foods are available and accessible to them. So globally, we need to think about things like food access and distribution of foods. We also need to make sure that people have adequate income to purchase the foods that are around. So we've certainly seen with the COVID-19 outbreak that our current social safety nets and food access programs are not adequate. We're seeing many of the gaps that exist. So we need to think more about what are some income-based solutions that would ensure that people have the money they need to make these purchases and that they can survive these shocks to our system. In this case, it happens to be a pandemic, but things like major weather events or economic downturns, being thoughtful about what policies need to be in place so people have financial resources so that they can purchase and access food. The other piece we need to think a bit about is making sure our food system is creating the foods that we need or we're promoting, we want people to eat. This visual here comes from a paper, Dr. Evan Fraser, who's the director of the Arrow Food Institute here at Guelph. Along with other Guelph colleagues, they look to see what are we recommending people eat, and that's the photo you see on the left side, or the figure you see on the left side of the slide. And then here in gray is what we're actually producing. And you'll see there's some substantial gaps from what we're recommending to what we're actually producing. So for example, if we look at fruits and vegetables, if tomorrow somehow magically we all decided we wanted to eat the recommended number of fruits and vegetables, we actually wouldn't have sufficient fruits and vegetables produced. And on the other side, of course, we're producing more of the foods we might suggest that people should be limiting. So substantial amount of sugar intake, or sugar production. So being thoughtful about what can we do, what policies and incentives need to be put into place with regards to our food system to ensure the foods produced are the ones we're recommending. And so that's a piece of food access as well. So thinking about the second recommendation, which is the idea of making sure that when we're designing our food-based dietary guidelines, that we're being thoughtful about sustainability in addition to nutrition. And this is important not only because these dietary guidelines provide individuals guidance on what to choose, but these guidelines also inform the food served in many settings where we spend our time. So things like childcare settings or long-term care homes or hospitals. So these guidelines are important for individual as well as environmental access to different foods. And there's a number of countries that have been leaders in this area. So who have taken into consideration sustainability in addition to nutrition with regards to their food-based dietary guidelines. And here I've shown the food guide from the Netherlands. That's for you, Peter. And then we also have Brazil has also been a leader in this area, Germany, Sweden, as well as Qatar. And we also, in my home country of Canada, we released our new food guide in 2019, and it did consider sustainability of the diet in addition to nutrition. And in its guidelines and supports and resources for Canadians, it talks about being thoughtful about their food choices, impacting health and environment, and how can they do that. And they also have specific guidelines about how to reduce the amount of food waste as well. So now thinking if we've done the other two, if we've made sure that we have adequate access and availability, if we're thinking about providing guidance that is informed by both sustainability and health, we now need to think about what can we do to support individuals in making this behavior change to choose more healthy and sustainable diets. And I'm going to talk a bit about some of the opportunities and challenges as we think about sort of these consumer-led initiatives or consumer-focused initiatives. So one opportunity to think about when we think about trying to convince folks to choose a more healthy and sustainable diet is using environmental concern as a motivator for behavior change. And last week when we met to talk about this, it was interesting because Janet joked that folks coming from the sustainability field often think, well, isn't health the key motivator? And of course, over here in health, where we've been working so hard to try and get people to change due to health concerns, we're looking over and thinking maybe environmental concern is a key motivator. And I think it's really important for us to think about who's our target population. So who is environmental concern going to be a key motivator for? And one of the things certainly is youth. So we've known that youth and young adults, trying to talk to them about long-term consequences of their diet with regards to health is often not very effective. You know, they see themselves as invincible. Thinking and being concerned about chronic disease is not something they're thinking about very often. So whereas we do know from a number of different sources that concern for the environment, thoughts about sustainability are high among youth. So the UN did a Eurochild survey in 2018 with 15,000 youth from across Europe, and 41% of those identified that they were very worried about climate change. Nicola also did publish some interesting work in 2019, which was focus group data from 2,000 youth from Finland, the UK, Belgium, Greece, Singapore, and New Zealand. And these participants of the focus groups were aged 13 to 24. And they identified that concern about environmental impact was a strong influence of their food choice. So suggesting that this may be something that could motivate behavior change. And then the last example I have of some evidence that environmental concern may be a motivator is by Heckler et al. And they looked at dietary change over a college semester in two different classes. One group of students received a food and society course, and there they focused on thinking about environmental and ethical issues related to food choice. And then the other group of students did a health and biology class, which focused on the health aspects of a diet. And what they found was actually the students in the food and society course actually had greater improvements in diet than those focused on health and biology. So it's possible that we can build on this motivator for behavior change, especially among young youth and young people, which might be really important because we know that those habits that are established early in life do continue on later into adulthood. So if this is a motivator, it may also be a great time to try and change some of these behaviors. We also need to think, another opportunity is thinking about how do we create these responsible food citizens when we think about the youth. So what do they need to know? They need to know about the food system. We also need them to know and have skills that allow them to choose and prepare healthy and sustainable diets. I think there's a real opportunity to understand which countries are doing this well, which strategies do this well, that make sure that all young adults have these skills to make these choices. Currently, Canada falls behind in this. We don't have anything structured that makes sure that folks come out of high school, for example, with important food skills. But I think it's a real opportunity to say, where are we doing this well? How can we build on it, and how can we scale it up? Now, what about our challenges? What's hard when we think about helping people choose healthy and sustainable diets? Well, there's been a number of consumer surveys that have shown that there's confusion about what we mean by sustainability, and that many different terms come to mind, and that consumers can feel overwhelmed when it's not very clear to them. So that they may be motivated to choose a sustainable diet, but then feel overwhelmed by what do you mean by sustainability, and what are the main things I should be considering when I think about sustainability. So that's one of our challenges we'll have to address. I think the other key barriers that exist when we think about shifting people's diets, as Janet's work showed with regards to the types of labels we use, taste is a very important predictor of our food choices. So we need to make sure the changes we're recommending are desirable and taste good, and how do we promote that and show that? Habit, of course, the things we've done before are the greatest predictors of how we behave earlier. So how do we shift that? How do we establish healthy habits early? And then how do we also shift people when they have some entrenched behaviors? What can we do there? The other thing that's interesting when we look at some of the barriers is there's some beliefs that eating healthy or eating sustainably will cost more money. And of course, money is an important influence when we think about our food choice, and also that it takes more time. And while many people across the world are currently sheltering in place and have more time for food preparation, maybe right now, typically, people are very busy, and so it needs to be convenient for them in order to engage these healthy behaviors. So if we're thinking about helping consumers achieve a healthy and sustainable diet, what do we need to do? I think we need really clear messaging. I think, as we talked about, if it's confusing to folks about what is sustainability, they're less likely to act on it. And we know that from a range of behavior change interventions. If it's very clear what we're asking them to do, it's much more likely people are going to be able to act on it. I also think we need to be thinking about how to build on the motivation of consumers. And depending on the consumer group we're talking about, the specific motivators may be different. And so identifying and building on that motivation is going to be critical. And then, of course, we're not going to engage in behavior change and sustain it if key barriers haven't been addressed. So we need to make sure all of these are put in place in order to support these consumers in their behavior change. And now I'm going to talk a little bit about one strategy that we've tried that's tried to use these tools and these approaches to change the behavior of families with school-age children. And this is a program we call the Weeknight Supper Savers Intervention. And how we designed it using these strategies is we have very clear messaging. The goal of the program is to reduce food waste and increase fruit and vegetables. So we're focusing on two very specific behaviors. We work to build on the motivation of consumers. So the families that we've worked with identified that food waste is of concern to them, eating sustainably is concern to them, and that different families have different motivations for why they want to reduce food waste. Some are very concerned about the environment, and that's their main push. Some are thinking about health, so the fact that we are throwing away so much fruits and vegetables is concerning to them, and they're concerned about their family eating adequate nutrients. And then some are very motivated by money. The concern is money. So we are intentionally designing our intervention to address all of those potential motivators. And then we're also thinking about how to address key barriers. These are families who are typically very busy, so we wanted to make sure that we provided tools and resources to make it convenient to engage in these behaviors. And we were very uncompromising on taste, and I'll talk a bit about how we did that. So our Weeknight Supper Savers intervention involves 4 components. We have a cookbook and recipe tip book, and I'll talk a bit about that. We provide families with a toolkit to help support them in creating healthy meals while also reducing food waste. We also had a family education and cooking session planned, and I'll talk a bit about that, as well as text messages. And this intervention is funded by Danone Institute North America in their One Planet, One Health initiative. So our recipe, our cookbook, our family food waste reduction cookbook is called Rock What You Got. And this was funded by work by the Helderly Foundation, who is focused on food literacy and food literacy among families. And we designed this recipe book to provide families with tips about how to reduce food waste and also specific recipes that help them do that. So I'll walk through it. So when we thought about the key tips for reducing food waste, we collaborated with Love Food, Hate Waste and used their model of first identifying that families need to plan out what they're going to eat, and we give them tips about how to plan out. We know that families who plan meals, plan their grocery shopping, waste less, so we give them some tips on how to do that. We also talk about how to store food properly. A lot of the foods that end up in our waste bins is partly because we haven't stored it properly. So we give them some tips and tricks about how to store food. And then we also give them some tips about how to use up food, especially when it starts to look a little wilty. So instead of it ending up in the bin, how can they use it up? And this cookbook I'm talking about is free. It's an online resource that's available at the website that's here. We also have 28 recipes that we provide to families, and these recipes are broken up into 3 different categories. We have the 2-in-1 recipes, and these are recipes that you make one meal one day, and then we show you, we give you a recipe on how to use those the leftovers to make a second meal, and here's some examples. The second category of recipes are the zero waste recipes. So these are recipes that use up the entire ingredient. So how do you use up the entire broccoli, including the stalk, for example? And then the last area of category of recipes is the fridge clean-out recipes. So these are recipes where you there's flexibility in the types of vegetables, for example, that are included. And so the idea is families can take a look at, what's looking a little wilty at the back of their fridge and how can they incorporate it into this particular recipe. And when we designed these recipes, we made sure that we gave thought to the fact that these families are busy and things needed to be convenient. So we did this in 2 ways. None of the recipes take more than 30 minutes, and a number of them actually only take 10 minutes. We also made sure that none of the ingredients that they were asked to find were specialty ingredients or difficult to find. In fact, we tried to make it so most of them would be in your house already. We also collaborated with George Brown Culinary Arts Program, which is one of the top culinary arts schools here in Canada, and they worked with us to design and test the recipes, and they were absolutely uncompromising on taste. We had lots of standards we wanted around particular nutrition requirements of the recipes and making sure they used up food waste, and they were willing to accommodate all of those recommendations, but everything had to taste great, and we did a taste test with our team, our staff team, and also had families come in, try out the recipes and provide guidance on taste, so that any recipes that weren't tasty and enjoyable, we made sure to take out of the recipe book. We also provided families with the Supper Saver Toolkit, we called it, and this included a number of resources that makes reducing food waste and acting on some of those recommendations we make in our cookbook actually happen. So we gave them a list to create shopping, a meal planning calendar to help them with meal planning. We give them a magnet they could put on their fridge that tells them where food should be stored within the home so that it can increase their shelf life. We provide them with some tips on how to use up the foods they have. We have something called an Eat First container, which is certainly helpful with families. So instead of your children eating the apples you just brought home, you put the apples from last week in the Eat First container. Those are the ones the kids have to eat first before they eat the next ones. And there's also a vegetable scrubber to reduce the need to peel lots of our vegetables, so reduce food waste that way. And in addition to the cookbook and the toolkit, we also, the plan was to bring together families to have a cooking session. So this would give them a chance to practice their skills around food prep, engage the children in food prep, so we can show families that this actually, they can be a help when we're thinking about creating food recipes. And then we also wanted them to try out some of our tips and tricks about how to reduce food waste. And the plan was to host these classes in a community kitchen that's very accessible in the downtown area of Guelph. We have not been able to do this, of course, because we have physical distancing restrictions due to COVID-19, but we will be ready. We are actually thinking about moving this online. So we'll be moving our cooking class online due to COVID-19 restrictions. And then we also are sending text messages to families. So families will receive 4 text messages a week. And this is just a way to help keep our intervention messages sort of top of mind, and also to help motivate them. And it gives us a chance to capitalize on some of their motivation for reducing food waste. We have some text messages around the health impact of food waste, the economic impact of food waste, as well as the environmental impact of food waste, which is here. The most shocking one we get lots of comments on is the fact that wasting food also wastes a lot of water. And the food waste within a Guelph area family equals, for 1 week, equals about 100 showers. So it's pretty substantial. So we are testing the preliminary impact of this intervention. We're taking a look at how this is changing fruit and vegetable intake, as well as household food waste, and parents and children's waste-related knowledge, attitudes, and behaviors. My great hope was that I could present to you the results of this intervention. We finished baseline data collection on March 12th here in Ontario, and went into physical distancing requirements on the 13th of March. So we are waiting and adapting this intervention. So we'll just have to stay tuned for these results, unfortunately. Thinking about next steps, though, I think this provides some important pilot data that can inform sort of a full-scale intervention. So we'll see how well this intervention works for families. And I think over the long term, it'll be important to think about how can we incorporate and scale this up to various community and clinic-based programs who are thinking about health, but also about sustainable diets. So just thinking about overall what sort of our take-home message is, I think we really need to be advocating and moving forward on policy change to ensure that all individuals, and particular vulnerable populations, have adequate access to food. When we think about these community-based initiatives, I think we need to make sure we have really clear messaging that builds on the motivations of our particular target group, and importantly addresses the barriers to change. And certainly, there's a lot of room for additional research to think about what works to motivate consumers. And just lastly, thank you so much for listening, and to our funder, and thanks for this opportunity.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Jess, and thanks to our 3 speakers for their really insightful and interesting talks. We now have a little bit of time for a Q&A and a panel discussion, and therefore I'd like to move to our three panel members, Angela Tremblay, Franz Koch, and Luis Marino, and they will each be posing questions to the speakers. And so we'd like to start first with Angela Tremblay.
One problem that we are frequently dealing with when we have to find solutions about problems such as the optimal diet is related to our ability to reconcile human development and economic preoccupations. In this regard, what would be the best actions that could be done by governments and companies to make optimal the progress towards a healthy and sustainable diet?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So I actually laid out a 5-course menu of these 5 different broad approaches to creating a sustainable food future. I would argue that every government and business could take that framework, the 22 options, and apply it to their business. Now, not all of and their country, not all of those options are relevant to all. So if you took a country like the United States, the course 1 on reducing growth and demand from food and other agricultural products, there's a huge role that the US government could play there in helping to eliminate perverse incentives and get the incentives aligned. In the US, for example, 40% of the corn crop, which is the largest corn crop in the world, ends up in your gasoline, in your car petrol tank. So we need to sort of eliminate those incentives. The consumption of ruminant meat is actually fallen without the government's help by about 1/3 since the 70s, but the government could help that go even further by getting the price signals right. On the other hand, the US government, the US actually presides over some of the highest productivity levels in the world. So maybe there's not so much to be done there on increasing productivity, and on protection, not so much to be done there. But if you're a country like Brazil and Indonesia, you probably need to focus on reducing growth in demand for resource-intensive and healthy foods, as well as raising productivities and protecting land. So I'm just trying to illustrate here that, what government does depends on kind of where it is. I will say, though, that, food is an everything issue. It's a water issue, it's a climate issue, it's a health issue, it's a development issue. So governments need to think, how do they actually create this coherent strategy right now? Because at the moment, it's sort of done in these kind of silos with different agencies kind of pitting off each other. So there's a need for this much more coherent policy. Just sort of quickly shifting to the food sector. Again, where you sit in that value chain, whether you're a producer, a manufacturer like Danone, or, a food services company like Panera. Again, where you sit, the different parts of the menu will be relevant. So if you're in the food services sector, reducing food loss and waste, shifting people towards healthy diets, you have the ability to do that. If you're a food manufacturer, you might be thinking about, well, what am I asking my supplier to do? And what kind of formulations am I making? And if you're like a producer or an intermediary like Cargill or Bunge or Trade, you're probably thinking about, produce and protect. How do we do that in a sustainable way? So just, again, no silver bullet here, but I think the 5-course menu, if companies and governments and cities applied that and thought, which of the things I'm most able to act, which are most needed in my jurisdiction, that's how I'd go about it. Thanks very much for the question.
Okay. Franz Koch.
Yes, I'm an emeritus professor at Wageningen University in the Netherlands. And I would like to raise my question to Professor Pieter van het Veer, the second talk. What surprises me in the results of these 4 countries is that it seems to be that if you drink less alcohol and you reduce your sweet drinks, that you have already a large contribution to the greenhouse gas emissions. And in fact, I was missing the meat a little bit, Peter. Could you explain what did I miss?
Yeah, I can explain what's behind that. Indeed, especially in the men, you saw that the more sustainable diets and healthier diets had considerably less alcoholic drinks and sweet beverages. and plant foods were increased, and say the animal products remained rather similar. But if you would have a more careful look, which I didn't go into today, then you would see that there is within the animal food groups, there is a large shift from beef as a product to, for instance, chicken, pork, and fish. So there is a shift within the food group. And by doing that, you maintain a number of say, nutritionally relevant properties of animal foods in the diet, but with a much lower impact on the environment.
But do you also reach the same greenhouse gas emission reductions in those cases?
The reduction in the example I gave was about 20 to 25% in those diets. So that is less than the target that was set by the other example of the mathematical programming.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Luis.
I am Luis Moreno. I am professor at the University of Zaragoza in Spain. And my question is also to Peter van der Veer. And is related to some existing diets that can be considered healthy and sustainable, like the Mediterranean diet or the Japanese diet. And the question would be, which is their role as model for the consumption of dietary patterns in other countries, and what can we learn from these traditional diets?
Yeah, that's interesting, because traditional diets are the diets that we say are sort of embedded in a certain culture, and they are often seen as the good and healthy diets for the specific country where you're in. But in fact, they are neither necessarily healthier or, just to start with, they are not necessarily healthier or more environmentally sustainable than any other diet. But the point is that they originate from the past, and from a past where food was produced much more locally or in the region than it is nowadays. So those traditional diets reflect what was grown in certain regions in the past. And because of cultural traditions, we still maintain those diets. When we open up our borders and our minds to other types of diets, as I have shown also with the results for the country separately or for Europe as a whole, you could even bring this wider to the globe. But then we have to open up our minds to other food cultures, and that's a process that will take time. But if we do so, we might find more options to improve our diets. So I would say make use of the cultural diversity and the different traditional diets to find new combinations that do better in terms of nutritional health and environmental sustainability.
Okay, so thank you. So our final question and wrap up will be Olivier Goulet.
I was wondering if I could just sort of weigh in with a real quick comment to what Peter said. Would that be possible?
Yes, please.
Okay. Just wanted to sort of weigh in on Peter's comments. Actually, there's there's a bit of a push right now in this COVID situation to return and concern about disruption in global food supply chains to sort of sourcing locally. If we actually source locally, either we're going to expect a significant decline in productivity levels, which has a big implications on land use globally for the food system and relatedly climate change, or we start, just growing things that we can grow efficiently locally, which means actually a much more restricted diet. So just sort of saying that discussion about going local needs a very hard discussion about, well, what is the implication on productivity and the choice of diets? Thanks.
Yeah, indeed. Just to reflect on that, there has been a reason to shift away from purely traditional diets to more global diets, and it has to do with the efficiency and the availability of foods, etc., and becoming independent of seasonality, etc. So that's very relevant. Depending on cultural shocks like COVID, we may need to reconsider where the balance point is in this type of either traditional or more global diets.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm Olivier Goulet, co-chairing the session. And I would like to address a question to Jess Haynes regarding the first step of the story, which is education. And she gave a very excellent talk. But my question is regarding which tool she seemed to be used for the education. Is it schooling, special training, TV show? What can be the tool for the education? Because today in the world, the population are so different in terms of income, in terms of culture, and that is very, very difficult to arrange something available or adapted to each one.
Yes, I think like we talked about diets and waste, the geographic region will make a difference in what the what particular tools are available or appropriate. But I think you also highlight an important point where if we're thinking about reaching a substantial number of people, and if we think about reaching children early in life so that they establish healthy habits that they can carry on later in life, I think schools may be a really important place to think about what food literacy knowledge and skills do we need people to have so that they can make healthy choices. So I think schools may be an important place. Again, how that looks and exactly what that looks like in different regions of the world may be different, but it's an important place to reach a substantial number of children.
But how do you imagine to have, for example, on the TV, one advertisement for very, very unhealthy food, and the minute after to have a message for the education of children? Because the same are watching two messages.
Mm-hmm. I think you're exactly right. And it's back a bit to Angelo's question, which is government definitely plays a role in the kind of influences children are having access to. So governments absolutely can be thinking about policies that support healthy eating. So things like having school-based programs, food and nutrition programs, but at the same time, thinking about limiting advertising of unhealthful foods to children is another important role that I think government can play to making sure people have healthy and sustainable diets.
Could I raise a question, Jesse, on the youngsters? You showed that with respect to environmental sustainability, there's a large group of youngsters that are really feel the need and demonstrate and take action. So you mentioned that important is the messaging, the motivation, as well as barriers. I think with the motivation with respect to sustainability, it's clear for youngsters, for many. But with respect to health, diet and health, and also things like food waste, do they know a lot about that? And would that be helpful to educate them or to inform them more in order to combine sustainability, climate, with food needs and food waste, etc.? Would that be a way to go?
I think that's interesting to think about. I think we have a number of examples where we have worked to try and motivate behavior change using health messages. You know, these are important for your health, important for energy, and the effect has been sort of moderate. So I think it would be interesting to have to see is environmental sustainability, climate change, a stronger motivator for some of those healthy behaviors. But I think you also bring an important point up. What about combining them? So do we have synergistic and stronger effects if we address both of them? And I think we don't have strong studies that have tested all three. And I think that's would be an important question to answer.
Okay, thank you.
Could I just jump in with a comment there too as well? Actually, in the UK, where obesity has been a really big problem in young children, and obviously they've got a National Health Service there, so the government, bears the cost of that. Here's an interesting example. The City of London have actually banned fast food chains that opening close to schools. So, do you know that kids from high school just pour out and go to the fast food chains? So they've restricted that as part of the land planning and zoning. But just some of the actions that governments can do on the consumption side.
Okay, so Olivier, can we wrap up, please?
It's time to conclude.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Good luck.
3 points only. but I would like to point the following. This question of healthy eating and healthy planet is really challenging. It's challenging for everyone, but first for the governments, for the economists, for the citizen, and also don't forget the companies, because to my opinion, the companies play a very, very detrimental role for some, not all, but some. I have just an example. In North America and especially in the US, they more or less killed the tobacco companies, but they moved them to other countries. In these countries, there is no fight against tobacco. And we should take the model of food industry to oblige them to change their policies. And is it economically acceptable or sustainable? I don't know, but I think we need to have more, not only food modelization, but also economical modelization, because changing such habits make the world totally changing in terms of economy, in terms of profit, in terms of capitalism. I have not the answer, but I think it's important to point. The second point, modelization, is really very interesting and mandatory, as very well presented by Peter. But as he told, it should be realistic and adapted to as large population as possible, because on the planet we are very different in terms of culture, in terms of income, in terms of resource, etc., etc. And modelization cannot be adapted. And interestingly, modelization are much more adapted for our Occidental food models than for all the world. And the third point I would like to point is education. Education is obviously the most important because it can change, but we will have to wait for several generations, at least one or two, to have real change. But 2050 is very close, in 30 years, and one generation is more or less between 20 and 30 years. And we have to hurry up in education. And thank you, Jess, for your effort. And I would like to thank all the speakers, the panelists, and it was a wonderful virtual symposium. Thank you all.
Hello, everybody. My name's Tim Spector. I'm the PI of the PREDICT studies, and we're going to be talking about a range of studies coming out. The first ones mainly from PREDICT 1 today, about personalized responses to dietary composition. And I have these disclosures, and I want to first introduce my co-speakers. Sarah Berry, who's a senior lecturer in the same university as myself in the Department of Nutritional Sciences, is going to be going through the main results of the PREDICT 1 study. Then have Nicola Segata, who's at the University of Trento, is an expert on metagenomics and is going to be discussing our work looking at the microbiome and nutritional responses. And finally, Jose Ordovas, who is at Tufts and is going to be talking about more general, the personalized, other personalized methods in the field, including genomics in nutrition. Now, I will start by introducing the PREDICT program, which is the largest ongoing program to measure postprandial responses to food in nutritional science. And this is only possible as a collaboration between a large number of centers and groups, our own at King's College, but also Mass General, Stanford, Harvard, Tufts, and Zoe. And it's a real classical combination, which I think is the modern way forward, where we're combining traditional nutrition academia with the expertise of tech companies and AI. Now, this is the suite of programs that are part of the PREDICT studies, and we've given them these names. So under PREDICT 1, there are actually 4 separate studies. One we're going to talk about predominantly, which is the PREDICT study, which is due to be published in a few days' time, is basically involving 1,100 individuals, mostly twins, and we're going to discuss those results. The second one is the PREDICT Carb study, 100 people, where they were given very specific set meals, mainly rather unpleasant frozen meals that were sent to them at home, but had exact quantities. So everyone was eating exactly the same food, complex foods on exactly the same time of day, and that's completed. The PREDICT 1+ study is ongoing in the twins, where we're using the same protocols in a slightly simplified form, just to get increased data over long periods of time. And finally, the PREDICT Cardio study is a subset of individuals picked from the first study at a high or low risk of cardiovascular disease, where we're looking to see if we can correlate the postprandial responses with harder cardiometabolic endpoints like vascular function, liver fat, based on MRI and ultrasound, etc. Then we have the PREDICT 2 studies, which is just completed in the US, which is a home version of the basic PREDICT 1 study, and this is done exclusively on 1,000 US participants, generally unselected, and those results will be made available soon. And this is all leading up to starting the PREDICT 3 study, which is going to start in about a month, where we will be looking for around 10,000 US participants at home, and again, a shortened version of the other studies to get the big numbers that we really need. So this is nutrition done on a grand scale. Now, nutritional advice in the past and present, evidence is constantly evolving, and yet governments, because originally of the need to provide some advice after the war for deficiencies, feels the need to pigeonhole everything into the same groups. But it's been portrayed that there is consensus amongst for these guidelines, and that consensus is beginning to wobble a bit. And we know that there are areas where most people agree and areas where they don't. Now, this is, if you had 3 experts agreeing on rankings, health rankings of 100 foods, this is roughly the sort of plot you would get. And red would be unhealthy, green very, very healthy, and we actually did this study. So we invited 13 experts, 11 from the US, mainly professors of nutrition, to rate blindly 100 different foods on a scale of 0 to 10 in terms of how healthy or unhealthy they were. And these are the results. The reality was not those clear lines you saw above, lots of speckled lines, and lots of areas in the middle where there was very little agreement. At the edges, pretty good agreement that eating bowls of rice and pasta are not always good for you, on the one hand, and on the other hand, olive oil is good for you, as are berries. But you can see in the middle, this group of foods where there was very little agreement between these experts, suggesting that there's a lot of disagreement about most foods, and it's unclear, perhaps just because we've been trying to oversimplify food, and it's actually more complex and perhaps context dependent. And things like dairy, meats are where you see most of these disagreements, because subtleties about whether they're taking into account the fermentedness or other properties of those foods. So we're complicated and food is complicated. So the question really is why. Now, why is it so complicated? Well, it's not just 3 macronutrients, it's thousands of chemicals and nutrients in each food, not just the nutrients on the label. There are these complex interactions. Many of these chemicals are not listed in food tables. The nutrient-nutrient interactions have a huge effect on modulating health effects, and the food matrix integrity and processing are also key. For example, meals and foods with exactly the same ingredients but differ only in their structure can have completely different effects. So if you take something like oats used in porridge, how they're cut up into large or small pieces makes a huge difference to the glycemic response. How processed or mashed up a food is can impact its metabolizable energy. A good example is feeding onions either as whole onions, as snacks, or ground onions as food ingredients in tightly controlled feeding studies shows the difference in how many calories people on average gain from the whole on the whole. And this can vary a large amount by about 50 calories, which is an enormous amount, which you just couldn't see on a food label. And as well as the food itself being complicated, clearly humans are actually more complicated than we're being given credit for. And nutrition advice is generally based on outcomes from mean responses and population averages. But the mean is pretty meaningless for most of us because we all respond differently to the same food or the same intervention. So from that almond example, you can see the energy from the whole almonds was around 4.6 kilocalories per gram. And however, the range between individuals was somewhere between 2.3 to 6. So for some people, in this average 28 gram serving of almonds, some individuals get 62 calories per serving and others 168, which over a week you could get around an extra 800 calories. This is because the way food metabolize, way people metabolize and digest nuts, just like any food, differs. And the size does vary here from one of our groups. And this is a slide from Sarah Berry's studies showing quite big differences between individuals. Now, the blue line is basically showing what the mean is, and that's what reported in the study. But actually, in those 23 participants, you can see how they all responded differently. So you combine all these things up, you can see how different people are. So how many of us are actually average? That's the big question. Not many. And you'll see in our studies, virtually nobody had the same results. Now, we're in the era of big data, where there are huge opportunities to obtain high quality data and high quantities of data. And traditionally, you've either had to choose between low precision, large scale observation epidemiology studies with FFQs, or if you relied on very small scale but high precision data from RCTs or metabolic chamber type studies. But now there are opportunities to generate big data of both high quality from new technologies such as digital devices, mobile clinical devices, remote testing, etc., in large amounts of people using home testing and this new citizen science approach. And so this gives us enormous amounts of data from just a few tests, and you can get, even just from a single stool sample, you get amazing tens of thousands of different readings about the microbes in there, the metabolites in there, and exponential amounts of data. So the PREDICT study really is the largest ongoing program to measure postprandial responses to food and nutritional science there's been so far, and I think it's this perfect match between the sort of cutting-edge groups in nutrition academia that realized there was a need for a change, tech companies that have all the skills in AI and in producing apps and used to dealing with large, massive data sets, allowing us in order to get both quality and quantity. And PREDICT studies really basically use genetic, metagenomic, and meal context information to predict an individual's metabolic response to food. And we were lucky in that because my other day job is running the Twins UK registry, which is the UK's National Twin Registry of Adults, and are the best studied people on the planet, allows us to do this genetic component very easily. And we can look at that variability between people, and also look and see what explains those differences in terms of these different factors, and then eventually how we can predict individual responses using machine learning. These are the three fundamental questions. And our work is unique because we're looking at the integrated response and interrelated multi-directional pathways. And this has really not been done before. And I think it's important to realize where we were just a few years ago in this circle. We were only looking at traditional measures of risk by this small window of fasting blood tests. And you can see that we consume multiple meals throughout the day containing mixed nutrients, which give us acute changes in circulating metabolites and subsequent metabolic stress. And a typical response to a mixed meal containing carbs and fat, as we see on the left, you see a sharp, short-lived rise in glucose reaching a peak at 30 minutes, going down usually at sort of 2 to 2.5 hours, and a prolonged elevation in TAG levels, which retains a baseline variably but around 8 hours in most people. And if you map these responses onto a typical eating pattern, as you see on the right, you can see most of our day is spent in this metabolic flux going up and down, which isn't really picked up just by those fasting levels. And why does this matter? Well, they have important impacts on lipoprotein remodeling, oxidative stress, inflammation, endothelial dysfunction, altered insulin secretion, and effects on our hunger and appetite. And all those in turn increase our risks of cardiovascular disease, metabolic diseases, and also weight gain. So and we all respond differently, and it's important to look at these postprandial responses, and we're doing this in our study using this innovative study design. this is a multiple test meal challenge in healthy volunteers, and it consists of a clinic day and a 2-week at-home phase. Now, during the tightly controlled clinic day, volunteers have a series of fasting measures for body composition, genomics, metagenomics, and metabolomics. And they also undertake a detailed postprandial test meal challenge consisting of 2 test meals consumed at fasting, containing 50 grams of fat, 85 grams of carbs, and at 4 hours containing 20 grams of fat and 30 grams of carbs. Now, during the 6-hour postprandial period, we're collecting multiple blood aliquots, and these are being sent off for biochemistry and metabolomics. Now, having done that very detailed clinic day, the participants then start a 2-week at-home phase with their glucose monitors, and they're consuming multiple meal challenges in duplicate across this time. And these vary in macronutrient composition with different amounts of carbohydrate, fat, and protein. And during this 2-week at-home phase, we're also looking at other aspects. Sleep and exercise are monitored with wristbands, and they're reporting other things like appetite and exercise level, appetite and energy levels. And they're also interacting through the app that they're recording every meal, every drink on, with dedicated nutritionists to make sure they're entering it correctly, they're weighing it if needed, or using barcode scanning to make sure that everything is recorded properly. And they also are doing at-home testing, sending their stool samples. They're getting pinprick measures of blood for inflammatory markers and for tag levels and for future metabolomics. And all the time we're actually trying to push the barriers of what we could do at home in this new scalable massive study that people could do. And we found actually it was very well received from these individuals. And at the end of it, they send back their results and they get them back from us. And you can see here all the assessments they were getting. So with this dietary assessments, the standardized meals, the blood spot tests, digital devices, and the stool samples at beginning and end of the study. The scale of this study is massive, and over 32,000 muffins were consumed, 132 meals logged, over 2 million glucose readings, 28,000 tag readings, and that's just on this very first PREDICT study, and not in the whole suite of them. And the density of this gives us the opportunity to look at postprandial responses at a scale that hasn't been done before, with a very standardized, tightly controlled approach at multiple time points with multiple different meals. And creating the largest, most detailed database of responses to food is absolutely crucial, because we can now unravel the determinants of variabilities in response. And I'm now going to hand over for the exciting results to my colleague, Sarah Berry.
Thank you, Tim. So I'm going to run through the results, as Tim said, from the PREDICT study. And the aim, as Tim said, of PREDICT-1 was to predict an individual's response to food. And our primary measures of interest are what I'm going to start the talk with. Just to start with, here are my disclosures. And as Tim said, I'm going to run through the exciting results from our PREDICT-1 study. And the aim, as Tim said, was to predict an individual's response to food. And the primary measures of interest for us were postprandial triglycerides, glucose, and insulin, which we measured over the 6-hour period following the breakfast test challenge and lunch for our meal. And the scale of the variability between individuals in all of these 3 measures is really strikingly shown here for both triglyceride, glucose, and insulin. So the blue and the red line are the mean and the median values at each time point, and each black line is one of the individual 1,000 participant response curves. And these are responses to identical meals in healthy individuals, but they're still hugely variable. And you'll notice that this variability in responses is much more pronounced in this postprandial phase, so these late periods here for triglycerides, glucose, and insulin. And there's more variability in these late stages compared to fasting, which is really interesting because this suggests to us that looking at the postprandial responses will allow us to detect differences in biological responses and also differentiate subsequent risk factors between individuals long before they're played out actually in this fasting state. And not only is the scale of the response hugely variable here between individuals, but you'll notice that the shape of each individual's response curve is also hugely variable. And the breadth and the resolution of our data, which Tim pointed out earlier, really allows us to go beyond many of the traditional measures of postprandial responses, such as the 2-hour area under the curve for glucose or 6-hour area under the curve for triglycerides, and enables us to dissect further the shape of these curves to really hone in on postprandial differences and their effect on important outcomes, which I'm going to touch on later, such as hunger and inflammation. So for machine learning and precision nutrition to be effective, it's really important to determine how much of this variability that we're seeing is independent of what you would get within an individual with repeat measures, so the kind of day-to-day variability that you would get. Because our meals were all given in duplicate, we've been able to actually look at the variability both between but also within an individual. And we find that the variability within an individual is considerably smaller than we find between individuals. And this is shown here for both triglycerides and glucose, following repeat test meals, where the response to one test meal is plotted against the duplicate meal within the same person. And it's also quantified, as you can see here, from the coefficient of variations, which are a lot smaller for the intra-individual variation compared to the inter-individual variation. And a key aim of the PREDICT programme was to unravel what's causing these differences in response, both between but also within an individual. And one of the real strengths of the study, as Tim said, was the twin population that we had as the majority of the participants in the study. And this has enabled us to estimate the genetic contribution to postprandial responses. Now, we do still find that there's a huge variability in responses even between identical twins. And this is shown here from the lipemic and the glycemic responses of identical twins, which are plotted here on the figures on the right. If the responses were mainly determined by genetics, then the dots should all be in a straight line, as is the case for height here on the left. And we know that this is for height, in the case of height, mainly determined by our genes. But you can see just how much this deviates for glucose and triglycerides. And we can quantify the contribution of genetics using ACE heritability modelling. And this shows that approximately less than 1% of the lipemic and about 50% of the glycemic response is due to genetics. And actually, the large proportion is therefore modifiable. And this is really important because it demonstrates to us that lifestyle interventions really do have the potential to produce pronounced effects on metabolic health. And therefore, it's actually not all predetermined in our genes. So with this high resolution data sets that we have, in addition to looking at the contribution of genetics, we can start to tease apart all the other factors that are determining these postprandial responses in quite an integrated way. And this is unlike previous work, which has really tended to focus on just single determinants of postprandial responses. And we've been able to quantify the relative contribution to the TAG glucose insulin responses. And here shows the relative contribution for both TAG and glucose. So for triglyceride, the main determinants of the postprandial responses are the serum lipid and the serum glycemic measures, with only really small contributions from the composition of the meal itself. For glucose, the largest contributing factor is the meal composition, genetics, and meal context. And by meal context, we mean factors such as the time of day or the meal sequence or the timing of exercise or how much sleep you've had or the time you ate your meal since waking up. But I think what's most interesting to me, certainly as a nutritionist, is that the nutrient composition of the meal, which is shown here by the grey bar here for triglycerides and the grey bar up here for glucose, only actually accounts for a small amount of the overall variability. And this is quite exciting because just like we've seen with genetics, it really shows again that we can control our own responses to food and that really there is this huge scope therefore for personalised approaches to nutrition. So we've got all this great data, we've looked at determinants, where do we go from here? Well, machine learning can then be utilised to do more sophisticated analysis to be able to predict individual responses. We've now used a machine learning approach with our PREDICT-1 data, and we can predict an individual's glucose response to a given food with 77% accuracy. And this is shown here from the figure where we have our measured versus our predicted results. And we're refining this model further with all of the additional PREDICT studies that Tim outlined at the beginning of the talk, where we're getting more and more data to feed into the model to allow us greater precision. And these additional studies that Tim discussed are also enabling us to also address additional research questions which the data is throwing up to be of interest and importance. And so we're currently probing data from PREDICT-1 plus these other PREDICT studies to look in more depth at how these individual differences in the main determinants that I've just shown you influence postprandial responses, as well as how these individual differences in postprandial responses impact subsequent health outcomes. And I'm going to spend the second part of my talk looking at a few of these in a bit more detail, particularly focusing on how meal context affects postprandial responses and the shape of the postprandial response curve, and how this affects hunger, energy intake, inflammation, and lipoproteins. So we observed that the meal context, including the time of day that the meal was consumed, had an impact on postprandial responses, with higher glycemic responses when the meal was consumed at lunch, which is shown here as the grey line, compared to when it was consumed at breakfast, which is the blue meal glucose area under the curve. And we know this already from small-scale studies that have been conducted, but with our data, what we've been able to do is look at this in a stratified as well as an individual way. So we've been able to look at the size of this effect, how other factors determine this, and how much variability there is in this time of day effect between individuals. So for example, there's some people are better off eating high carb in the morning, and there are other people that should have their high carb meals, for example, in the afternoon or the evening. So when we looked at how age affects how we respond to time of day, we saw that the time of day effect was very pronounced in young people, as you can see here. But for those that were over the age of 60, this largely disappears, suggesting to us that for older people, it may not matter so much what time of the day you eat. This is preliminary analysis, and we're now starting to explore this in a lot more detail. We've looked at this in more detail in a study called PREDICT Carbs, where we probed the impact of time of day as well as meal sequencing. And this is a study that involved 100 of our PREDICT-1 participants who are our super loggers. So these were the people that were the most accurate at logging their meals in PREDICT-1. And we aim to look at time of day, meal sequence, and also other determinants of glycemic responses, including effects of sweeteners and composite meals and staple foods. The protocol was an exclusively at-home 2-week remote study, but otherwise it involved very similar methods to PREDICT-1, including at-home stool collection, dry blood spot analysis, continuous glucose monitoring, activity and sleep monitoring, and also continuous food logging over the 2-week period. And so to delve deeper into the time of day, what we wanted to look at first was the effect of meal sequence. So in a crossover design, participants consumed different staples for breakfast each day, including bread, potato, rice and pasta, and they had different combinations of lunches. And we found that, as you can see here, the glycemic response at lunch was hugely different depending on the meal that was consumed at breakfast 4 hours before, even though this lunch meal was identical. And the available carbs was also the same for every single breakfast. So this shows to us that our meal patterns throughout the day have a really big impact on our responses to food, and give us really, another piece of the puzzle that we need to think about when we're making dietary recommendations. In this PREDICT Carb study, we also observed differences in the shapes of the curve, despite similar peaks in glucose. And these were particularly pronounced in this late postprandial period between 2 to 3 hours, where some foods elicited a really large dip in glucose and others actually elicited no dip in glucose. And this is really important for a number of reasons, particularly because it illustrates that we really do need to look beyond the traditionally used measures that we use for postprandial measures, such as the 2-hour area under the curve for glucose and the 6-hour area under the curve for triglycerides. And I'm going to come back to this in a couple of slides. So, as well as probing in detail the determinants of postprandial responses, such as the time of day, we've also been looking at how individuals' variability in their postprandial responses impact subsequent health outcomes. And 3 of these that I want to cover in a little bit more detail are lipoprotein remodeling, inflammation, and also hunger, satiety, and energy intake. So if we can just step back to our glucose dips that I showed you in an earlier slide, we saw that they were really different depending on the food that was consumed. And so we went back to look at this in a bit more detail in our PREDICT-1 data set to look at how much variability there was actually between individuals in their glucose dips and how this might impact hunger and energy intake. And we observed really big individual variability in the size of the glucose dips after 2 hours, which was meal dependent. And this figure shows the frequency of the size of the glucose dips 2 to 3 hours after a standardized breakfast that had a similar nutrient composition to the average US diet. And all of those people to the left of the dashed line experienced no dip, and those to the right of the line experienced a dip of variable sizes, as you can see. And this high variability in people who are dippers or non-dippers is really important, because when we separated out the top and the bottom quartile of dippers, shown from these figures, we found that despite only small differences in the total glucose 2-hour area under the curve, there were really big differences in hunger and alertness, as you can see here, between those that were the smallest and those with the highest glucose dip, and here with alertness. And we also found that those with bigger dips had a shorter time to their next meal. They ate more calories in their subsequent meal. And interestingly, we also observed that this calorie difference was sustained over a 24-hour period. So we had bigger dippers consuming more calories over a whole day. And this is really interesting because lots of previous studies have looked at manipulating glycemic responses to food, but typically measured by the 2-hour area under the curve. And they have found that manipulating your 2-hour area under the curve can impact energy intake at subsequent meals, but that this tends to be compensated for at later meals so that the overall 24-hour energy intake is stable. So I think this highlights that we should be looking at the 2 to 3 hour glucose responses in relation to satiety and energy intake. And again, highlights the importance of looking beyond the typically used postprandial measures, and raises an important question about what aspect of the postprandial response we're most interested in, and whether this would actually vary depending on each of our different outcomes that we're interested in. And so we've looked at this as part of our work on the PREDICT programme to look at what feature of the response curve matters the most. There isn't time for me to go into all of the work we've done on this, so I'm just going to summarise the work we've done looking at postprandial lipemic responses in relation to inflammation and lipoprotein remodelling. It's now well established, as we know from large epidemiological studies, that postprandial lipemia is an independent risk factor for cardiovascular disease, but we don't know which part of this response is important from a disease perspective. An increase in plasma triglycerides after a fat-containing meal, and also an increase in glucose after a carb-containing meal, is actually part of the normal metabolic processing of the meal. So we need to determine, therefore, what is a normal healthy response and what part of the response is actually detrimental to health. And there's different measures we can look at, which tell us actually something subtly different about the response. So for lipemia, these include measures such as the peak concentration, the increase in fasting, the overall response, the incremental area under the curve, the duration of the response, or this late postprandial rise that you see in the late period of the lipemic response. And to apply the most relevant measures for precision nutrition in our machine learning models, we looked at the different features of the postprandial lipemic response, as well as key metabolomic measures, which have been strongly associated with cardiovascular disease risk, that we also know change postprandially. These include the novel inflammatory measure, which is GlyK, and also a number of very specific atherogenic lipoprotein subclasses, as well as the composition of the lipoproteins, which we know are remodeled postprandially and are believed to be one of these underlying mechanisms whereby lipemia impacts atherosclerosis. And what we found was that when we looked at the correlation between all the features of the lipemic response curve, it was this 6-hour late postprandial elevation in triglycerides that was most strongly correlated with our atherogenic lipoproteins, particularly our extra large VLDL, remnant particles, and the cholesterol concentration in these remnant particles, and also with GlyK, our inflammatory marker, which suggests to us that it's a delayed postprandial response for lipemia that's particularly detrimental to health, rather than other features such as the total lipemic response, which is shown here to have very poor correlation for the 4 and the 6-hour incremental area under the curve. In addition to atherogenic lipoproteins, one of the other mechanisms that postprandial lipemia, as well as actually postprandial glycemia, increase risk of disease is via effects on oxidative and inflammatory pathways. Inflammation is a normal metabolic process, but if it's continually elevated over a sustained period of time, it may increase low-grade inflammatory diseases such as type 2 diabetes, cardiovascular disease, and fatty liver. So we examined postprandial changes in IL-6, which is an inflammatory measure which has been consistently shown to change postprandially and is endothelial derived. So it's a really strong candidate linking postprandial glucose and lipid elevations with these low-grade inflammatory diseases. And we also looked at this novel NMR-derived GlyK signal. And you can see from the figures here that there was huge individual variability in the postprandial inflammatory responses. Interestingly, we observed that the IL-6 response was only very weakly correlated with postprandial glucose and TAG, but the postprandial GlyK response was really closely correlated with postprandial TAG responses, but only weakly correlated with postprandial glucose responses. And this suggests to us that it's actually the postprandial lipemia that's the real primary driver of postprandial or food-induced inflammation. Now, you'll notice that in comparison to IL-6, the postprandial increase in GlyK was only very small. So it was only about 5% on average in all of the 1,000 participants. But if we just looked at the 60% of people for whom GlyK increased above fasting postprandially, we observed about an 11% postprandial increase in GlyK. And even small changes in GlyK of a similar magnitude to what we've seen in this study have been associated with increased risk of cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes, and all-cause mortality from some of these large epidemiological studies. When we looked at the individuals with above the 90th percentile of GlyK postprandial responses, we also saw that they had doubled the ASCVD risk compared to the rest of the group. Now, ASCVD is an estimated index, so in order to really translate this and the relevance of these findings and determinants of postprandial responses, we really need to look at clinical intermediary measures that we directly measure in our actual population. And this is what we're doing in a study that we've just recently completed, which involved deep cardiovascular phenotyping, which Tim mentioned at the beginning of the talk, on our PREDICT-1 plus participants. And this involved the measurement of atherosclerosis using carotid intermediate thickness and plaque measures. We looked at vascular tone using pulse wave velocity, and we used MRI to measure liver, muscle, and pancreatic fat, which we know is to be central to this whole kind of metabolic dysregulation. And these results will be ready very soon. One area that we've also delved deeply into is the gut microbiome, which Nicola Sagata is going to spend the next part of this session on. Before I hand over, I just want to summarize some of the key points that we have in the non-microbiome data. So we've seen from our use of our twins that everyone is unique, so even identical twins, and that genetics actually only explains a really small fraction of how we respond to food. Equally, the meal itself, so the nutrient composition of the meal only explains about less than 30% of how we respond to food. But what we do see is how and when we eat can actually really impact how we respond to food. And I think what these results show us overall is that by continuing to dissect this integrated and interrelated and these multidirectional pathways using this really large scale and high resolution data that we have from the PREDICT program is really going a long way to making precision nutrition achievable. So now I'll hand over to Nicola, who will cover all of the microbiome.
Okay, so thanks, Sarah. And in this part of the session, I would like to try to give some hints about what can be the role of the microbiome with respect to personalized nutrition and a personalized response to food, but also personalized in general host-microbiome interaction using the data from PREDICT. These are my disclosures. So doing a little bit of introduction, there were quite a lot of initiatives relatively recently on trying to understand what is the composition of the human microbiome in health. So several projects actually try to understand what is the standard set of bacteria, archaea, viruses, and eukaryotes that are living inside us in health condition, for some definition at least of health. Of course, the following step was to try to understand what could be the links between the human microbiome and in particular the gut microbiome and human diseases. So this is a study that we did a few years ago, and we confirmed that there are clear associations to different levels of associations actually between the gut microbiome and several human diseases. We're not talking about causative roles here because this is another task, but clearly there is association. The step forward is also try to understand whether the associations are reproducible. So another study that we did was to consider together 9 different codes, metagenomic codes from different populations, different countries, and try to understand whether the links with colorectal cancer in this case was reproducible. And we indeed found that was reproducible, but that would not be possible using just a few codes. However, there are surprisingly few studies try to understand what is the composition and the links with between the microbiome and different health levels. So try to understand what is the risk for a disease rather than the disease itself, or some more general pre-disease state. So in this context, of course, we need to take into account diet and responses to food. And there are some studies that already investigated these. There are some examples here. I like, for example, the study by Peter Tombaugh a few years ago, in which he showed that our gut microbiome reacts quite quickly to dietary changes. But it was on a small sample size, so questions of reproducibility are still there. Another study from the Seagal group a few years ago, also in this case, had a much larger sample size. But when looking at responses to food, they only focus on glycemic responses and not other general responses. So what we tried to do with PREDICT-1 was to go further and try to understand at a more general level what is the links between microbiome and different health levels. So this is a slide that you already saw in this session, which is try to convince you that we are not all the same. We're actually pretty unique, and this is kind of explaining part of why we have different responses to food. But when we say we, here we are probably referring to our genetics or our epigenetics or our components of ourselves. The microbiome is also part of ourselves, and in this slide I will actually try to convince you that the personalization of the microbiome is even much higher than our own level of uniqueness. And so if you consider the people in the audience here, in the remote audience, if you take 2 random persons and you ask how many microbial species, bacterial species in the gut they have in common, you will find a value around 35%. So 35% of the species that are in total present in 2 individuals only are shared between them. If you happen to have a twin, if there are twins in this audience, you will find that on average their sharing of species is just slightly above that, around 37%. But what I think is even more important is to try to understand whether when you have a shared species, that microbe is actually the same or not. And if you ask a microbiologist, he would probably, or she would probably say no, because we know very well that, for example, for a bacteria like Escherichia coli, E. coli, if you take two different genetic variants, two different strains of these bacteria, it's very likely that you will find no more than 60 or 70% of genes in common and a lot of SNPs between them. So the exercise that we did here a few years ago, also in this case, was to take a lot of individuals, and for the shared species, so the species that were present in two individuals, we were asking what is the genetic distance between the two strains of that species. This graph is in normalized distance, what that means, but the point is that you can see here that there are only very, very few cases in which two genetically very similar bacteria were present in distinct individuals. This is true if you look all around the world, only in the US, only in the EU population, and I think this is the point I wanted to make, that our microbiome is not actually personalized. I will say that our microbiome at the genetic level is actually really unique. At this point, you can always say, you know, looking at the microbiome, metagenomics is complex, and this may just be the result of noise. What I think it will convince you otherwise is that when we take two samples from the same individual, taken from at 6 months distance one from the other, we'll actually find that most of the strains, most of the species have the same genetic variants. So we are here above 80% in many, many cases. And this is telling you that your microbiome is unique, but is quite stable, at least genetically, in time. So we have all our own microbiome, very personal, but we keep it in time. So with this in mind, we looked at the large PREDICT-1 study from metagenomic viewpoint. So we generated a lot of data, 9 gigabases per sample, which is quite deep sequencing for the microbiome. And we looked at both taxonomic profiles and functional profiles. And we also have a compendium of the genomes of the organisms present in this community. Then we cross-reference it with 4 categories of metadata. So, we collected many more data than those reported here, but we, in this study, looked only at selection of them. So 18 different measures of personal information, like age, BMI, that are, of course, of clear importance when we look at the microbiome. Then we have a B12 diet from food frequency questionnaires, and then a set of markers from clinical measures and from metabolomics for both fasting and postprandial condition, with these numbers here, which is a subset of the total number of markers that we have. Just to tell you a little bit more about what we did from the metagenomic viewpoint, this is the overall pipeline that we applied. So for those of you that are interested in a little bit more details, what we did after the stool sampling, that was actually also validated specifically for our project. The sample undergoes DNA extraction, so a set of procedures that are trying to free the DNA present in all, ideally, microbes in the community, and then we sequence with the most modern sequencing machines to obtain what we call the metagenomic dataset, which is a very, very rich set of unstructured sequence data. The rest of the slide here is populated only by computational steps. So going from reads to something meaningful is going to be quite of a computationally heavy tasks. And in particular, we go first to understand which species pathways, microbial pathways, genes, or even actually genomes are present in the community. And then these features are cross-referenced with machine learning, in our case, with all the metadata information that we collected. So this is the first thing that we looked at. and is looking at the alpha diversity, so the total diversity of a microbiome, measured in this case with species richness, so how many species, different species are present in the microbiome. And this is a summary statistics, I would say, of the microbiome. But we already found some clear association, although pretty modest, maybe in the magnitude, with the metadata. So here you see a clear signature of decreased alpha diversity in people with high BMI and high visceral fat. But also here you can see other associations. For example, here we have the size of the good cholesterol particles that are clearly associated with a more diverse microbiome, both when looking at the fasting condition, but also postprandially, as you can see here. The next step was actually to try to have a more complete description of the microbiome in our associations. So what we did was to try a machine learning model on the overall composition of the microbiome, and then we tested whether that model was able, and in case with which accuracy, to predict each single features. So this is what we did with the quantitative food frequency questionnaires, and this is the first set of results. So looking at single foods, we can see that there are some foods like coffee, for example, that was really highly predictable based on the composition of the microbiome. When we look at food groups, which collapses foods in more general and broader groups, we can find that among the top predictable, so linked features with the microbiome, we have meat here and dietary information. Then we continue, and with the food we could quantify overall total nutrients, and in this case saturated fatty acids were among the top scoring features. But then even more interestingly, probably, we looked at the overall dietary pattern. And here you can see a set of dietary indexes that we found quite strongly associated with the microbiome. And if you look at these indexes, you will find that those that are the most predictable are those which are incorporating concepts of food diversity or and concepts of plant-based or animal-based foods. Importantly, our results were reproducible because when we trained our classifier on the UK population and we applied it on the US validation population, 100 samples in the US, despite the differences that we know are present in the dietary components of these two populations, we found that the correlation was still very strong. Actually, the same level of correlation that we found in the original exploratory cohort in the UK. This, I think, is very important because it shows that the connection between the microbiome and some food features, at least, is highly reproducible when we look at the overall microbiome and when we look at summary dietary indexes that are taking into account also the diversity and the quality of the food. The next step is, of course, to try to understand which bacterial component of the microbiome are associated with the patterns that we see. So in this complex heat map, you will see the association, negative or positive, between the top scoring bacteria and our food that we considered. Some confirmatory results here, Bifidobacterium animalis, that you know are present in probiotic but also non-probiotic yogurt, are associated with a higher intake of yogurt, of course. But then I think you can see that generally we have two very distinct clusters. These clusters here, in which the positive associations are in red, and this cluster here in which you see the opposite behavior. And when we overlay into this heat map, what are the foods categories, and in particularly when we define them as being animal-based or plant-based and being healthy or more or less healthy, these categorization is explaining quite well these two clusters. On this side, in fact, you can find that most of the food are healthy plant-based foods, and in this side are actually unhealthy plant-based food or unhealthy animal-based food. There are some exceptions. Less healthy plant-based, like jam or dark chocolate, are on the good cluster, although, yes, you can say that probably these are not that bad, especially if you take them into the context. And the same, the opposite, are healthy, because you can see here that there is unhealthy plant-based food into the less healthy cluster. But this, again, based on the context, you can see that this is not really surprising. The same is true for the animal-based foods, that the healthy animal-based foods are on the healthy side and the unhealthy on the opposite. There would be much more to say into this big association matrix, but something I would like to conclude on is a good news in terms it's a bit anecdotal, of course, but red wine here seems to be on the good cluster. So this is a bit of a good news if you like from Predict One. But you know, taking things a little bit more general, what I would like to stress again is that there are associations that are really based on the quality of the food. Here you can see that these bacteria, that by the way are quite uncharacterized, they don't have a real name, just an ID. These are associated with, positively associated with more than half of the foods that are defined as healthy plant-based, and none that are non-healthy plant-based. And this signature is consistent, at the opposite, of course, when we look at the less healthy plant-based diet. And interestingly, when we look at the animal-based foods, you see the opposite trend. And I think it's important to underline that the less healthy, both plant and animal-based, have a very similar trend, showing that also in this case, probably the quality of the food has a very important role, in addition to for being plant or animal-based. In this slide, I would like just to point out that we did even more, because the association can be at the level of nutrients normalized by total energy or dietary patterns. And again, without going into details here, you can really see that we still have the same two clusters we saw for single foods in the slide before. And even, you know, when we plot them, in this case, we are seeing these bacterium also quite uncharacterized before our study. Lozonibacter acercolyticus is strongly, really strongly associated, you can see here, in this case, with saturated fatty acids. So just to say that these associations are not just mere numbers, but they really reflect quite strong associations. So after having looked at the foods, we look at the association with markers of obesity, and we were lucky enough to have a precise quantification of visceral fat in our Predict One study, and we saw that several of the species that we saw associated with good food or bad food, or good dietary indexes or not, are also quite overlapping with the foods, with the bacteria, sorry, associated with obesity or non-obesity. Importantly, as I mentioned before, is key to be able to reproduce these signatures in other cohorts. And this is what we did not only with our US validation cohort, but also using, in this part of the slide, several data sets that are available for which there is BMI information. And with very few exceptions, actually, these bacteria that we found are really reproducible as biomarkers, not only of good nutrition, but also of good markers of obesity. At this point, the remaining part of the talk will be on try to link the microbiome with metabolic measures, both fasting and postprandial. And in this case, we look at several measures. Some are, I would say, traditional clinical measures, going from blood pressure to insulin sensitivity or liver fat quantification, to inflammation, and Sarah already mention and discuss glycate also with respect to IL-6, and also many other measurements coming from metabolomics, and in particular those that are linked with lipoprotein remodeling, and those that are specifically associated with type 2 diabetes and cardiovascular disease risks. So what we did here was very similar in methodologically with what we did with food. So trying to use machine learning to assess what is the level of association, level of predictability of one single feature based on the overall composition of the microbiome. So you can see here that although these accuracies, correlations are not reaching what was the coffee association with the microbiome in the previous slide, we have that several clinical measures are substantially associated with the microbiome. Interestingly, though, here we have that glycate that was discussed by Sarah is much more associated with the level, with the characteristics of the microbiome than other markers like IL-6. And then we have several different levels of association for different lipoproteins and cholesterol and fatty acids here, which I don't have really time to go much into details, but also the glycemic-mediated markers are reported here. But this is at fasting condition. I think Sarah and team convinced you that it's important to look at the postprandial responses. And so this is what we did here. We looked not only at the association with the levels postprandially of the markers, but also with the association with the increase, because bacteria may have a role actually in the metabolic processing of the food. What we found here is, first of all, a confirmation that the glycate is more linked with the microbiome than IL-6, and also for inflammatory measures, we can see that the rise, so the difference is less linked with the microbiome than the absolute levels. This is true not only for the inflammation measure, but also for the other postprandial responses with respect to lipoproteins, and also with glycemic mediated. But actually, when we look at these glycemic mediated based on the AUCs, when we look here, but also single markers like C-peptide or insulin, we actually see that the rise are quite similar to the concentration, meaning that for glycemic mediated markers, the gut microbiome may play a bigger role than for the other measurements. This is also shown here, in which when we compare the predictability of the fasting measurements compared to the difference in the values between fasting and postprandial, we see that the fasting measures are usually more predictable, the same when we compare postprandial against rises, except again for the glycemic mediated measurements that you can see here are always very close to the bisector line. At this point, like in the case of the food, our following question was try to understand which are the microbes, again, associated with the different responses. And again, you can see here by the two different colors that there are clear clusters. And I mean, probably you're unable to really look at all these names compared to which names were in the previous slides. But I can tell you these are really highly reproducible in two different clusters. What is important here is that you can see that in many cases the bugs are associated similarly with the increase with the fasting and the postprandial levels. But there are several cases, like here, for example, in which the rises, which is this cell here, goes into the different direction of the association than the fasting cases. So this happens several times for lipoprotein, cholesterols, and sizes, and also for specific bacteria. So, for example, Prevotella copri seems to have always, well, in many cases, a contrasting effect on the markers compared to the baseline and the postprandial responses, pointing at the fact that there are some bacteria that are probably more connected with how the food is metabolized and so it responds to food than others. Altogether, we then decided to look at what are the microbes that are associated not only with one of these metadata types, but ideally with all of them. So what we did for the categories, the personal information, how we call them, habitual diet, fasting, and postprandial responses, we took in total 20 representative markers, and we again correlated them with single abundance of the species. What you can see in this slide are the ranks of the correlation, and you can see that there are some bacteria, let me take for example this Firmicutes SCAG 95, that are always among the top 5 most correlated species with respect to almost all these measurements that we looked at. So this makes this bacterium Firmicutes SCAG 95 one of the top and reproducible markers, bacterial markers of good health in general. Good health seen from these several viewpoints. And there are at least other 14, so this is a panel of 15 species that are associated simultaneously with all these 4 categories in the same direction. Of course, on the other side, we also have that there are 15 bacteria here that are always ranked on the bottom with the association with good markers, and on the top, of course, when we look at markers of bad health. And also in this case, most of the associations are significant and are also very consistent across the categories. So in this way, we identify a panel of bacteria that are either consistently associated with markers of good health in healthy condition, or vice versa, another panel which is associated with markers of bad health still in generally healthy conditions. We obtained several results, as I showed you, but I think we are still, from certain viewpoints, at the beginning of the story here. This is because, despite a lot of years now in studying the gut microbiome, we can still make sense of only a fraction of the gut microbiome. So if we look at the stool, for example, when we do our sequencing, about 2/3 of the sequences of the reads that we got are mapping against a known cultivated bacteria. If we go into known westernized population, so population living a much different lifestyle than our westernized population, this goes down to less than 50% of the reads. This means that there are probably thousands of species that we still have to discover in the gut microbiome. We still have to name them, to cultivate them. And this means, even more importantly, that many genes, many functions are still unsampled and unknown to us. And this is the reason why our lab took several steps in trying to uncover this still hidden diversity. And we defined a lot of new species that are present in the gut microbiome that have not been cultivated so far. And now our challenge is to try to understand whether these important fraction of the microbiome that is still relatively uncharacterized, whether this fraction has actually something to do also with nutrition, personalized nutrition, and personalized response to food. With this, I would like just to sum up a little bit what we said in this part of the section. And I hope I convince you that our gut microbiome is actually even more personalized, is even more unique than our cell biology. Our cells are unique, yes, but our microbial complement is actually much more unique than that. And this is clearly something that you need to take into account when we look at the responses to food. And in fact, we found that with our machine learning tools, the microbiome can explain quite a bit of the personalized responses to food. We look at it from multiple viewpoints. So dietary habits are strongly associated with the microbiome, and in particular, the quality of the food is a strong indicators of the association, and also whether it is a plant or animal-based food, the one that we consider. Importantly, several of these markers are the same when we look at signature of obesity that are also reproducible in independent population, as I showed you. And the same associations can be found and discussed at the level of cardiometabolic markers, both at fasting and post-prandial. And overall, I think the most important point is that we really found a set of species, microbial species present in the gut microbiome that are reproducible marker altogether of overall cardiometabolic health and of healthy diet across the 1,100 individuals that were enrolled in the PREDICT-1 study. And of course, the next step will be to extend these to the other PREDICT codes that Tim summarized at the beginning of the session. And with this, I would like to turn over the mic to Jose for other considerations on the PREDICT study.
Thanks, Nicola. What we have seen so far in this series of presentations about PREDICT results is already the path to the future. Before getting into the presentation, these are my disclosures. And now, before moving forward, let's take a peek to the present. The relation between food and health is evident to the society. In this population sample in the US, the major expected benefit from food was cardiovascular health. This is not surprising considering the prevalence of hypertension and dyslipidemia in the US and industrialized societies. Also, no surprise was the interest with overweight and obesity, this being another major global problem, and all of them related to dietary habits. The findings show some interesting ethnic and age-related differences. Thus, African Americans were less concerned about weight loss than non-Hispanic whites, and older adults were more concerned about food to manage diabetes, consistent with the higher prevalence of diabetes among the elderly. Despite the general recognition of the relation between food, nutrition, and health, a significant concern is consumer confusion, in part due to the lack of clarity of consensus that we, scientists and health professionals, have on many issues. This has become apparent in the first presentation by Tim. In summary, 80% of consumers, and we are all consumers, report confusion about the information they get, which translates into some stress when selecting what to shop for food. Overall, 50% of the population suffers stress while shopping. This finding is provided in more detail in this figure. In blue, to the left, we see that 80% strongly or somewhat agree with the confusion. And in green, to the right, we see that 59% are concerned about their daily choices, purchasing and eating. This goes even higher in Hispanics with 78%. This brings us to the relation between trust and reliance. We like to be on the upper right quadrants, and in fact we are. Health professionals, physicians, dietitians, nutritionists, and scientists are trusted and used as sources of nutritional advice. On the opposite quadrant, lower left, we have the fact that the information from food companies is not used, not trusted. This is an area that deserves serious consideration and much room for improvement. Of significant concern, too, is the fact that government agencies are also borderline in that quadrant. Interestingly, whether we trust them or not, friends and families are a common source of dietary guidance. Concerning the government agencies, the results regarding, for example, the MyPlate are sobering. Only 59% recognize the graphic of MyPlate. And this goes slightly higher on parents with children, but still it only reaches 69%. The lack of penetration of the official guidelines, whether it's in the form of a pyramid or a plate or booklets from the dietary guidelines, has probably impacted on their effect on the society at large. Despite worthy attempts, we see that the number of Americans living with chronic diseases keeps on the rise, and this trend is forecast to continue into the next decade. if we keep business as usual. The human and economic costs are staggering. Thus, we need alternatives and improvements. A departure of this business as usual is precision nutrition. The past of precision or personalized nutrition has been one of discovery rather than application, and the premature application of those discoveries may have done more harm than good. We need proof of principle before jumping into action. This came a few years ago from the Food for Me study. The questions were simple but highly relevant. Is personalized nutrition advice more effective than general healthy eating guidelines? Is phenotypic or genotypic information more effective than diet-based advice alone? Furthermore, in line with the societal trends, is the internet a successful delivery method? This was a study that did not go into omics, artificial intelligence, mechanisms. It was just pure and simple, a study to show the efficacy of the concept. 4 intervention levels were designed, or rather a control group and 3 intervention levels with different depth. Level 0, generic dietary advice, the control. Level 1, personalization based on dietary analysis. Level 2, personalization based on dietary plus phenotypic analysis. Level 3, personalization based on dietary plus phenotypic plus genomic analysis. The published results show improvements in dietary behavior, mainly when all the personalized groups were analyzed against the control. This slide shows the changes in red meat consumption and healthy eating index. The use of genetics did not apparent gains in behavior modification, probably due to 2 factors. First, we don't have evidence about what to recommend based on the genetic market use. Second, PREDICT has demonstrated, using empirical data, that genetics is only one of the many players in guiding to personalized diets. These slides provide similar encouraging information showing the impact at higher granularity. This is saturated fat and folate intake. This does not provide anything in terms of biomarkers, but it points in the right direction about precision nutrition, helping people to adopt the correct path. To conclude this part and to transition to the real future of nutrition in the concluding slides, let me bring up once again the current caveats and the way forward. So far, the global nutrition advice has been provided based on evidence from multiple sources, but usually relying on large data sets, like the observational endpoints of the intervention arms of the Women's Health Initiative. These approaches have been defended and criticized very often, but regardless of the site that each one aligns, we probably all recognize that we can do much better nowadays. This much better is exemplified by the present and future of PREDICT, which adds the integration of knowledge and technology and the smart and educated use of artificial intelligence and machine learning to take us well beyond where we are now. Besides, it adds the dynamic component, escaping from the limitations of the fixed picture provided by one single sample, whether it's in the fasting or non-fasting state, and provide us with the full movie, with the use of multiple sampling under different physiological conditions. And this is the future that is quickly coming to us. And now I will hand it over to Tim for the closing of this session.
So hello again, and this is really to wrap up this incredible mass of data that you've learned from my colleagues about the PREDICT series of studies. And what I think we need to do is to start putting this new era of study into the context of where we were just a couple of years ago, when we were only really using genetics and more recently the microbiome in an isolated unilateral way to use for personalization. And what we're seeing here with this new approach is our ability to integrate multiple factors for this comprehensive personalization. And we're talking mixing meal composition, genetics, context, blood markers, microbiome age, lipid markers, clinical markers, anything you can get simply and easily, putting them together to get the best possible predictions. And this is just the start of where we're going, because the new studies we will be analyzing and presenting next, the PREDICT-2 study of another 1,000 US participants will give us new insights, and moving to 10,000 or more from PREDICT-3 will give us even greater insights and ability to really tease apart some of these complex foods. And of course, all the time we're going to be adding in new technologies such as non-invasive real-time biosensors, new types of artificial intelligence, and more home sample testing, including probably real amounts of blood rather than just pinpricks. And of course, let's not forget the incredible role of citizen science in this, which, because of COVID, has really had a big dramatic effect. The same company and group, really, Zoe, combined with colleagues at Mass General and King's, came up with an app to look at symptoms rather than nutrition. And they did this amazingly in 4 days at the end of March. And basically, in the UK, it was launched on the 24th of March, and a week later in the US, and it went viral. So within 36 hours, we had 1 million downloads, and after 2 weeks, we had 2 million, and after 6 weeks, over 3 million. And this just shows what we can do when you have a simple app collecting large amounts of data, because we're able to predict COVID with about 80% efficiency based on our algorithms, compared to a throat and nasal swab, as we've published recently in Nature Medicine. And we're also able to add in risk factors in real time, and we're thinking of linking this to nutritional outputs and looking at other potential health measures that might interact and improve our model as well. And this has been an amazing not-for-profit initiative by the company Zoe, in combination with this mainly at King's and also Mass General in the US. And I think this shows that people are willing to put in a lot of time and effort into logging. We have over 1.5 million people who have been logging every day for the last 2 months in order to tell us about their symptoms and protect their local community against a second wave. So I think apps are going to be with us for a long time. And so what's themed as a slightly strange research tool, I think going forward is going to be part of modern life. And I think we have to bear that in mind in the post-COVID world, where everything is going to be done at home and these things are going to become commonplace. And so let's just look where we are in this program of research. The idea that we have the PREDICT paper, which we've presented and will be published soon in Nature Medicine in the next few weeks. And we've got the CARB study and PREDICT Plus and cardio to look out for, as well as PREDICT-2 and 3. And I think these studies, they go from 1,000 to 10,000, potentially 100,000 or millions, as we see with the COVID app, are really an exciting time to be in nutritional research. Lastly, I just want to thank the at least 100 people, probably more than that, who have been involved with this study. Most of them who don't get the credit they deserve. Most of them, but not all of them, are based in a number of key units. My group, the Twins Research Group at King's, who developed all the study, also the nutrition department there under Sarah Berry, the group at Mass General, who really helped us launch in the US this parallel study, and the key workers at Trento in Italy, who have really done marvels in dissecting the microbiome, plus a whole range of others, particularly Paul Franks in Sweden and Anna Valdez in the UK as well. So big thanks to everybody. Thanks to our academic funders as well. And look forward to taking some questions. Thank you.
Hello there. So we've been getting some questions. You've been putting them on the site. So do keep them coming. We'll try and get through as many as we can, although looking from the numbers we've received so far, we won't be able to definitely do them all. just give you a chance to reflect on some of them. But I will direct the questions to the rest of my fellow panelists. So the first question we got was about the independent experts. Was that disagreement due to the science data that they had, or was it due to other kinds of opinions and biases? And of course, the answer is we don't know. We didn't ask for the reasons they scored all these 100 foods differently. But when you saw the individual results, you could tell that they were in these areas of controversy. So particularly areas that came out were areas of dairy, cheese, milk, yogurt, things that were high fat, but also dairy, things that had fermented foods in it, but also high fat. And then, of course, meat was highly discordant in the way people scored it across the board. Then we had the other area, you might remember, of diet drinks and artificial sweeteners, which again got a real difference, whereas there are many areas of agreement, but many areas of disagreement. And we don't know exactly why that is. And I think it's probably because the science in those areas is not rock solid. We will be exploring those differences more when we get to publish those opinions in more detail. But I thought it was interesting to show you this preliminary data, which I don't think has been done recently in this way, showing what things we do agree on and what we still disagree on. Okay, I've got a question for Sarah Berry. It says, were participants in the PREDICT studies all giving the same meals prior to the test meals? And did they evacuate their colons prior to data collection? So did we purge them, Sarah?
So we did do a stool collection at the beginning and the end of the study. In terms of the test meals, people were given general advice on what to consume on the evening prior to each test meal, and they undertook a 12-hour fast and then consumed the breakfast meal following a 12-hour fast. We didn't standardize the 24-hour period prior to the test breakfast meal, but we did very carefully record everything they ate and drank in that preceding 24 hours, which we have included in our analysis when looking at predictions of responses. Thank you, Tim.
Someone's asked whether we actually measured chewing technique. Did we count the number of chews, as in Fletcherism, or not?
No, that wouldn't be possible really on a 1,100 people study, unless we quadrupled our team. I think it's a really important question. It's work actually we have done before in our department, looking at number of chews and how mastication affects the release of energy, in particular from nuts. And we know that actually, the number of chews does impact how much energy, how much fat is released. And so I think it's something that would be really exciting to do when looking at postprandial responses. But certainly it's not something we were able to do in this study.
Okay, another question was about what aspects of meal composition do you think, based on this data, created the greatest variability?
So we were able to look at that in a lot of detail in relation to the glycemic responses. And what we found was that, as you would expect, in terms of the meal composition, the amount of carbohydrate in the meal was the primary determinant. The next largest determinant of glycemic response was protein. So the more protein there was in the meal, the more attenuation you had of the glycemic response. And then the next contributing factor was fiber, followed by fat. But the protein had quite an enormous effect, and this is supported by some smaller trials that we've seen as well. But I think what's important to note here is that in our findings, although we find that the meal composition is important, the meal composition for both lipemia, glycemia, and the insulin response is not the primary determinant, that actually it's all of these other factors. It's how we eat, the time of day, how much exercise we have before and after the meal, that really are important factors, as well as the microbiome, as Nicola has covered, genetics, etc. Thanks, Tim.
Thanks very much. Okay, I've got a question here for Jose. Question saying, in considering these triglyceride-rich lipoproteins, was interested in the relative proportion of particles and between the B100 and the B48, and so these particle changes might be important. Do we plan to measure ApoB response as well? Do you think that it's necessary given all the other data we've got? Jose?
Thanks, Tim. Well, obviously that's a very important question. We should keep in mind two things. One is that this is being done in the postprandial state, and most of the changes in triglyceride-rich lipoproteins will come from intestinal particles. But we haven't measured the V48, V100, that's a complex technique. But what we have used is a very sophisticated approach to looking at the different lipoprotein subfractions using nuclear mechanisms. So we are able to estimate pretty well which particles are of intestinal origin based on the NMR profile, and which ones are more kind of VLDL or LDL. In terms of the ApoB questions, yes, of course, we have measured ApoB, and we are now at this time analyzing the relevance of taking into consideration the lipid versus or cholesterol versus ApoB ratio, and the results are very promising.
Okay, thank you. I've got a couple of questions for Nicola. One was about, we don't mention much about antibiotic use and and how that might have interfered with the results. So could you comment on that, Nicola?
Yes, good question. So antibiotic use is something that is of primary relevance in the microbiome field. So the standard approach is to just exclude participants that are under current antibiotic usage. And to be careful, actually, in this study, we excluded all the participants that had any antibiotics in the last 2 months prior to sample collection. What we noticed, we in any case considered antibiotics usage before 2 months. And when we analyzed that, we found that we did not find an association with prior antibiotics usage that is stronger than diet. So it seems that the habitual dietary patterns are kind of more important for the majority of the participants than prior antibiotics usage.
Thank you. Do you think we should relax the rules about antibiotic use in these trials? Because from what you're saying, we could probably adjust it out, and we don't stop people going in just because they've got a bad diet, and we look at it.
That's a good question. I think yes, with large sample sizes, this can be factored out. However, it's clear that antibiotics can cause in a minority of the participants changes in the microbiome that are long-lasting. So clearly, in the majority of the cases, luckily, this should not be a big problem, but still we need to be very careful, because we know that in some cases, really, antibiotics are able to change in the long term the microbiome, causing potentially other health effects still in the long term.
Right, and a question about the twin analysis, where we saw this big difference even in identical twins in the gut microbiome, but a question really about how the analysis was done, in a way, how detailed the subgroups were might give you different results, and whether you find stronger links between the outcomes, depending on how you've done these clusters. Could you maybe comment on that?
Yes. So if we are talking about microbiome clusters, there were several attempts in the past to categorize people
based on the composition of their microbiome. This can be done up to a certain point. For example, one of the defined enterotypes, the one dominated by Protella copri, so there is 30% of the population, more or less, in which the microbiome is dominated strongly by Protella copri. This is a clear microbiome type. And we found that this is usually associated with healthier foods and also healthier responses to food. However, for the great majority of the other participants, it's very difficult to define their microbiome type. There are 15, 20 species that can be the dominant species in a participant. So instead of trying to categorize people into microbiome types, we are trying to consider each species as a independent somehow features into modeling what is the link between each feature, which can be, again, specific species, but also specific functional potential of the microbiome and our covariate. So I think we need to go over this concept of being able to categorize people in very well-defined categories.
Okay, thank you. Back to Sarah, a quick one for you. I mean, one of the novel things of this study was doing dry blood spot tag measurements on thousands of people. How good was it, do you think? And do you think this is going to be the way forward?
So certainly for postprandial testing, we know that it's a real challenge having people in the clinic, and we believe that remote testing is the way forward to really enable precision and personalized nutrition to become available for everyone. And so we did spend a lot of time validating the dry blood spot technique. We worked with the company that developed the method, particularly to look at triglycerides, and we undertook our own validation study as part of PREDICT, where on about, I think it was 400 participants, we looked at the venous triglyceride results measured using a traditional enzymatic clinical assay versus the dry blood spot. And we also looked at spotting the venous sample onto the dry blood spot, so to look at all the different parameters that might influence it. And we had an incredibly high correlation, so we were very happy with those results. And so I think that the level of correlation we have is sensitive enough to detect very small differences between individuals and also within an individual throughout the day.
Okay, Jose, can I bring you in? Do you think we're going to see more of these blood spot lipid tests going forward?
Absolutely. Not only that, is that these dry blood spots will be used every time, increasingly, to measure to more sophisticated analytes, because the techniques are also being adapted and optimized to look at beyond glucose, beyond triglycerides, even in those metabolites that we are now measuring with the traditional sample, venous sample. So yes, I see that as part of this point of care trend that we are seeing in the field.
And back to you, Nicola. There's a question here. Defining a healthy microbiome, are there any real clusters that are really useful, and can you group people according to on the presence of the microbiome cluster that they've got? How good are we at doing that now?
Well, what you are finding is that, of course, health levels are not all the same. And in the past, they were considered like the healthy controls for given diseases were considered all together. What we are finding in our study, thanks to the size of it and the rich metadata, is that we can really stratify the microbiome based on these metabolic markers. And the stratification is not, again, at the level of specific compositions, but is rather a consequence of the presence of a panel, the one that I presented, a panel of about 15 markers of good health and 15 markers instead of less favorable health. So this, I think, is something that we are really can really be of importance in the future, because we can really measure with a continuous value the health status of the gut microbiome compared to the overall health of the individual.
Great. Thank you. Now, this is a question I think which probably comes from a dietitian, saying there's lots of dietitians listening to this. And how, Sarah, would you summarize the PREDICT study findings for patients in terms of specific dietary changes one could make to improve the gut microbiome and reduce the risk of chronic disease? It's a bit of a difficult to do in one sentence, but have a go.
I'll do it in 4 then, maybe. I think firstly, we need to bear in mind that what our results show is that we do all respond differently. So I'm reluctant to say there's one single food or one single dietary pattern we should all follow. What I think, the results certainly in terms of the microbiome show is the importance of looking at dietary patterns. We all know as nutritionists and dietitians that we really need to move beyond this very simplistic approach of looking at individual foods. So while we see this strong association, for example, with coffee, we see the strongest associations of these with these dietary patterns with beneficial clusters of microbiome of bugs that are also linked to beneficial health phenotypes. And so the strongest association is where we have a index which is combining the diversity of foods, so making sure that we have a very diverse diet alongside, and these are healthy animal and healthy plant-based. And I think that there's a lot of misconception around whether we can consume animal foods as part of a gut healthy diet. But actually what our results show uniquely is that as well as segregating healthy and unhealthy plants into whether they have a favourable or unfavourable effect on the gut microbiome, we can consume healthy animal-based foods as part of a healthy gut diet. So in terms of kind of a single dietary advice would be to consume a variety of foods, consume a variety of unprocessed plant foods, but also in terms of the broader aspect of not just thinking of the microbiome, but thinking of the other results from our PREDICT study, is actually to think about how we eat. And so think about this in the context of really being able to control how we respond to foods, by what time of day we eat, by our kind of meal ordering, by how much exercise we're having, those sorts of factors as well.
But presumably, Sarah, you're still saying that there is some generic advice you could give that might improve the gut microbiome. For example, diversity in general is a good thing, and layering this other stuff on top. Because if people eat a diversity of plants, for example, that are healthy, and they have fermented foods, and they have avoid other bad microbiome foods, then in general they will have a healthier gut microbiome, and in general they will get better metabolic responses. So it must be a mix between the two. Would you agree?
Certainly there's a general kind of gut healthy dietary advice, like you pointed out, so as well as diversity, plenty of fibre, fermented foods, etc. But I think it's within thinking of a general broad dietary pattern as well. We wouldn't want someone to spend a month just swigging kefir thinking that that's the answer to everything.
No, quite. Quick question either for you or for Nicola about which dietary pattern associated most strongly with the microbiome? Could you tell from the data?
I'm happy to take that, Nicola. So we found that the strongest association was with the Health Food Diversity Index, and the second strongest was with our plant-based dietary index, so with our healthy plant-based dietary index, and then the alternative Mediterranean dietary index. And the Health Food Diversity Index really incorporates what I said before, that it incorporates healthy foods according to broad guidelines, as well as the diversity of the foods.
Right. Okay. Anything to add on that? Nicola, you're happy with that? Okay. Right. Well, we need to wrap up soon, so I'm just trying to find out of this mass of other questions which other ones, other areas we haven't covered. was a question about addressed to me about vitamin D, and say, why am I against vitamin D? And because I've on the blog where the COVID symptom tracker is, I've said there's no evidence that it helps prevent COVID. There's no evidence yet, but we are asking that in the app at the moment. So we should know the answer in a couple of weeks if people go into the app and say whether they're on vitamin D supplements at the time of infection or not. Once you've got millions of people doing it, we can get these results very quickly. So I'm absolutely happy to change my opinion on things when the data points in that direction. So we will probably know in a couple of weeks on that one. Anything else that we see here in this list? Yeah, so a question really, I think, for either Nicola or Sarah about, given the disagreement about experts, how were foods rated as healthy or unhealthy in the Microbiome Association part of the study? So that was, I think you were referring to these healthy plants and unhealthy plants. So can we ever do that now that we've seen what the experts don't agree on?
Can take it maybe. So this is actually a very interesting question that is probably suggesting analysis, which is what our score about the species being associated or not with a good microbiome are with respect to the foods listed by the experts. It would be a very nice analysis to do to check whether the microbiome actually agrees or not with the experts.
Okay, so the microbes will be the final experts then in this. They'll decide.
I'm happy to add to
they are clearly unbiased, for sure.
Sarah.
So I think to answer how we actually came up with the categorization for the healthy and unhealthy plant foods, it's a categorization that was developed by the Harvard group, by Walter Willett and Hughes group, in order to differentiate between these healthy and unhealthy plant-based foods. And it's based on a whole wealth of different epidemiological evidence from the very big perspective cohort studies, such as the Nurses' Health Study. We did ourselves devise the healthy and unhealthy animal-based foods, and that's something that is novel to predict and is an index that we have developed as part of the PREDICT research. And this, again, was based on epidemiological evidence that myself and the rest of the team of nutritionists looked at and evaluated, and then did the categorizations accordingly. And I think that's what's really exciting, that nobody previously has looked at animal foods in terms of the healthy and unhealthy, or processed and unprocessed. And that's what's really exciting with our results that Nicola and I have been looking at, that we have this separation of clusters according to whether they're in the healthy or unhealthy animal foods.
Okay, so we've got a final question when everyone can add their little piece to it. It's how do you see professionals eventually using the PREDICT data to provide recommendations for clients and patients? So Sarah, as you're on, do you want to start with that, and the other guys can add any extra comments? So how are professionals going to use it?
I think we're still a little way to go, and I think that PREDICT, being the first study that's integrating all of these different determinants, is getting us that one step closer to being able to actually come up with tangible advice. And I think, again, it's a case of being aware that it's how we eat and not just what we eat that's important. But as part of the prediction algorithms that we're developing with Zoe, hopefully very soon we will be able to release advice for different categories of people. So for people that are at risk of diabetes, people that are at risk of cardiovascular disease, so that we can at least start to look at people in a stratified way before we take it to that precision personalized nutrition way.
Okay, Jose?
Well, I agree with Sarah, and I will add that one of our goals in the very near future is also to educate the educators. So we need to find a way to communicate this easily to the professionals so they can really apply it correctly. Those are algorithms that will come from studies like PREDICT. So education will be important. And to have these sessions is very important.
Nicola, anything to add? Do you see microbiome coming in the future?
Yes, I mean, I think the big challenge here is to really understand the personalization level. And I think, professionals will be able to arrive to a certain point of personalization, but it is very difficult to understand all sides of this personalization. So I think with big data and big data collected, I think the algorithms will have a great role. There are clearly, issues in letting an algorithm telling you what to eat, trust issues, if you like. But on the other hand, we are letting now cars driving along based on algorithms. So having recommendations from an algorithm on what to eat, it seems in any case safer than the car that actually works. So I think overall that we need to be able to let machine learning help us guiding some of these recommendations. Otherwise, we are not gonna to understand these level of personalization in diets.
Yeah. So in essence, food is so complex. We need this big data approach to sort out what really is best to eat, and we can no longer just rely on experts. I think that's the conclusion I would make. So I'm going to wrap up there. There have been some fantastic questions. Thank you. I haven't managed to get all through them all, but we'd have to stop somewhere. Thank the ASN for helping us put this all together. Fantastic working with you guys. Thanks for the audience for listening. Do read our paper, the first PREDICT-1 paper, which is coming out very soon in Nature Medicine in the next few days. And look forward to talking again with you, maybe in real life soon. Who knows? Thank you very much.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Rebecca Replogle of the Global Health and Nutrition Science team at PepsiCo. We are excited to partner with ASN to sponsor today's satellite symposium titled Plant-Based Foods and a Healthy Microbiome. I'm pleased to welcome our three speakers who will cover a variety of topics focused on how plant-based foods and food components impact the gut microbiome. A Q&A session will follow the presentations. Our first speaker is Dr. Paul Cotter. Paul is Senior Principal Research Officer and Head of the Food Biosciences Department at Teagasc Food Research Centre in Ireland, where he also runs the Teagasc NextGen DNA Sequencing Centre. In addition, Paul is a principal investigator within two Science Foundation Ireland national centres, APC Microbiome and VistaMilk, and is the coordinator of the new EU-funded Microbiome Master Consortium. Paul's research focuses on the microbiology of food, the food chain, and the modulation of the human microbiome by diet. Paul's presentation will be followed by Dr. Kieran Toohey, who is currently head of the Department of Food Quality and Nutrition at Fondazione Edmund Mack in Italy, where his research focuses on diet microbiome interactions in the gut and how they influence host health and disease risk. Kieran is also an associate editor of the European Journal of Nutrition and the Journal of Functional Foods, and is a co-chair of the ILSI Europe Functional Foods Task Force. He has over 100 peer-reviewed articles in the area of gut microbiota and functional foods. Our final presentation will be given by Dr. Thais Cesar. Thais is currently Professor of Nutrition, Faculty of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Sao Paulo State University in Brazil. Her scientific focus is investigating the nutritional and metabolic properties of citrus fruits in clinical studies and animal models, with special interest in the bioactive compounds as protective factors against the development of chronic disease. Thank you again to ASN and our speakers, and for your attendance. We hope you enjoy the presentations.
Okay, good day, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be here to talk to you about some of the research that we do in our group at Teagasc in Ireland. I'm very grateful to Rebecca and Tom and her colleagues at PepsiCo for the invitation to present here today. And so my plan is to tell you a little bit about our views and our research relating to the potential of plant-based fermented foods and fibre to modulate the gut microbiota. So I'm located at Teagasc in Ireland, and I also have an affiliation with APC Microbiome Ireland and a number of different organisations, as you can see there. And I'm looking forward to answering your questions later on in the later session, but also if anybody wants to contact me through email or Twitter thereafter, I'll be happy to answer questions or to discuss things through those means as well. So these are my disclosures. And so given that I'm the first person to speak to you today within this session, I'm conscious that maybe not everybody is aware of the importance of the gut microbiome and how it contributes to health. So I thought I would take some time to provide you with some background. And the first thing that typically presenters do at microbiome conferences is to highlight just how many microbes are in our bodies. And this image reflects that quite nicely in that within the human body, there are approximately 10 trillion cells with a multitude of different genes encoded therein. But when you compare that with the microbiota, there are significantly more, 10 times more microbial cells in our body, and even more, a greater multitude of genes encoded by those microbes as well. And so ultimately, one could argue that we're more microbial than human in our makeup. And those microbial communities exist at multiple different locations within the body. So on the skin surface, in the oral cavity, in vagina, in breast milk. But the largest proportion is found in the gut, both in the small intestine and to an even greater extent in the small intestine. And each of these microbes performs different roles. Some of them are beneficial, some undesirable, some don't do much of anything at all. But by virtue of newer developments, we're able to distinguish between those microbes and their contributions. And those newer developments, or this revolution in microbiome research, which has resulted in it really entering into the public cognizance and public perception in recent years, really relates to a lot of technological advances. And these advances are the same that have profoundly impacted on human genomics and really all fields of biological research as a consequence of the insights that we can gain through DNA sequencing. And microbiology has been particularly impacted positively in this regard, in that in the past we were very much reliant on traditional culture-based approaches that relied on agar plates and broths in order to grow the microbes, in order to characterize them. And that's a particularly good approach if you want to grow one specific microbe that you know how to grow well in the laboratory. But when you're studying a microbial community that contains hundreds or thousands of different species, all of which have different growth requirements and like different temperatures, it wouldn't be possible to grow all of them in the lab. It wouldn't be possible to generate enough agar plates, but also for very many of the microbes, we just don't know how to grow them in the lab yet. And that's particularly true for gut microbes because they live in an anaerobic environment and require lots of specific nutrients like bile and mucus and other materials that are very difficult to replicate in the laboratory. So while only a small percentage of the microbes can be easily cultured in the lab, there aren't any such limitations in terms of studying the DNA from those microbes. As long as we can get a representative sample and extract DNA from those samples, then we can study them through subsequent DNA sequencing approaches by extracting the DNA from that particular environment, which is referred to as metagenomic DNA, from all of that microbial community or microbiome, then sequence it and determine what microbes are there and potentially what they might be doing. So the approaches that are used most frequently in the past involved amplicon sequencing, and for bacteria, people might be particularly familiar with the use of 16S amplicon sequencing, which is useful to tell us the names of the microbes that are present in a particular community, at least down to the genus level. So for lactic acid bacteria, we can say that lactobacilli are present, or that we can also say that there are certain levels of bifidobacterium present. But we can't distinguish very well between things like Lactobacillus salivarius and Lactobacillus plantarum and more subtle differences. So increasingly people, and we in our lab are following the same approach, are using whole metagenome sequencing or shotgun sequencing. And this approach has the beauty of allowing us to get to species level assignments to determine whether Salivarius or Plantarum or Acidophilus is present, but also determine what type of strains are there. We can, in addition to not just looking at bacteria, but looking at fungi and viruses and other microbial communities that are present. And then finally, we can gain an insight into the functional potential of the microbes that are there. So not only what are there, but what they might be capable of doing. So in other words, how many genes within my gut are associated with the production of toxins or antibiotic resistance genes? And if we consume a particular food, can we diminish or deplete those genes and increase other genes, such as desirable ones associated with short-chain fatty acid production, or colonization, or immune modulation, or things like that. And through these and other approaches, we're now getting a much better sense as to the impact of the gut microbiome in health. And it's not feasible to summarize all of the different developments and studies that have been carried out in this area over the last decade or so. But I'll summarize it in this slide to say that we now know that the microbiota and the gut microbiome in particular contributes to things like vitamin synthesis and digestion and immune stimulation and lots of other different things, including impacting on the gut-brain axis. Our microbiome changes over life. It is particularly variable early in life after we're born and is influenced depending on whether we are born through vaginal delivery or through C-section, whether we're breastfed or formula fed, if we're exposed to antibiotics early in life. And it continues to fluctuate before settling down around the time of weaning and then develops a more adult-like microbiome over time. It can still be changed, probably more subtly, but changed nonetheless as a consequence of different factors, such as, again, exposure to antibiotics, diet and nutrition, which we'll be coming back to, the level of hygiene, whether we have pets in our house, whether we live in a farm or in the city, whether we exercise a lot, whether we're exposed to stress and other medications, and also as time goes on and we enter into the later stages of our life, it's noted that the microbiome becomes less resilient and less diverse, and so we need to take particular care of it at that stage of our life as well. And within our organisation in Cork, in APC Microbiome Ireland, and within Teagasc, we're particularly focused on trying to mine microbes in our gut and use the microbes and their products to promote health and treat disease in a number of different ways. But the corollary is also true in that we think that we can promote health through beneficial changes of the composition and the function of the gut microbiota. And we're particularly committed to and interested in the use of fiber and fermented foods in this regard. And that's really what I'm going to focus on for the remainder of today's talk. Now, the reason for focusing on these particular foods is that there's an increasing hypothesis and perception among researchers that as time has gone on as a consequence of industrialization and the adaptation or adoption of a westernized lifestyle, that our microbiota has become less enriched or less desirable over generations, and that certain microbes are in essence becoming extinct and not being passed on from one generation to the next. And there's a number of different factors that contribute to this. It reflects the movement of human lifestyles away from a foraging lifestyle and towards agriculture, and more recently towards an industrial scenario. And as a consequence, the diminishment or depletion of specific taxa or type of microbes and the increase in others that are undesirable. And modern lifestyles contribute to that as well as a consequence of particular diets, the overuse of antibiotics, formula feeding, and particularly in regards to today's talk, the decreased consumption of fiber and of fermented foods in a westernized lifestyle. But I think all is not lost in that the corollary is also true. We think that through interventions, including dietary interventions, and more specifically the consumption of these foods to a greater extent going forward, that we can begin to roll back and try to address some of these undesirable changes. So I'll talk about fiber initially. I'm conscious that the subsequent speakers are going to talk about this topic in much greater depth, so I won't linger too long on this topic, but just to say that it's realized that the impact of a prudent diet, things like a Mediterranean type diet and other specific diets relative to a Western diet, can have a profound effect on our health and on our gut microbiota. So prudent diets can help to maintain a healthy gut microbiota. It increases the diversity and the resilience of the gut microbiota in a positive way, and contributes to particular functions such as, for example, the production of short-chain fatty acids, or SCFAs. And these and other metabolites can contribute to the enhanced production of mucus, which is a desirable phenomenon, the appropriate production of antimicrobial peptides in the gut, the correct production of tight junction proteins, which ensure the absence of excessive gut permeability or gut leakiness, and also to ensure reduced oxygen levels, which is desirable or the correct scenario in a gut, in a large intestinal situation. There are also impacts from dietary fibers with regards to binding toxic bile acids, to releasing desirable minerals and phenolic compounds from fibers that are then absorbed within the distal gut. And while fibers and similar compounds are regarded as being prebiotic and contribute to the enhanced growth or the selection for desirable microbes such as Bifidobacterium and Lactobacillus, through newer advances, we also now increasingly appreciate the role of other microbes, our next generation probiotics, such as particular strains of Faecalibacterium, of Eubacterium, Roseburia, Akkermansia, and others. And this can be directly through the fibers, impact on those microbial communities, or indirect consequences of impacting on the growth of other microbes, which then provide compounds which are released and are then utilized by these other different microbes to enhance their growth and to produce appropriate metabolites. Moving on to fermented foods, which is an area that I'm particularly passionate about, and we research to a large extent in our research group. So these are foods that have been produced for millennia across almost every society across the planet, but had been consumed to a much lesser extent in recent decades among the Western diet and Western civilization. But they had continued to be consumed in Eastern Europe and parts of Asia to a large extent. And in Western society, they're gaining renewed popularity as a consequence of the increased perception of them as being health promoting and as potential means of addressing missing microbes, or microbes, as I mentioned earlier, that may no longer be present at sufficiently high levels in our gut. Indeed, some scientists and in some countries, there's a push to suggest that maybe fermented foods should be regarded as a completely new food group and be part of nutritional requirements in terms of recommended daily allowances and so on. This whole area has attracted a lot of attention from the media as well, and different bloggers and social influencers. And there's a perception now that these sort of foods are making a comeback as a consequence, as I say, of the perception of them being natural and healthy. And indeed, this market is expected to grow substantially over the next number of years. So while I'm a great advocate of the consumption of fermented foods, though, I'm conscious that there is a fear that the praise of fermented foods might go too far. And so among some bloggers and others, there's a suggestion that all fermented foods are equally good for you and that they can cure every ailment that one might potentially suffer. And that's not correct. There are some foods for which we have a lot of information about, and others about which we know an awful lot less. And so as a scientist, and I know other scientists feel the same way, that it's important to be able to differentiate between the fact versus the fiction for the benefit of consumers. So the sort of questions we ask ourselves is, what is the real value of fermented foods, and what do we mean when we talk about a health-promoting fermented food? It is important to be aware of what the evidence is that that particular foods are health-promoting, and what the microbes that are present within them and what metabolites they produce that might be contributing to this whole phenomenon. And ultimately, what we want to do is to take the best attributes that are associated with artisanally produced fermented foods and to transfer those into foods that can be mass-produced while still retaining the essential essence of those foods, having the right microbes, the right flavor, having the correct health-promoting attributes of them, but in a way that makes them more accessible to everybody in society. So when I speak about health benefits of fermented foods, I can point you to this review that I contributed to that was led by Maria Marco and ISAP a number of years back. And in it, we highlight that different types of fermented foods have been associated with health benefits relating to controlling type 2 diabetes and coronary heart disease and all of those other things that are listed therein. And in that, we also drew attention to people that the microbes that you find in fermented foods, including lactic acid bacteria and others, are actually quite closely related to some strains that are marketed as probiotics as well. And so it's not too difficult to imagine how these might be contributing to health in a variety of different ways. And so I will direct you to some various different links that are produced by ISAP and others that tell you a little bit more about how these microbes might be contributing to your health. There are lots of different fermented foods, both beverages and solid foods. Some cereal and plant-based fermented beverages would, for example, include cereals that are foods that are generated from cereals such as Boza and Kvass and a number of different others, some of which you'll be very familiar with, and others that are less common. And a number, indeed, of the cereal-based fermented foods are produced in Africa. As a consequence of our enthusiasm and our belief that we are really only just using a small percentage of the fermented foods that are available to us, we're engaging in a global fermented food initiative so that we can study these foods on a much larger level. And so we've already carried out some analysis in this regard and are planning to extend that going forward. These are some of the foods that we've studied already. You can see it's more clearly in this list here. So all sorts of unusual sauerkrauts and chilies and kefirs and things like that. And we've studied them through microbiome sequencing, through the shotgun type sequencing that I referred to previously. And when we do that, we can look at the microbial communities in different ways. And this NMDS plot is one such way. And what we're doing here is representing an entire microbial community within a single data point. So this is thousands and millions of DNA sequence reads condensed into a single point for one particular food. And if you see two dots that are located closely together, it means that those two foods have a more similar microbiome. If a dot is located far away, then the microbiome is quite different. And so you can see clustering patterns here whereby the dairy foods are more similar to one another than the brine-based foods. So a brine-based food might be a kimchi or a sauerkraut, or a sugar-based food then would typically be different, and that would include water, kefir, and kombucha, and others. And then you see some foods that don't fall into any one obvious category, things like soya-based foods, which are a different category again, coconut kefir, which is a bit of a hybrid food in that it's made with a milk kefir grain coupled with a coconut milk, and so it kind of falls between two stools. And what I didn't say earlier is that in addition to this sort of data, when we use shotgun data, we can also do things like assemble genomes from that vast amount of metagenomic data. And through this approach, we can see what genomes are present, including what sort of potentially novel genomes we're finding within fermented foods that people weren't aware of previously. So completely new species. And so we've found a number of those from fermented foods that are quite intriguing. And we're studying those in greater depth to see what they might be doing or what metabolites they may be capable of producing. From this data, we can also do things like look for gene clusters that may be contributing to health or health-associated gene clusters. And we define those by as gene clusters that may be contributing to colonization by the microbes present therein, that may be contributing to their survival in the gut, so allowing those microbes to survive low pH, or that might contribute modulation pathways associated with immune modulation or gut-brain signaling or other such things. And so by studying this sort of data, it became apparent that the microbiomes from fermented foods contain considerably more of these gene clusters than do microbiomes from non-fermented foods. And so say, for example, things like skim milk powders will have lots of microbes in them. They're not fermented, but so things like spore formers and so on will be present, but they have considerably less of these gene clusters than fermented foods do. And so we found that the largest number of these gene clusters were found in brine and sugar-based foods, so those that are plant-based. And so this is a complex image here, so I'll talk you through it, but maybe it would be easiest if I simplify it and just focus on the type of fermented food along the top of the screen. And so you can see in white the various different non-fermented foods. The blue color represents those that are brine, the kind of yellow creamy color refers to those that are sugar-based foods, and the dairy-based foods are kind of a brown-green color. And so you will see that as you go from left to right, you see an increasing number of these gene clusters, and these are particularly enriched in those microbiomes that are associated with brine and sugar-based foods. So that study is undergoing review at the moment, but one that is available for you to read and was just published earlier this week was one that was generated through a collaboration led by Eduardo Pasoli and Danilo Ercolini at University of Naples. And so we contributed this by forwarding and using our fermented food microbiome data and coupling that with existing human gut microbiome data to see to what extent the microbial communities in those foods and in the gut overlap. And we specifically focused on lactic acid bacteria, So these things like lactobacillus and streptococcus and lactococcus that are found in fermented foods, to determine to what extent the microbes that we find in our gut, or the versions of those lactic acid bacteria that we find in the gut, are similar to those in fermented foods, as I said. So there's a lot of information to condense, so I'd encourage you to read a paper, but most specifically what one can do is to look at particular types of microbes to see to what extent you find them in those different microbiomes and to what extent they're similar. And ultimately, to get to the nub of the study, what we did find is that a number of different lactobacilli and other lactic acid bacteria are found in both environments, and that in a number of instances, those which are found in the gut are very similar to those found in fermented foods, thereby highlighting fermented foods as the most likely original source of those foods, and therefore they're having a direct impact on the gut microbiome. Now, the extent to which the fermented foods impact differs. So, for example, certain lactic acid bacteria, such as Lactobacillus delbrueckii, are not so prevalent in the gut, but will be found in food samples. So, if you look at the image on the left of the screen, as you look at it, the food isolates are presented in the form of a blue or a light blue, depending on whether it represents a genome that's assembled from an isolate or a MAG. But in some instances, those are found in the same part of the dendrogram tree as isolates that are found from humans. So while you see some overlap for delbrueckii, you don't see it so much for rhamnosus, in that you see lots of orange, but not so many food isolates for rhamnosus. But then if you look at other things like Lactobacillus casei and Paracasei, you see lots of clustering between the human and the food samples that fall into two very major clusters. And then for Helveticus, you see a number of other different phenomena, lots of different clusters that were assembled from MAGs within foods, but also some other individual isolates that are somewhat similar to isolates that originated from humans. And there's lots of other data relating to whichever lactic acid bacteria is your favorite one. But regardless of that, as I said, the net outcome is a realization and a greater appreciation of just how profoundly the bacteria that you find in foods can persist and be found in human fecal samples thereafter. So I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to conclude by summarizing what I think are the main points, and to say that I hope I've highlighted the importance of the gut microbiota in human health, to say that fiber and fermented foods have been proposed as modulators that can enhance gut microbiota composition and function, and that we and others have contributed to information that we think supports this proposal to an even greater extent than ever more. But I think there is also a need to extend that further, to carry out broader investigations of fermented food microbiomes and how they impact on the gut microbiota and health in the future. So I then conclude by thanking the various different funding agencies and organizations that contributed to this, in particular those who were involved in the studies highlighted and referred to today, and to thank all of you for your attention. Thanks very much.
Hi, my name's Kieran Tui. I work in Fondazione Edvard Munch in Trento, in the northeast of Italy, in the Dolomites. And I'm going to speak to you today about phytonutrient microbiome interactions and how they might impact on human health. And the main focus of my talk is really to discuss how the microbiome, the gut microbiota, interacts with polyphenols or phytonutrients to possibly provide a mechanism by which these chemical compounds can be transformed into biologically active compounds, which then mediate some of the health effects of foods that we know are beneficial for human health, especially the whole plant foods, fruits and vegetables, etc. So before I start, I'd like to just mention some of my disclosures, conflict of interest, previous projects from industry or from other funding bodies. This is over the last 12 months. So we got various Italian ones, the US High Bush Blueberry Council, PepsiCo and Coca-Cola, so there's no bias there whatsoever. I employed by Fondazione Edmund Mack in Italy, and I advise the Western Family Microbiome Initiative in Canada and ILSI Europe, which is a non-for-profit organization which fosters communication between academia and the food industry and wider stakeholders and the wider population. So these are my similar activities over 5 years. My research really focuses on dietary fibers, whole plant foods, whole grains, FODMAPs, dairy products, probiotics, and how these things interact with the intestinal microbiome, be that in animals like ruminants, farmed fish, or the human system. So for the purposes of this talk, PepsiCo very kindly sponsored this symposium and provided me with an honorarium. But the opinions, obviously, in this presentation are my own, and they're not do not reflect any policy or position of PepsiCo. Okay, so this session really focuses on how foods interact with the microbiome, and I won't say too much about the microbiome. I'm sure Paul has, in his earlier talk, discussed this in much more detail. The gut microbiome is the collection of microorganisms that inhabit our intestinal tract. And they're a highly diverse community of bacteria, fungi, and viruses. And they change both in time and space along the intestinal tract. In space, from the lumen, the center of the digesta, to the gut wall, from the stomach to the distal colon. All these regions harbor unique collections of microorganisms, and also changes in time from infancy to adulthood and into old age are all associated with different collections of microorganisms, and also health and disease that can impact on the composition of the gut microbiota, and possibly the microbiota can impact on these chronic disease states and probably infectious disease or resistance to infectious diseases as well. So without any further ado, how have we evolved with this microbiome? Well, if you consider how humans have evolved as a species and the foods, the nutrients that they were exposed to or subsisted on throughout our evolution, you can see for the vast majority of human evolution, we've subsisted as hunter-gatherers or early agriculturalists, collecting plants and animals from the natural environment, a highly diverse diet. And this lifestyle persisted up until the birth of agriculture, about 10,000 years, which is right on the very edge of this diagram. And then into the agricultural revolution about 200 years ago in the 18th, 19th centuries. But probably the biggest impact on our diet is in the last 90 years with the Green Revolution, the invention of the Haber-Bosch process for producing fertilizers, and the mass production of a few food crops which dominate our diet. And so our diet has become much less diverse. It's become much less diverse in dietary fibers and in polyphenols. And that's important in terms of gut microbiome because fiber and polyphenols escape digestion in the stomach and small intestine and provide both the energy, carbon source, nitrogen, and also pressure shaping the composition of the gut microbiome. So by taking fiber and polyphenols out of our diet, we have also taken out the foods that help support our closely co-evolved gut microbiome. And so it's not really that surprising that the microbiome is considered an organ in its own right. It touches on the function of other organisms all around the body, and so also impacts on our susceptibility to disease, to chronic disease, and also helps us maintain our health. So I'm just putting up this slide, the double pyramid we have in Italy just to describe a healthy diet, but also the impact of diet on the environment. This was produced by the FAO in Italy together with Barilla. And it really summarizes all the fantastic information from studies like the Nurses' Health Study or the 7-country study, these large epidemiological studies, mainly in the US, but also in Europe, for example, the EPIC study, the PREDIMED study, that have looked at associations between what people eat and the risk of different disease states. And in summary, shown here, is that diets rich in whole plant foods and complex sources of carbohydrates and polyphenols are associated with health, whereas diets high in animal products and in meat, in processed meat, and especially in sugar, and low in these complex fibers and polyphenols that are associated with plant foods, have the opposite effect. They're associated with increased risk of chronic disease, increased risk of obesity, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, and cancers, for example. From my point of view, this is very closely linked to the microbiota, because these foods, rich in fiber and polyphenols, are basically the food for a good microbiome. And by taking them out of our modern diet, we've starved our microbiome, caused dysbiosis, and so its interaction with the other organs in the body is beginning to break down and contribute to the risk of chronic disease. So today I'm just talking about phytonutrients or polyphenols. I'll leave the fiber for other speakers. But considering the polyphenols, these are the things that provide the color and many of the flavors in fruit and vegetables. They're complex aromatic compounds with very complicated chemistry, and the vast majority of these compounds, up to 90 or 95%, escape digestion in the stomach and small intestine and reach the colon. And it's only when they come in contact with the intestinal microbiota that they're broken down into smaller phenolic acids, so these small aromatic compounds. And this changes both their biological availability, they're now available to be absorbed from the intestine, and their biological activity. Many of these things are naturally antioxidant. Transforming them into smaller compounds can change that antioxidant capacity, but many of them also act as cell signaling molecules in different cells around the body. And they've been implicated in some of the health effects that are observed with diets associated with high intake of fruit and vegetables. Of course, these complex compounds, the paired compounds in the plant, reach much higher concentrations in the intestine, up to millimolar concentrations. And within the intestine, they can also interact with the microbiota, shape the composition. Some organisms are sensitive to these compounds, are inhibited, and others seem to be promoted by these complex polyphenols. They also impact on short-chain fatty acid production from carbohydrate fermentation, and can possibly bind enzymes and bile acids within the intestine and change their functionality. And I'll talk a little bit at the end about how interactions between polyphenols and bile acids can possibly impact on disease risk around the body in different extraintestinal sites, and give you an example of some ongoing work. So looking at some previous studies, this is a study called the Flavors Dietary Intervention, conducted at the University of Reading in the UK, and we collaborated with Julie Lovegrove and Anne-Marie Minhan, who ran the study. They wanted to see how different types of fruits and vegetables impacted on the risk of cardiovascular disease in people already at risk of cardiovascular disease. So these were people who were either smokers or had pre-diabetes or obesity, or had some factors of the metabolic syndrome, and they intervened with different quantities of fruit and vegetables, increasing by 2, 4, or 6 portions of fruit and vegetables, either high flavonoid, the red fruit and vegetables, or non or low flavonoid fruit and vegetables, here showing in green, and compared this to a control group who basically ate the typical diet in the southeast of the United Kingdom. The intervention was for 8 weeks, and they had 80 people per group, and they measured various cardiovascular risk factors, and the gut microbiota, where we saw some small, modest changes that I won't speak about today, but we also saw some significant changes in polyphenol metabolism, and I'll concentrate on that. So looking at the intake of polyphenols, on the left-hand side here, you have calculations of total flavonoids from the food diaries, And on the right-hand side, you have the urinary concentration. So these are measurements in 24-hour urine samples. And you can see that the trial succeeded in changing the concentration of flavonoids being ingested and biomarkers being measured in urine for flavonoids, for vitamin C. So flavonoid, the high flavonoid group increased, the low flavonoid group didn't show any increase or very little increase in flavonoids, as you might expect, and the same as the control group in blue. For vitamin C, both fruit and veg groups in red and green increased in the food diaries and in plasma concentrations of vitamin C. For the carotenoids, dietary carotene increased in the food diaries, but also in the plasma in both high and low flavonoid groups, and dietary fiber, here measured as non-starch polysaccharides, increased in both the fruit and veg groups from over the 18 weeks, from 2 to 4 to 8 portions of fruit and vegetables. In terms of the cardiovascular disease markers that they measured, they saw a significant reduction in arterial stiffness, measured by pulse wave analysis for both the high flavonoid and high and low flavonoid fruit and vegetables. Now, arterial stiffness is important because it's not a biomarker, it's an actual marker of disease, in this case of arteriosclerosis, and to see a change in that parameter has a direct impact on disease severity. They also saw an improvement in biomarkers of endothelial function, nitrate plasma concentrations, and also an increase in antioxidants in the plasma. In our foundation, we looked at 24-hour urines, and we're looking for biomarkers of intake of the different types of fruit and vegetables. And here you see the red fruit and vegetables, the green fruit and vegetables are the control diet. And I don't expect you to look at all the small text, but just to appreciate that using an untargeted metabolomics approach in 24-hour urines, we were able to find biomarkers which predicted the intake of either the high flavonoid or the low flavonoid fruit and vegetables. And many of these compounds are in fact microbial metabolites of the polyphenols, which suggested that the medium through which the fruit and vegetables impacted on health was the gut microbiota and their ability to produce these small compounds. So just looking at one or two of these in more detail, here you see a biomarker of brassica, ibrine N-acetylcysteine in 24-hour urine. And the interesting thing was when we compared this to the diet diaries, you could see how people could change their intake of the different fruit and vegetables within the same group. So these are still the high flavonoid people. And in this case, they reached a maximum of brassica intake after 12 weeks. Basically, they couldn't add any more brassica to their diet and then started taking other high flavonoid fruit and vegetables for the final stage. But you can see this reflected very nicely in the urine biomarker of brassica intake, and something very similar with proline betaine, which is a biomarker of citrus fruit intake. And you can see it matches very nicely with the diet diaries for orange and grapefruit intake over the 18-week period. So this untargeted metabolomics approach is very useful for finding biomarkers of intake, but also for finding microbial metabolites. And here we have some examples of the low flavonoid polyphenol derivatives. Some of them, like chypirate, are typical microbial end products of polyphenol metabolism, and they're coming up as biomarkers of intake for fruit and vegetables. We were able also with this approach to identify new intermediates in well-known pathways. So the pathway for benzoic acid to hypirate is probably one of the best studied polyphenol microbial pathways, bioconversion pathways. And using the untargeted metabolomics within our metabolomics platform run by Fulvia Mattivi and Marinka Julashevska, we're able to find new intermediates in this pathway. These are all microbial metabolites. And so it gives a hint that the way fruit and vegetables might work, or at least the flavonoids or the polyphenols present in fruit and vegetables, seem to require the microbiota to at least produce some of these small phenolic acids that are then absorbed into the circulation to mediate their beneficial effect at different body sites. So in the previous study, we looked at 24-hour urine samples, but that doesn't really tell the whole story of how polyphenols are metabolized upon ingestion, and especially how they interact with the microbiota. We conducted other studies. This is work by Fulvio Mattibi, my colleague at Fondazione MAC and his metabolomics team, and colleagues in INRAN in Rome. And they looked at how postprandial measurements of polyphenols in blood and urine could reflect better how polyphenols are metabolized over time, first over 5 hours and then over 24 hours, and how they might be correlated with specific bacteria in the intestine. So in this study, 12 healthy individuals, after a 3-day run-in on a white diet, were given a high polyphenol apple juice, where they added an extra 750 milligrams of apple polyphenols to the enriched apple juice, or compared it to a traditional apple juice, and looked at how metabolites changed in blood and urine over first 5 hours and then 24 hours. And again, I don't expect you to look at all the fine detail of these graphs, but maybe just concentrate on the trajectories. So for some compounds like fluorothin, which is a dihydrochalcone, and we know blocks glucose absorption from the intestine, we also know that it's absorbed very rapidly. And you can see that about an hour after ingestion of the apple juice, you see a peak in plasma and it slowly decreases. So this is typical of metabolites that are absorbed in the stomach or the small intestine. And you can see a slower buildup in urine over the first 5 hours after ingestion. Now, this is in stark contrast to other compounds like hippuric acid or the valerolactones, which over the first 5 hours in blood build up really slowly. In fact, they don't even reach their maximum production after 5 hours, and that's because these are microbial metabolites, and you wouldn't expect to see their maximum concentrations in blood until about 7, 8, or even 10 hours after ingestion. And so once they reach their maximum, they then will slowly fall off and decrease in plasma as they're taking out of the blood through upon circulation in the body and filtered into urine. On the contrary, you can see their build-up in urine over 24 hours. And this is important in trying to figure out how best to measure polyphenols in dietary interventions. Many chronic studies use fasting blood samples to measure their primary objective, for example, cholesterol, and I'll give an example later on. But then using that sample to try and say something about polyphenols is difficult because most of the microbial metabolites after 5 hours will be washed out of the blood. And so you'll get only a small residual present to correlate with your cholesterol changes, for example. And so if we want to try and link polyphenol metabolism and especially microbial metabolism of polyphenols with health parameters, for example, cholesterol or blood pressure or vascular function, we have to think of new ways of studying, designing our dietary interventions. And at the end of the talk, I'll give you an example of how we're approaching this. So as well as taking these measurements in plasma of the polyphenols and urine, we also took a subset, these metabolites with the slow metabolism that appeared slowly after 5 hours, so typical microbial metabolites, and we correlated them with 16S profiles of bacteria in the fecal samples from these individuals. And you could see some very nice and significant correlations between different metabolic pathways for bioconversion of the polyphenols and specific bacteria within the fecal microbiome. So the patterns were very nice to see because we could see related metabolites and similar pathways being associated with different bacteria, which is what you might expect, with certain organisms playing particular roles in the metabolism of these polyphenols. On the other hand, when we looked at plasma metabolites and correlated them with fecal microbiota, we found some surprises. We did see some of the same things we saw with urine, but we also found that very distantly related organisms, like the bifidobacteria, which are actinobacteria, and Allostypsis, which are Bacteroidetes, show nearly identical associations with different polyphenol concentrations in the plasma. And this is quite surprising because it implies that bacteria that are extremely phylogenetically diverse, these two genera are as phylogenetically different as insects are from mammals, if you put it that way. So they're very distantly related, but they seem to be carrying out exactly the same metabolic associations with this polyphenol metabolism. And this has implications for the way we do microbiology, because we can't really rely on the name of an organism to tell us what it's doing. And we have to still perform studies linking the name of the organism with their metabolic output. And of course, this is going much way back to traditional microbiology and the way we used to do microbiology before the advent of molecular methods. And it does have some sense, and hopefully it'll allow us to bridge the gap between what we know about the microbiome in terms of composition with what we know about foods in terms of their health associations, and provide some of the missing links between individual metabolic functions within bacteria and the metabolites they produce and their ability to impact on human physiology. So talking about longer-term dietary interventions, chronic interventions, this is another study where we, together with the University of Reading, intervenes with people with high cholesterol levels with 2 apples a day for 8 weeks. These were high polyphenol apples, and we're looking to see could the apple intake reduce cholesterol in these hypercholesteremic patients, but also impact on their polyphenol metabolism and gut microbiota. We saw modest, small changes in microbiota, especially a reduction in proteobacteria, which are seen as harmful organisms, but we saw significant changes in some of the physiological parameters. We saw a significant reduction in total cholesterol, LDL cholesterol, triglycerides, and some of the adhesion factors associated with arteriosclerosis, with ICAM being significant and VCAM significant in females. We saw some small changes in bile acid metabolism, which hinted at a microbial interaction, and we saw some small changes in blood parameters, blood pressure parameters, and vascular function. But we also saw what we thought might be some evidence of a sex effect, especially with the bile acid metabolism being different between men and women. And our mathematical modeling, where we correlated or looked at the relationship between individual bile acids and cholesterol levels, showed that certain bile acids, for example, lithocholic acid, could successfully predict change in cholesterol, and especially associated with aging in the women. And also glycoursodeoxycholic acid could predict the change in cholesterol over the whole population, but also especially in women. And this is important because these different metabolites, lithocholic acid and glycoursodeoxycholic acid, are secondary bile acids and tertiary bile acids produced by the gut microbiota. So it looks like, at least with this data, that the apples are changing cholesterol levels through their interaction with the microbiome metabolism of bile acids. We also looked at other phytonutrients in this study. We looked at polyphenols, but also at tyrosine and tryptophan metabolites. And we could see that microbial metabolism of tryptophan changed after apple intake, with an increase in indole-3 acetic acid and indole chelol, as well as increased tryptophan availability in urine. And similarly with tyrosine and derivatives, microbial derivatives of tyrosine being increased after the apple intake. We then correlated these changes in small phenolic acids, either tryptophan, tyrosine, or polyphenol metabolites with the gut microbiota, because we could see significant correlations, associations, and anti-associations with different bacteria. So these studies have been recently published in American Journal of Clinical Nutrition and European Journal of Nutrition. So the last couple of slides, I'd like to talk about more direct interactions between polyphenols within the intestine and microbial activities. So as I mentioned earlier, polyphenols within the intestine can reach quite high levels, up to millimolar concentrations, whereas in the blood, typically we're talking about micromolar concentrations. So that's a significant increase in their ability to interact with the physiology of the intestine within the gut. And one of the interactions we're particularly interested in is in how polyphenols can interact with bile acid metabolism. Now, bile acids are released into the intestine from the gallbladder in response to a fatty meal. Primary bile acids are produced in the liver, cholic acid and chenodeoxycholic acid. They're then converted into secondary bile acids and deconjugated forms or unconjugated forms by the microbiota. And the interesting thing about these secondary and tertiary bile acids and conjugated and unconjugated forms is that they all have different cell signaling potential and against quite important receptors such as FXR, the vitamin D receptor, TGR5, which regulates many things related to metabolic disease, including incretin production, insulin secretion, inflammation, energy metabolism in adipocytes. So many of these physiological parameters related to obesity, to type 2 diabetes, to thermogenesis appear to be regulated by bile acids. And bile acids differ in terms of secondary and tertiary structures in their ability to activate or inactivate these receptors and, in a sense, turn off or on the way we store energy in our bodies. And we're looking at this in a new study in a European Union project called the Kabbalah Diet and Health, with partners in the University of Reading, Ben Gurion University of the Negev in Israel, University College Cork, University of Insubria and Varese in Italy, and ourselves in Fondazione MAC. We're looking at cohort studies, a mechanistic study in the University of Reading, which I'll describe in a minute. University College Cork, who are doing the cell signaling. Susan Joyce and Cormac Gahan are looking at how different bile acid and bile acid mixtures that we identify in the bloods of these cohort studies and the other partners can regulate things like thermogenesis or inflammation in human cells. And in Ben Gurion University of the Negev, Irish Shai is conducting a large dietary intervention with a high polyphenol intake called the Direct Plus. And these papers are coming out probably in the next 6 to 12 months. And we're looking at bile acids and gut microbiota for these studies. But looking at the mechanistic study we're doing in Reading, it brings in some of the points I've been making in my talk. We're looking at 3 different types of foods known to impact on cholesterol metabolism, but also to impact on gut microbiota. We're looking at oats, the apples that I just mentioned, produced in Trentino, that we showed could lower cholesterol, a probiotic, Lactobacillus rhamnosus, that has been shown to lower total cholesterol in 2 large dietary interventions, and then a control group given a non or a low polyphenol breakfast cereal. And each group are also given capsules to act as a placebo for the probiotic arm of the study. After a 2-week run-in, healthy volunteers will then give a blood sample, and we'll do a postprandial challenge test with a high fatty meal to see how the microbiome responds to this high fat. We measure bile acids and polyphenols in bloods over 360 minutes, urine over 24 hours, and then we'll start intervening with these foods for 8 weeks, hoping to change lipid metabolism, but also to change the gut microbiota in terms of composition. We'll then repeat the dietary postprandial challenge with a high-fat meal to see how or what happens when we change the microbiota. How does this impact on bile acid metabolism in the postprandial state? And we hope this will give us a better clue how these whole plant foods or probiotic microorganisms can mediate some of the health effects associated with cholesterol lowering by modulating bile acid, microbial bile acid metabolism. Okay, so finally, I'd like to thank the sponsors, PepsiCo, for organizing this session and inviting me, my collaborators, especially Marinka Julashevska, that did a lot of the metabolomics work, Fulvio Mattivi, that ran our metabolomics platform, Urshka Forsek, who now runs our metabolomics platform, and my own group in Fondazione MAC, our biostatisticians, especially Samantha Ricadano, who did a lot of work on the apple dietary intervention, and the partners in Kabbalah Diet and Health, Julie Lovegrove in the University of Reading, Francesco Gianfagna in the University of Insubria, Susan Joyce in University College Cork in Ireland, Irish Shai in Ben Gurion University in Israel, and thank you all very much for listening.
Hello everyone, I'm Thais Cesar McGovern, and today my talk is about interaction between the consumption of citrus fruits and gut microbiota. I will share data from human clinical trials we conduct in our Laboratory of Nutrition in collaboration with Professor Katia Sivieri, one expert in gut microbiota. Recent evidences have indicated that citrus fruits, as oranges, tangerines, grapefruits, lemons, and limes, contain phenolic compounds that can modulate the composition and activity of the gut microbiota. They inhibit pathogenic bacteria and stimulate the growth of beneficial bacteria, contributing to intestinal homeostasis and gastrointestinal health. The consumption of orange juice or citrus flavonoids has been implicated in anti-inflammatory, antioxidant effects in both animals and humans, and with improvement of glucose and lipid metabolism. I have been a professor of nutrition at São Paulo State University, UNESP, in Brazil, and for many years I have been studying the nutritional aspects of orange juice and citrus flavonoids. During this time, I have collaborated with research from USDA Citrus Laboratory in Florida and participate as member of scientific experts panel from the European Fruit Juice Association. I also have been collaborating with a company that produces bioflavonoids from citrus called Ingredients by Nature in California. In addition, I still collaborate with Citrus BR, a Brazilian foundation, helping them to disseminate scientific facts about orange juice. Finally, I'm showing a picture of my students, one outstanding group of nutritionists and pharmacists whose results I will present today. Regarding this presentation, I would like to declare that I'm receiving honorarium from PepsiCo. Nutrients, such as carbohydrates, proteins, and fats, and right amounts, are important to maintain the normal physiology and good health. However, they must be bioavailable to exert their actions, such as promotion of growth, development, and body functions. In addition, there are not digestible food components like dietary fiber, phytochemicals, resistant starch, and others that comes with the food, which are the main source of energy for the gut microbiota. Therefore, all food components available in the intestinal column modulate the composition and function of the microbiota. On the other hand, gut microbiota influence the absorption and metabolism of nutrients by producing metabolites that affect intestinal functions and organs of the host. Finally, the interaction between nutrients and gut microbiota has a deep effect on physiology and health of the human host and may affect the risk to develop chronic diseases. Not only nutrients influence the microbiota, but also dietary patterning strongly influence the composition and metabolism of the intestinal microbiota. For instance, in vegetarian or vegan diets, there is high amounts of dietary fibers, resistant starch, and phytochemicals, which increases the abundance of fermented bacteria, which produce short-chain fatty acids. These beneficial compounds are mainly used as primary energy source for the gut microbiota, helping them to maintain the integrity of the colon barrier and perform other basic functions, as stimulate the host immune system. Another beneficial diet style is the Mediterranean diet, which has been associated in epidemiological studies with reduction of all-cause mortality and lower risk for chronic diseases. This dietary pattern includes a variety of fruits, vegetables, legumes, unsaturated fats that also stimulate the production of short-chain fatty acids, reduce the duration of Firmicutes bacteroidetes, stimulate the production of lactobacillus. On the other hand, Western diets has been associated with abundance of bile acid-tolerant microbes. This type of diet contains high amounts of animal fat, what stimulates the abundance of microorganisms producers of bile acids. In addition, Western diets contain expressive amounts of ultra-processed foods, which are linked to inflammation, dysbiosis, and microbiota infringement, as well obesity and metabolic diseases. Ultra-processed foods decrease the microbiota diversity and lead to permanent loss of microbiome functions, which has epigenetic influence on next generation. A more modern approach of nutritional intervention to modulate gut microbiota are the microbiota target diets, which use probiotic microorganisms, prebiotic fibers, or symbiotic combinations to modulate its intestinal microbiota. However, few studies have evaluated the impact of fruits or fruit juice on the modulation of the intestinal microbiota. Citrus fruits and juices are rich sources of flavonoids that are mainly degraded by intestinal bacteria, producing short-chain fatty acids. Consumption of citrus as orange juice or supplements of citrus flavonoids has been associated with lower risk of degenerative diseases, such as coronary artery disease and diabetes. Largely because of the content of the bioactive compounds, such as ascorbic acid, carotenoids, and flavonoids, which contribute to vascular health and reduce atherosclerosis. This protective effect is related to the antioxidative and anti-inflammatory properties of these compounds. The importance of orange juice consumption has long been established in human history, first as a source of vitamin C to combat scurvy, but also as a good source of sugar, pectin, flavonoids, and more recently, the polymethoxyflavones, such as tangeritin, nobiletin, and heptamethoxyflavone. It is important to highlight that gut microbiota transform phenolic compounds in bioactive compounds, which contribute to intestinal homeostasis, stimulates the growth of beneficial bacteria, such as lactobacillus and bifidobacterium, and inhibit pathogenic bacteria. In this way, citrus flavonoids has a prebiotic effect. This is one of the first studies to explore the influence of orange juice on the gut microbiota using a simulator of human intestine. The goal of this research was to compare the effects of fresh orange juice and commercially processed pasteurized orange juice on gut microbiota. It was using the simulator of a human intestinal microbial ecosystem in a long-term experiment. It was measured the antioxidant activity, the production of chain fatty acids, and the production of ammonia in all parts of the gut. Here is a picture of the simulator of the human intestinal microbial ecosystem in which pH, retention time, and temperature are controlled. The chyme, as they call, consists of 5 vessels representing the stomach, small intestine, and ascendant colon, transverse, and descendant colon of the human gastrointestinal tract. The overall retention time of the last 3 vessels were 76 hours, simulating the large intestine, and kept at 37 degrees Celsius. In the beginning of the experiment, a fecal sample from one adult volunteer was inoculated in the first vessel. These are the first results from the chyme. Fresh orange juice is represented in yellow, and processed orange juice is represented in orange. These are the main bacteria that develop in the ascendant colon, transverse colon, and descendant colon. We can see that after the treatment with orange juice, fresh or processed, it was an increase in lactobacillus and bifidobacterium, but a decrease in enterohepatic population. There is a reduction in ammonium production in both treatments, fresh and processed orange juice. Ammonium reduction was positive, since ammonium is a protein metabolite that in high concentrations acts as a tumor promoter in the colon. Both treatments with orange juice showing a substantial increase in short-chain fatty acids in all colon vessels, with a higher effect on acetic acid, followed by butyric and propionic acid. In all regions of the colon, the antioxidant of the samples from the treatments with fresh and pasteurized orange juice was higher than the control period and washout. In conclusion, it was shown in the simulator of a human gut microbiota that both the fresh and pasteurized orange juice changed the composition of the microbial community by increasing lactobacillus and bifidobacterium populations and reducing enterobacterium population. This result indicates that orange juice has a selective and prebiotic effect on gut microbiota. Following, we will present results of 2 clinical trials made in our laboratory analyzing the impact of regular consumption of orange juice on the metabolic outcomes and gut microbiota. In both studies, the subjects were young and healthy, and they were submitted to a regular consumption of orange juice for 2 months. Samples of blood, urine, and stool were collected at basal time and during the experiment for biochemical, chemical, and microbiology assays. The human gut microbiota is composed primarily of strict and anaerobic bacteria as main phyla, this group, and most common genera, Bifidobacterium, Clostridium, Eubacterium, and Ruminococcus. In adults, the intestinal microbiota is steady and balanced, but can unbalance through stress, drugs, chemotherapy, and unhealthy diets. However, ingestion of probiotic foods, prebiotic ingredients, and bioactive compounds such as citrus flavonoids, hesperidin, naringin, can help you achieve the balance of microbiota. Therefore, our hypothesis is that orange juice may improve gut microbiota homeostasis in healthy humans. Bioactive compounds from orange juice, known as citrus flavonoids or flavonoids glucosides. The most prevalent flavonoids in orange juice is hesperidin and naringin. It is composed by 2 molecules of sugar or glycosides attached to a central part of the molecule named aglycone. The main beneficial effects of citrus flavonoids are antioxidant, they act as radical scavenger, anti-inflammatory, decreasing inflammatory mediators, and modulation of microbiota. Here, we can appreciate the absorption and hepatic metabolism of hesperidine. A small amount of hesperidine is broken down by glycosides in hesperidine and are absorbed by passive diffusion. Inside the enterocytes, they suffer conjugation and reach the liver by enteropathic circulation. However, most of hesperidine, around 98%, is metabolized by intestinal bacteria in the colon, producing a glycone hesperidine. Hesperidine is exposed to enzymes secreted by the gut microbiota, which remove the glucoside moieties. Upon release, hesperidine are absorbed to intestinal epithelium by passive diffusion and reach the liver, where it will be transformed in the conjugate metabolites. However, most of hesperidine, 8%, are metabolized into short-chain fatty acids. It takes around 12 to 24 hours for the complete clearance of these compounds by urine. Here are the schedule of the protocol used in the human trials. The experimental design was a controlled clinical study with temporal series intergroup. The experiment lasts 120 days, being divided in the first 30 days in a controlled diet without restriction of energy and avoid sources of flavonoids, probiotics, and prebiotics. The second period was controlled diet plus 300 ml of orange juice for 60 days. And the third period was the washout period for 30 days under a regular diet without orange juice. We measure lipids, glucose, insulin, antioxidant capacity, and lipid peroxidation in the blood. We also took urine samples, 24 hours, to measure the flavonoids metabolites, and also took samples of the feces, 24 hours, to do the microbiological analysis using 16S RNA gene sequence. Here you can see the first results of body composition and biochemical variables on timeline. You can see here that it was no modification of weight or body mass index or all the body compartments over the experimental period. But for the metabolic biomarkers, you can see here that during the OJ period, it was a decrease in glucose, insulin, and insulin resistance. But in the washout period, these parameters, they increase again. Also, we see the decrease of triglycerides, total cholesterol, LDL cholesterol, but when the washout, these values increase again. And also we see the decrease of lipid peroxidation that increase in the washout period. Here you have the results of the urinary metabolites of hesperidine in arginine that was measured by the UHPLC. You can see here it was 2 metabolites from hesperidine and 1 metabolite from naringine that was detected. We didn't detect any metabolites during the period without orange juice, but in the period of orange juice, we detect values compatible with the others found in the literature. We also calculated the bioavailability of these compounds. You can see that the bioavailability related to the oral dose was 7% for hesperidine and 2% for naringine. Here you have the result about the abundance of microbiota in the main bacterial phyla. You can see here that the diversity of microbiota was grouped like this in the beginning of the experiment, but after orange juice they are grouping in the other other group of microbiomes. It means that orange juice change the diversity of microbiota in these individuals. Also, you can see here the main phyla. It was a decrease on Proteobacteria, mainly because of the decrease of Enterobacteria. That's good because it's a pathogenic bacteria. And it was a decrease in Bacteroidetes, but it was an increase in Actinobacteria. That is very interesting because it shows that orange juice increased the amount of Bifidobacterium mostly, and a decrease in Firmicutes. The next slide, you can see here the composition of the microbiota at family level, the relative abundance. You can see here the increase of Bifidobacterium, Lactobacillus, and also Akkermansia. It's very impressive the increase of the Akkermansia mucinifera with orange juice. Akkermansia mucinifera is related to decrease of a lot of metabolic diseases. Also is decrease with people that lose weight after being obese. Here you can see the short chain fatty acids composition measured by gas chromatography. And you can see here it was no difference in the production of acetic acid during the period with orange juice. And it was a decrease in the propionic acid. That is compatible with the decrease of Firmicutes we observe in the microbiology analysis. But it was an increase of butyric acid during the orange juice period, and it was also compatible with the increase of Actinobacteria. This is the correlation between intestinal microorganisms and biochemical blood markers. You can see here that the Akkermansia is correlated negatively with glucose, insulin, insulin-resistant HOMA, and triglycerides and LDL-C, but it's positively related with HDL-C. And lactobacillus is correlated with the decrease of glucose. All these results we can summarize like that, showing that orange juice was able to increase Akkermansia and lactobacillus. And these two microbiomes, they are related to decrease of glucose, insulin, insulin-resistant, triglycerides, and LDL cholesterol. And at the same time, increase HDL cholesterol. All these effects decrease obesity, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, and metabolic syndrome. Here you can see intestinal function that you analyze in these volunteers by Bristol scale. And you see here it was improvement of the intestinal function by all the variables analyzed as consistency of stool, frequency of bowel, effort to evacuate, and painful bowel. In the end, this slide summarizes all the finds of these clinical trials, showing that orange juice affects the microbiome in the gut, and increasing lactobacillus, bifidobacterium, and Akkermansia, increasing the production of short-chain fatty acids, decreasing ammonium, that also attempts to decrease the attempts to evacuate, decrease the dry feces, and all these parameters are correlated to decrease of glucose and insulin resistance, triglycerides, and LDL cholesterol in the blood, and they also are related to obesity, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, and metabolic syndrome. It means the lower risk for all these conditions. Then I thank you very much for your attention, and this is another picture of my students and my colleague, Dr. Katia Sivieri. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for your attendance. We'll now move on to the question and answer portion of our session. My name is Rebecca Replow, and I'm, as mentioned earlier, I'm on the Health and Nutrition Science team at PepsiCo, and I'll be moderating our Q&A session today. We have a lot of questions from during the session, so we will try and get to as many as we can. But if not, please feel free to follow up with the speakers as needed. Just a bit of housekeeping first off. The session today will be archived in ASN On Demand. It will be available within Nutrition 2020 to access in case you've missed any details or want to go back over any portions. I know some of the questions are just missed details that will be available and then archived on ASN Demand. So to get us kicked off on questions, let's start with Dr. Cotter. We have several questions around fermented foods, their effectiveness, and the on how maybe cooking or processing of fermented foods affects their results in the gut microbiome. Is there any data on the health effect of using sauerkraut or kimchi in cooked sauces, for example?
Yes, so Rebecca,
just to tack on one more item, do you have any information to add on homemade versus store-bought fermented foods?
okay, I might need to be reminded as to some of those questions, but I've jotted some of those down. So I think that the general rule is that there is no specific rule because fermented foods are such a broad group of different foods with different microbes in them, different metabolites that they produce, different substrates on which they act. But in coming back to the question with regard to the processing of the foods, so yes, heating will remove the vast majority of microbes that are present in the food. And for some foods that are very reliant on the specific microbes to have their beneficial effect, then that can be negative. That said, fermented foods can also be beneficial as a consequence of the metabolic activities of the microbes in there. So the microbes can act on the substrate, whether that be dairy or plant or whatever other material that they're working on, and produce what are known as postbiotics or metabolites or other products that are health beneficial in their own right. And so they reside in the food. And even if the food is then subsequently processed to result in sterilization or pasteurization, those benefits can still be retained to some extent. But I do believe, in my preference, I'd rather also eat the natural microbes that are in there as well for that extra benefit. And to some extent, that leads into the other question as to whether I would prefer to buy a homemade or a store-bought food. And I think that depends on how the homemade food or the store-bought food is made. So if a store-bought food or a food that's produced on a large scale retains the key benefits or the key criteria that are associated with fermented food, and that it has the right microbes, the correct metabolites are produced therein, you do have the added benefit in that that food may be produced in a more consistent manner or be less variable, are less likely to, or be more likely to have been tested to ensure its safety, then I see no problem in buying such a food or in saying that such a food can have benefits. But it really depends on how exactly what processing has been done in that regard. So one of the focus in our groups and in others is to try to make sure that when the transition occurs from something being made at home to being made on a large scale, that we preserve as many of the key benefits that are in the natural or original artisanal food as possible.
So are there any key things that individuals should look for on labels of store-bought foods to ensure that?
Yeah, so in that regard, I would ideally prefer to see as I mentioned, a scenario whereby the food hasn't been sterilized and the original microbes are present therein. And then I guess a little bit of a bugbear of mine, but it's quite difficult for a consumer to differentiate between is foods that are mass produced, but are mass produced in a way that the food is produced and then the microbes are added later to make it seem like a fermented food, are those which are genuinely fermented foods where the microbes are very much involved in creation of the food. And so there is some suggestions that labeling should be altered in order to reflect that and to reflect how the fermentation process carried out. But ultimately, for the more discerning consumer, then it should be possible to read the label on the side of the food and to determine whether it's a natural fermentation or to gain some sense as to which microbes are present therein, and to as a consequence of that, to determine what the potential health benefits are. I do believe that scientists and food producers need to go a step beyond that, though. So rather than just label the fact that there is a lactobacillus of some description in a food, that we need to be able to say what species and indeed what strains are present. And it is there that the real value is, because two seemingly quite similar species or strains can have quite different effects in terms of our health benefits. And that's true for probiotics, and it's also true for fermented foods. And I think as the science improves, there will be a new generation of fermented foods in which the key important health promoting strains will be preserved and can be enriched indeed in some of those newly generated foods.
Great, thank you. The next question I know several speakers brought up, but I will direct it to Dr. Tui to start with. And that is, what's the proportion of microbiome synthesized vitamins contributing to humans' daily vitamin consumption? What's the difference in terms of functionality between microbiome synthesized vitamins versus those from natural?
Yeah, I think they're very good questions. We know that these microorganisms can produce vitamins, the B group vitamins, for example, vitamin K. We know they produce folic acid and other beneficial compounds. We can see this in their genes. We can see it in the laboratory when we grow them in pure culture, and we can measure it in animal studies. However, there are very few or really no mechanistic studies in humans measuring the contribution of microbial vitamin production to the global levels. And this is an important gap in the nutrition literature, I believe, and it's something we should really look at in more detail. You mentioned the biological structure, the chemical structure of the vitamins produced. In many cases, they're exactly the same. And many of the vitamins produced industrially are produced using microorganisms like propionibacteria. So not only are they similar structures, in many cases, they are the active ingredient in the vitamins. So we need to look a lot more at, first, proving that microbial metabolite production within the gut can contribute to host flux of these beneficial compounds, and then also try to link it to how diet and microbiome structure can change or account for the variation in the production of these vitamins and beneficial compounds. So we're only at the very beginning of these studies, and we have the tools now, both with the metagenomics and the next generation sequencing and the metabolomic tools to answer these questions. And we have to start to design specific nutrition interventions that address these type of questions instead of maybe the more traditional studies looking at cholesterol lowering or cardiovascular disease risk. Or alternatively, the literature is full of studies looking or showing that gut microbiota is different between one class of individuals and another, between obese and lean, but it doesn't really say anything about the biology. So we have to redress what questions we're asking with the human dietary interventions in terms of trying to link microbiome structure, microbiome interaction with diet, and microbiome metabolite production with physiological function in the host. We do it very well in animals, but we haven't really been doing that in humans. The microbiome has always been an add-on to other nutrition studies, and we have to get past that at this stage.
Right, great. A lot of research gaps identified there in the audience that are interested. I'll follow up with some more specifics asked about the apple work that you presented. Just real quick, what kind of apple was used in the study, and what are some species that have high polyphenols?
Yeah, we have, the apple we used was a local apple called Renetta Canada. It's typical of, it's a mountain apple. It's grown in northern Italy, but also in some regions of France. And there's a whole literature on polyphenol content in different apple varieties, with many of the older apple varieties being higher in polyphenol content, and you can find these online. However, my appreciation is really not the difference between individual varieties of apple. There's no apple magic bullet. The real comparison is between eating an apple and eating a snack food, a Mars bar, a Big Mac. That's the comparison in terms of human health, not eating one variety of apple against another apple variety. It's eating fruit and veg versus the junk food. That's really the message we have to get across. And a lot of the studies we were doing is really looking at trying to understand the molecular basis, how different food ingredients are transformed by the microbiome into metabolites, and how these metabolites impact on human health. So at a population level, I think that the comparison is between fruit intake and junk food intake. And the studies I presented were very mechanistic, focused on providing a function for the microbiome interaction with individual foods as examples.
Thank you. Back to Dr. Cotter on the topic of fermented foods. There were quite a few questions on this idea of fermented foods being included as a food group or other parts of dietary recommendations. So I think to start, maybe just at baseline, do you think there is sufficient evidence to start having that conversation in dietary guideline recommendations? And on top of that, do you think there are other nutritional criteria that must be met by those fermented foods? Oh, you're muted, Dr. Cotter.
Can you hear me now? So the idea behind a recommended daily allowance for fermented foods is one that was particularly pushed by Gregor Reed in Canada. I think there's a certain logic behind it, but the actual enforcing of it or introduction of it is might be challenging just because of the broad diversity of different fermented foods that are out there. Even within the presentation I gave today, it was clear that the variety of foods can differ from dairy-based milk kefirs to different kvasses and sauerkrauts and kimchis, which are representative of the salt-based or brine-based foods. And you have sugar-based foods such as water kefir and kombucha. And so it's quite difficult to state in particular what are the merits of the pros and cons of consuming one versus another. And for some of the foods, while there has been human intervention studies performed, that isn't the case for the vast majority of them. So there's a lot of information that would be required before we could say that definitively. So for now, I think I can only go by what my own general practice is, not necessarily on the basis of science, because there isn't enough, but I would typically aim to consume 3 portions of a fermented food during the course of the day. With regards to other nutritional requirements, I do appreciate that there can be challenges associated with some of particular salt or brine-based fermented foods and the sugar-based fermented foods in terms of the amount of salt and or sugar that's present in those. So in that regard, I think again, there are versions of those foods that are out there where the levels of the salt and sugar are limited, and so that's not so problematic. In particular, with the sugar-based fermented foods, ideally, a lot of those sugars will be converted to other metabolites and won't be problematic. Assuming that you can make sure that there isn't an excessive or an alcohol production, which is another challenge. So I think all of that means that my take-home point is that it is important to consume fermented foods. I would aim for 2 or 3 portions a day, but that there's room for further optimization of those foods, and other potentially negative impacts such as high salt levels or others can be minimized.
Great. I do want to turn to Dr. Caesar. We've gotten several questions. Can you comment on how whole fruit orange compares with orange juice in regard to the microbiome and your metabolic endpoints? Oh, audio.
Okay. Thank you. In fact, we tested just orange juice. We didn't test the fruit. But if you compare the composition of fruit to orange juice, they are different, because when you squeeze the fruit to have the juice, we remove most of the fiber that we know that has a big impact on the microbiome or microbiota. And on the other hand, the juice is richer in flavonoids. Then we have 2 products that they can have the same components, but in different amounts. And probably, I didn't test that, but probably the fruit itself has a different impact on the microbiota than the juice itself. Then I think both of them can of benefits for the microbiota. One more sources fibers like pectin and other fibers. Another one, as the orange juice, as a source of flavonoids.
Thank you. So one last question. I want to get into the full panel, just your sort of 5-second, 1-sentence elevator speech. In your view, what is the major gap of knowledge in microbiology and nutrition? We'll start with Dr. Cotter. We'll go in order. Talk.
I think there needs to be more studies where there are multiple teams involved, so nutritionists working with microbiologists, working with clinicians, so that we have a full picture rather than getting small pictures from individuals working in isolation.
Thank you, Dr. Toohey.
I think we need, again, more human studies, multidisciplinary, of course, but really focused on measuring microbiome rather than other physiological parameters. So I think they came up in the questions about vitamin production, linking microbial composition, their interaction with diet, with metabolite production in the gut, and how that then contributes to the human metabolome and to the health effects we know occur with eating these beneficial diets.
Thank you. Dr. Caesar?
In my perspective, I think we miss a lot of links between the metabolites produced by the microbiota and how they affect, the biochemical and the physiological parameters. And I think you have to understand better the bioavailability of these metabolites from the microbiome and how they get to the organs and how they affect there. And this, you're going to have impact on the risk for the susceptibility for diseases. And I think we have to understand better these mechanisms.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we are out of time for the Q&A session. Thanks again to all of our speakers and the wonderful presentations. And thank you all for your attendance and your interaction.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jim Hill, and it's my pleasure to chair this session on precision nutrition. This is a session organized with ASN and the Nutrition Obesity Research Centers, or the NORCs. There are 11 NORCs throughout the U.S. sponsored by NIDDK. These centers aim to facilitate research in nutrition and obesity. And you can find out more about the NORCs on the NIDDK website. The NORCs are really pleased to be able to partner with ASN at each of its annual meetings to bring you a symposium that we think represents some of the best science going on in the areas of nutrition and obesity. I'm very pleased that this section is on precision nutrition. And I want to introduce our speakers for this session. First of all, we have Dr. Steven Zeisel, and Steve is at the University of North Carolina in Chapel Hill. I'll tell you more about him in a second. Then we have Ruth Luz, a PhD from Mount Sinai, New York, and Arnie Astrup from Copenhagen, Denmark. To tell you, Steve is our leadoff speaker, and Steve is going to talk about nutrigenetics and help target precision nutrition interventions. Steve is a former director of the Nutrition Obesity Research Center at the University of North Carolina. He's been very involved in this issue for many, many years. Our second speaker is Ruth Luz, and Ruth is director of the Genetics of Obesity and Related Metabolic Traits program and co-director of the Charles Bronfen Institute of Personalized Medicine at the Icahn School of Medicine in Mount Sinai, New York. Ruth is going to talk about precision medicine in common obesity, the value of genetic information. Our third speaker is Dr. Arnie Astrup, who is well known to the nutrition and obesity community. He's professor and head of the Department of Nutrition, Exercise, and Sports at the University of Copenhagen. He's a senior consultant at the Clinical Research Unit, Bispebjerg Frederiksberg University Hospital in Denmark. Arnie is going to talk about precision nutrition for body weight management. I think this is a very exciting session, and I thank you all for participating and listening to this session and learning a little bit more about what I think is the future of our field, precision nutrition. So enjoy the seminar.
It's a pleasure to talk to you today. I'm Steve Zeisel from the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, and I'm going to introduce the idea of nutrigenetics and its use to target precision nutrition interventions. My disclosures are as follows. Modern science and nutrition has made it clear that people are metabolically different, and that the old concept that people were relatively similar and could be given one recommendation is really outdated, because we have people who are quite different in their metabolism of nutrients. Many things affect whether people are different: the microbiome, their environmental exposures, lifestyle, other factors contribute to metabolic heterogeneity. But my talk today is going to focus on genetic variation. And that's because right now the tools for understanding genetics are so much more mature than for many of the other inputs to our heterogeneity in metabolism. Normal nutrition is obviously composed of many complex pathways that nutrient must travel, and each of these steps in the pathway are controlled by an enzyme that is coded for usually by one gene. And these genes can have variance. And to help understand that, each of us has at least 50,000 common functional inherited variants that are functionally important. That means they make a difference in the function of the enzyme that they encode for. And these spelling differences, difference in the genetic code at these genes and certain sites in the genes, are called single nucleotide polymorphisms, and I'm going to call them SNPs for the rest of my talk. We inherited these SNPs from our ancient ancestors. And so distributions of these SNPs around the world vary markedly depending on ancestry. Now, when these genes are variant in their spelling, in other words, a SNP is located in some place in the gene, sometimes this can cause a bottleneck in metabolism because the enzyme doesn't function as well, or the promoters, the switches that turn on expression of the gene aren't responding properly because the genetic code of the gene was changed. Now, it's very important that we understand nutrition as well as genetics to be able to interpret whether genetic polymorphisms are present and making a difference in a person. We can have a set diet delivering nutrients that when they form in an unimpeded metabolic pathway, form a lot of their metabolites. We can, with a bottleneck in one of those steps of the pathway, the same amount of nutrient might form many fewer metabolites or smaller amounts of each metabolite in that pathway. And if the person is eating a diet that is much higher in the precursor nutrients, they may be able to force through enough product that they look pretty normal when you look at their metabolites. And so in the study of how nutrition affects how genetics affects nutrition and metabolism, we need to know both something about the gene and something about the diet that the person is taking in. Often in GWAS studies, that isn't the case. We'll talk more about that. So GWAS has to see large differences to achieve the significance levels that let them say that a SNP is highly related to a metabolic problem. And part of the problem is that if you have people with variants and people who have normal spelling of the genes, and you have people eating diets high in the precursor nutrients and other people eating low in the precursor nutrients, you have a huge spread of data, a huge spread of effects of the gene on the outcome measure, and that noise makes it very difficult to achieve the significance needed to appreciate it by just measuring genetics in a large grouping of people without understanding their diets. We're very interested in nutrition in identifying biomarkers that could be measured in blood or tissue or urine that would tell us whether a person is eating a certain diet. However, if there are variants in metabolism, some people with bottlenecks, then the amount of biomarker product of this pathway could be very different for the same dietary intake. And so we have to understand metabolic heterogeneity to understand how we in the future can use biomarkers better to assess dietary status. I'm going to make this more concrete for you by focusing on the nutrient choline, which I know a reasonable amount about. This nutrient had an adequate intake set for people in 1998. And in 2016, the US Food and Drug Administration established recommended dietary intake levels for food labeling. And in the same year, the European Food Safety Authority set adequate intakes for choline. 2017, the American Medical Association, and 2018, the American Academy of Pediatrics, both identified choline as an essential nutrient for infant development and made policy recommendations about choline and prenatal vitamins. And we'll talk more about why that's important for what I'm going to be talking about. Choline is a nutrient that's involved in many pathways. It's very important for making the membrane constituents, phosphatidylcholine and sphingomyelin. It makes the nerve transmitter chemical acetylcholine. And after metabolism to betaine is a methyl group donor that can convert homocysteine to methionine, which then is converted to S-adenosylmethionine. Now that's in parallel to a pathway from folate metabolism, where folate methyl groups can serve as the methyl donor to convert homocysteine to methionine. And so choline metabolism and folate metabolism and B12 are highly interrelated with each other. Now, where do we get choline from in the diet? The U.S. Department of Agriculture maintains a database and makes controlled measurements of choline content of different foods. And here's an example that the high-fat foods that cardiologists and nutritionists have been recommending that people cut back on are also some of the best sources of choline in the diet. Now, the NHANES study in 2016 reported that most populations, most people don't achieve the recommended intake of choline. And the actual intakes are shown in blue bars, and the adequate intake recommendations are shown in purple bars. And you see that only kids are achieving this, and that's because of their milk consumption, which is quite high and a good source of choline. Now, when we took choline away from people in a control study where we put them in a research hospital and controlled their diet completely, we found that by 42 days on a diet containing very little choline, 10% of the recommended intake, most men, most postmenopausal women, and less than half of premenopausal women got sick. They developed fatty liver, liver damage, muscle damage, and these reverted to normal status when they were given choline back in their diets. And that study established that people required choline, but it also started my interest in genetics and precision nutrition. So first of all, after seeing that 56% of premenopausal women didn't have to eat choline when men and postmenopausal women did, we asked, was there something about estrogen that reduced the choline requirement? And what we found was, in fact, the gene, PEMT, P-E-M-T, that encodes for the enzymes that can convert another phospholipid, phosphatidylethanolamine, and S-adenosylmethionine into phosphatidylcholine, which can be used as a source of choline. And this gene has 8 estrogen response elements and is induced by estrogen. And here, using human hepatocytes, we can show that the activity is induced maximally at about the same concentrations that women achieve during the 2nd and 3rd trimesters of pregnancy. So women who have a large requirement for choline to make a healthy baby have built in the ability to turn on a gene that makes them less dependent on eating choline in the diet, but because they can form phosphatidylcholine and use that as a source of choline in their livers. And you then might ask, well, in our study, 44% of women became sick when deprived of choline, just like men and postmenopausal women. What was special about these women? And what we discovered is that those 44% of the North Carolina population were unable to induce the gene PEMT with estrogen. And what we found is they had a series of SNPs in PEMT. And if they had this alternative spelling of the gene, they were unable to turn on the gene with estrogen if they had both copies of the gene variant. If they had one copy variant, they could sometimes turn it on, sometimes they couldn't. And if they had both copies with the non-variant, the GG spelling, they could turn on the gene. And so in our study, explaining why some women behave different from other women could be accomplished by understanding the alternative spelling in this gene. So instead of having noisy data where 44% get sick, 56% don't, and doing statistics and mixing the two groups together where we would have had a fuzzy result, here we can get a very precise result and predict the women who need more choline during pregnancy by looking at the spelling of this gene. Now, to show you how this gene is distributed around the world, here I'm showing that in green there are the spelling that allows women to induce the gene with estrogen, and in yellow and red we see people with one SNP or two copies of the gene. And you can see that about 75% of Europeans have at least one copy of their gene with a variant copy, and 25% have both copies misspelled. And you can see this is different from indigenous American continent people, and different in Asia and different in Africa. Now, this is really important because I'll talk to you in a few minutes about how important choline is for making a healthy baby with optimal development. And remember from the Anna Haynes study that women of pregnancy potential and pregnant women were ingesting as part of the American diet very little choline. In fact, only 7% of American women achieved the recommended intake. By the way, I show you that the US recommendations for pregnant women are slightly lower than the European Food Safety Authority's recommendations, and vice versa for premenopausal women. And so two different expert panels came up with close but not exact recommendations for choline intake. But no matter what, women were way off in accomplishing that. And the lowest quartile of women were eating a little more than half of the recommended intake. So what's special about pregnancy? Mother pumps choline across her placenta, and then later when she's lactating across the breast into milk. Fetal blood choline is about 15 times the concentration present in mother's blood, and the infant's blood choline after birth while they're breastfeeding is about 7 times that in adults. So infant tissues and fetal tissues are used to being exposed to high levels of choline. And as I just told you, many women are designed to be able to have a backup supply to make them less dependent on dietary choline and less susceptible to dietary variation. But women of European descent have a large number of them, almost half, who can't do this and are reduced to the sad state of men and postmenopausal women and have to eat choline in their diet to have an adequate supply to the baby. Now, studies have looked at the effects of choline, and in studies out of Stanford and out of Berkeley, California, the incidence of having a neural tube defect, the risk of having a neural tube defect is almost 4 times if compared to people in lowest quartile intake versus high quartile intake. And there have been a number of studies looking at this. Some don't find an effect, others do, and probably that's because the susceptible women have a specific genotype, one in which they are unable to turn on the production of choline with estrogen, likely, and there are different mixes of people in these various studies. And if you have a mix that mainly contains people who can induce with estrogen, then diet isn't that important, because if they don't get enough, they just make more and achieve good choline nutriture. And so this is an example where genetics testing would have helped the interpretation of many studies, and it is typical for nutrition studies where many studies support each other and a few come up with different results, probably based on different population groups. Well, how does choline cause other effects? We've shown here in a mouse model, and the progenitor cells that will form the nerve cells in brain express a green fluorescent protein. And we've shown if we feed mothers during pregnancy, mother mice, low choline, then their fetuses during development have many fewer neural progenitor cells. And if the mother gets normal choline, again, we don't really know what normal choline is for a mouse, but a chow that we feed them that has higher choline in it, they form many more progenitor cells. And in terms of behavior, other investigators have reported that the higher choline, babies born of mothers with higher choline perform better on maze running. Most of these studies are in rats. And here, this group out of Duke University showed that if baby was born of a mother who had extra choline during pregnancy, as they aged, they did not show loss of memory with aging, while babies born of mothers on lower choline, what they call their control diet, started out at 2.5 months performing worse, about 30% worse on maze testing, and this difference increased as they aged, as they lost memory. And so choline in the rodent appears to be very important for brain development, and that is expressed as a change in memory function. Now, in humans, nobody's done a study in which they looked at neural progenitors and nerve formation in the brains of babies, because mothers are reticent to donate their babies' brains. So they've looked at memory and other outputs and varied choline. And this study out of Marie Caudle's lab at Cornell found that if they fed the mothers diet and a supplement that achieved the adequate recommendation for choline, 480 milligrams a day, and then fed the mothers, a different set of mothers, a diet that contained choline but a supplement that delivered more, so they achieved 930 milligrams a day. They found that processing speed, the time it took a young infant, that it took a young infant to develop, to make a memory performance, was greatly enhanced by the higher choline intake. Another study, which was observational and not interventional, was conducted at the Harvard School of Public Health in women from eastern Massachusetts. And what they found is if they looked at choline intake during the first trimester or second trimester, it correlated nicely with how the infants born of these mothers performed at 7 years of age on sophisticated cognition testing, specifically the WRAM-L2. And as you can see, lower choline, worse performance, higher choline, better performance. And you can see the yellow line is what the recommended intake is for women during pregnancy. And so it may be that what was described in the mouse is true in the human, and that choline intake during pregnancy helps with the development of the brain and later function on cognitive testing. There have been a number of other studies looking at this, some not looking at genetics and finding no association, some not looking at genetics and reporting it is associated with better cognitive scores or better visual memory. So very similar to many types of studies that we see in nutrition. And again, it's probably depends on the population chosen and the mix of women who can make their own choline versus those who can't induce it with estrogen during pregnancy. And again, more studies from many different labs looking at this. And recently, a number of clinical trials and treatment of fetal alcohol syndrome have been ongoing in Africa and in the US. And some of them are reporting that giving choline mitigates some of the cognitive deficits associated with exposure to alcohol in utero. So fetus and infant need a lot of choline to grow normally, but a large number of women are at risk if they're eating a diet that would be in the lowest quartile of the typical American intake, and if they have this polymorphism that can be tested for, that places them at risk for not making a choline during pregnancy. Now, beyond being able to target who needs a prenatal or a diet change when they are pregnant, we can also try to understand from studies like ours, carefully controlled clinical trials, whether there's something that predicts who will develop liver or muscle damage. And what we found was that 90% of men, postmenopausal women, and women, or premenopausal women who became sick when deprived of choline during 42 days of experimental diet, we found that 90% developed fatty liver first and liver damage, and another subgroup developed muscle damage first, 10% of the population we studied. And we ask ourselves, could we understand from genetics who would present in which way? Now, choline is associated with fatty liver and liver damage because phosphatidylcholine, made from choline, is required in the membrane surrounding very low density lipoprotein. And when you can't export fat as very low density lipoprotein, it backs up in the hepatocyte and can build up to large levels. What we found is that a number of polymorphisms in pathways of choline metabolism, and surprisingly also in folate metabolism, which I told you is highly interrelated to choline metabolism, can predict nicely who is going to become choline deficient. For the PEMP gene changes and mothers' ability to make choline and whether they become deficient or not, the relative risk of having the polymorphisms was 25-fold change. So that's a huge effect. In men and postmenopausal women, PEMP made less of a difference because they don't have estrogen, and so it doesn't really matter much whether they can't induce the gene because they don't have the estrogen to do the induction. But in those populations, a gene in folate metabolism, which is responsible for directing folate towards making methylfolate, the gene is MTHFD1, a SNP in that gene gave a 12-fold risk in women of becoming choline deficient, and in all population, a 7-fold risk increase in chances of becoming choline deficient when fed a low choline diet. And I'm going to talk about choline dehydrogenase a little bit later. We then asked, knowing that in our controlled trial, which genes made people susceptible, and it was about more than I just described, about 21 different genes involved with the transport of choline, the making of bile in the liver, etc. Could we predict from liver biopsies who would have a liver biopsy showing more fatty liver and who would have less fatty liver for any equivalent BMI. So as people become obese, they become prone to developing fatty liver and insulin insensitivity. Are there people, because they're not eating enough choline and have the choline genetic SNPs, are there people who are more vulnerable to the effects of gaining weight? And what we show here is a study we published in about 400 or so, 500 biopsies that had been obtained from people seen in clinic, some having liver disease, some not, but having an abdominal procedure that allowed a biopsy to be collected. And from this liver bank, we were able to look at these polymorphisms and show that their presence was very different in the group that had the lowest fatty liver for any BMI versus the group that had the highest amount of fatty liver for any BMI. And we could predict with about 92% precision who was going to be susceptible to fatty liver in these pieces. And then we have gone back to some biopsies that didn't contribute to our developing the original algorithms and asked, did the prediction still hold? And it did. The SNP that I talked about in folate metabolism is distributed differently than the PEMP SNP that we talked about earlier. You can see Asians have a good deal, Europeans, less in Africa, and a good deal in the indigenous American population. Americans, US citizens, are a mix of indigenous, European, and everything else. The choline dehydrogenase, which converts choline to betaine, again, differentially distributed, so ancestry genetic testing is needed to be able to predict who is vulnerable to choline deficiency and who isn't. I told you that not everybody developed liver damage first. The design of our study was such that we were required by the IRB to stop feeding a low choline diet and return them to a higher choline diet when somebody got sick and developed symptoms. So 10% developed muscle damage, which was very elevated creatine kinase appearing in the blood, sometimes as high as seen in rhabdomyolysis due to statins or to heat damage. And all of the people, or most of the people, 9 out of 10, had a characteristic set of polymorphisms in the transporter for choline that lets choline enter the muscle and other cells, and in the gene that phosphorylates choline and thereby traps it within the cell because it has a charge and can't just float out of the cell. Much as glucose is trapped within the cell by being phosphorylated as soon as it's transported in, the same is true for choline. People who had polymorphisms in these genes, and subsequently we found that the MTHFR1 polymorphism I described in folate metabolism makes it worse. These people, when they perform exercise and don't have an adequate supply of choline, break down muscle. If we look at a population set who cross-sectionally, people with these polymorphisms have lower lean body mass than people without these polymorphisms, perhaps suggesting that lifelong having these genes and a diet that goes up and down and many times is inadequate in choline may lead to more muscle breakdown than in people who don't have these polymorphisms. And again, the transporter for choline into cells is, again, much more commonly variant in African populations, not found in Asian populations, and it's somewhat found in European and indigenous American populations. The phosphorylation of choline, the choline kinase B, which is the gene that when it was variant increased muscle damage. Again, you see the population, Asian, Africans, indigenous Americans, very high, Europeans, not quite as high in having the polymorphism. So in the end, after a series of studies and studies by other laboratories, every one of the genes in the pathway for choline metabolism has been associated with a change in the requirements for choline and in folate metabolism as well. And what this points out is that though right now the stage of precision nutrition is often you have one gene and they tell you what it means, variant, but really the next level of development in precision nutrition and nutrigenetics will be to start to consider pathways that contribute. And as we did in the liver study on liver biopsies, start to develop algorithms and weighting for different polymorphisms contribution, and then provide a score for people at risk, because SNPs in many pathways can add up together to a common finding, and that is increased requirements for choline in the diet. So though modern science tells us that we are metabolically different, genetic testing can help us start to explain these differences and make our nutrition research more precise and start to help us target interventions. And I've showed you from 1-carbon and choline metabolism how this can work. And I thank a large team of investigators who've been part of my laboratory who developed much of this data and helped to conduct the human studies. And anybody with more interest, I work at a research center at University of North Carolina that's focused on precision nutrition. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Bloos, and it's a great pleasure to be here in this new format. These are my disclosures, nothing in particular to disclose related to this presentation. So my talk is on using genetic information to predict and treat obesity, and are we ready for precision medicine? So first of all, both genes and environment contribute to your obesity risk, and we know from twin and family study that about the heritability is about 40 to 70%. And what that means is that of all the variation that you see between people in their body weight, 40 to 70% of that variation is because these people differ genetically. This also means that 30 to 60% of that variation is due to the fact that people live in different environments, live different diets, live in different live different lifestyles. So this is actually an important piece of information already, because it means that just genetics does not explain all the variation in body mass index. So with genetics, we've been able to identify a lot of genetic variants associated with obesity, and you may be familiar with the number of genetic loci that have been identified so far. So here's a timeline. You may recall that in 2007, the first ever identified obesity gene was the FDO gene. And since then, genome-wide association studies have identified more and more genetic variants as the studies got larger and larger. And by now, more than 1,000 loci genetic variants have been identified. So what we do with this genetic information is basically twofold. So we start with a genome-wide discovery, and from these genome-wide discoveries, we try to understand the biology and the mechanisms. So we do pathway analysis, tissue enrichment analysis, we do fine mapping and try to identify the causal gene within the locus, and then we sometimes do cellular analysis or analysis in mice to really understand what the biology behind these new discoveries are. But what I want to talk today about is using the same genetic information to predict and maybe treat obesity. And here are just a few plots that represent that. So my focus for today is not on the biology and the mechanisms, but more on the prediction and using genetic information to provide a more precise or a more tailored treatment option. So when we use genetic information in the context of obesity and lifestyle, we can see it applied at two stages in life. Maybe once we're adults, we're living our lives, and maybe we want to use genetic information to live a better life. Maybe we need to know what our genetic background is to do exercise in a more appropriate way, or to have your diet in a more in a better way. But we can also use genetic information to predict future obesity. So that's what I want to cover today, these two, using genetic information at these two stages in life. So let's first focus on using genetic information to either treat obesity or to maintain a healthy weight. And before I do that, I want to make sure that I make the distinction between the monogenic forms of obesity and the common forms of obesity. So monogenic forms of obesity you may be familiar with is basically obesity that is caused by one mutation in one gene that affects one specific pathway and has a big effect. And lifestyle and environment have no or very minor effect. And you may be familiar with mutations in MC4R, in POMC, leptin receptor. And for these forms of obesity, actually there is genetics or genetic information is already being used to better treat patients, at least for some, in some cases, like individuals with mutations in the leptin gene can be treated by administering leptin, or individuals with mutations in genes that are precursors to MC4R currently are being treated, or the drug is still in development by MC4R agonists. So basically the treatment of these forms of obesity can indeed be informed by the genetic information. However, what I want to talk to you about today is common obesity, the common form that we see across the population. Now, common obesity is the result of many genetic variants in many genes that act through multiple pathways and that have small effects. And as I said earlier, lifestyle and environment are still important. As I also mentioned earlier, the heritability is 40 to 70%. And you can already imagine that in contrast to monogenic forms of obesity, using genetics to treat individuals with common obesity will be much harder, in particular if we solely focus on genetics. So the paradigm of using genetic information to treat obesity seems simple. You start with a population, you genotype this population, and by genotyping this population, you identify subgroups of individuals. And based on these subgroups, you treat these subgroups with specific diets. You say, okay, individuals with the purple genotype, you should, these individuals would benefit more from a high fiber diet. Individuals with the orange genotype, they would benefit more from aerobic exercise. So that's the general idea. The question is, do we have indeed the science to back this kind of paradigm, to back that up? Well, we definitely have companies that believe that we do have that science, and these are just a few of these companies, like 23andMe, very well known, but there are many more companies that claim that based on your genotype, they can prescribe you the perfect diet, they can prescribe you the perfect lifestyle. And in fact, here are just a few claims. For example, this company says, if you are worried about losing weight, your genetic information will help you a lot. We will be able to see your predisposition about which type of slimming diet would be most effective. Another company says a healthy diet best suited to your genetic makeup. They say that they will turn DNA insights into easy to make food decisions. And just another one, this test also provides physicians with a genetically matched diet, allowing them to make specific recommendations. Now, if you look into these websites, these companies a little deeper, you try to dig a little deeper, actually you don't get far. So I try to figure out, like, okay, what is the science to back these kind of claims up? What are the genes that these claims are made up? So, and it's you don't find this information. So I decided maybe I should join one of these companies. I should sign up to get deeper insight. So that's what I did. So based on a case study, I'm going to show you how good or not good genes, genetic information can be used to tailor my diet. So here's my case. 48-year-old woman, generally healthy, physically active, healthy diet, does not smoke, does not need to lose weight, but wants to live a healthy life. So she wants advice for healthy aging. So I signed up with a company called 23andMe. I spit it in a tube, and 6 weeks later, I got my results. And these are some of the results. So you log on to the system, and it's very nice, and you get information on all kinds of features. But what I want to focus on today is this result. So they told me that for saturated fat and weight, with my genotype, I will be likely to weigh more on a high saturated fat diet. So I click on that, and you get more information. And then indeed they show that I'm the person with the yellow genotype, and if my diet is more than 22 grams of saturated fat per day, then my BMI will be 6% higher than an individual with the same diet, but with the other genotype. So then you click a little more on the scientific details, and that's quite nice. From 23andMe, they do provide the scientific details. And if you click on that, then they need to give you even the number of the variant that they studied, and they even provide you the references. So I looked up these two references. And these are two very nice studies from the group by Jose Ordovas in Tufts, and they indeed show that this specific variant indeed interacts with your genotype to determine your BMI. So what does that mean? So we look here at the graph, you get saturated fat on the x-axis and your predicted BMI on the y-axis. And there's two genotype groups. In my case, I carried the CC homozygous genotype, and in this study they compared this genotype to the two other genotypes combined, the TT plus the TC. And you see, in my genotype group with the CC, as the saturated fat intake is higher, the predicted BMI goes up very quickly. Whereas you see that less for the TT to TC group. You see it's a little more horizontal, the slope is not that steep. And this number, the p-value, the interaction p-value, shows that these two slopes are significantly different from each other. And the nice thing is they replicate that. This is the same kind of analysis, but in a Puerto Rican center study. And again, you see that individuals with my genotype group, if the high saturated fat diet is high, if my diet is high, the BMI, predicted BMI will go up very quickly. And that's very nice. First of all, because the interaction is significant, and also because the data is replicated. However, there are a few questions here. And this has nothing to do with the studies themselves. This has more to do with companies such as 23andMe, but many others as well, using this information. First of all, this is not data on weight gain. So these studies do not tell me that if I increase my weight, my saturated fat, does that increase my weight? That's not what we are showing here. It's simply cross-sectional information. And there are, of course, dangers with simple cross-sectional information because you cannot use it in terms of causality or in terms of trying to understand the response to a certain diet. That's not what we see here. First of all, and second of all, it's also just only one variant. Imagine I carry a variant in another gene that has the opposite effect. Does that, in my case, does that mean it cancels the effect of this variant out? We don't know. So here it's very singular, focused on one genetic variant. And it's hard to imagine that our BMI simply depends on this single variant. The second question I wondered for myself is like, okay, I'm in the unlucky group whose BMI will be higher when the saturated fat intake is higher as well. But what about this other group that has this horizontal line? Can we tell this group simply that it doesn't matter how much saturated fat they have in the diet, it will not affect their BMI? Maybe that's true, but I'm not sure whether that's a safe message to get across this group of people, because maybe it does not affect their BMI, but the high saturated fat may still affect their cardiovascular health, for example. So again, this is a dangerous message that you may be getting across. And then most importantly, while these results are significant and scientifically that's important, but to use this information, they don't know, in prediction, they don't only have to be significant, they also have to have a predictive value. So what I want to show you next is a third study by the same group, but not mentioned by the 23andMe website. And they did a similar analysis, but this time they did not use saturated fat. They used fat in dairy. And again, they show a replication, which is more or less expected, because you can imagine that fat in dairy correlates with saturated fat in diet. But the reason why I want to show you this is that we see a very nice and significant interaction in all three studies. But this time, in this third study, the authors also showed the actual observations of each individual that is part of the study. And now you see that these two genotype groups, the CC group here and the TT and the TC in darker gray, they almost completely overlap, right? But if we want to do prediction, it's important that we can distinguish the two groups, that they are separated. So the genotype really needs to separate two groups, and it's definitely not the case here, where they almost lie on top of each other. So while we see a scientifically significant interaction, it's very unlikely that the genotype here allows discrimination between these two genotype groups. So this brings me to the challenges using genetic information in the context of precision medicine or precision nutrition. First of all, when we do genetic association studies, we most of the time see small effects, small interaction effects, while we actually need bigger effects that allow to discriminate between the two genotypes. And just to illustrate that again, the results we first saw looked like this, but what we really need is the results that look like this, where the two genotypes really separate from each other. If you have information that looks like this, the interaction may be significant, but you cannot really use it to predict who will be at a higher BMI and who will not. Second, as I mentioned, our diet, our body mass index is not determined by just one SNP. So you cannot make recommendations on just one SNP. We need a fuller picture, not only genetically, but also including other exposures such as physical activity, diet, and so on. And as I mentioned earlier, the study that the recommendation towards me was based on the cross-section. But what we really need, we need longitudinal studies or intervention studies where we can study whether a certain genotype makes people respond differently to a certain diet. So we need change in body mass index, we need change in diets and so on to really try to really we need change in diet or sorry, maybe can we do this slide again? Okay, I'm going to start on the top.
Yes, absolutely. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, we'll do. So the challenges for precision medicine and precision nutrition in common obesity. Oh, sorry. I'm going to start all the way on the top. So the challenges for precision medicine in common obesity include the fact that most effects that we observe in genetics are small. Also the interaction effects. So we need bigger effects that allow to discriminate between the genotypes. So what we first saw in the studies that I showed was interactions between genotype and diet that looked like this. The reality was that the real data points were on top of each other. So what we need for precision medicine is really genotypes that discriminate these two groups. So that makes prediction possible, but that's clearly not what we see most of the time. Then another challenge is that studying one SNP at a time will never give you a complete picture. Our diet, our body composition is not determined by just one SNP. So we need a full picture that includes all genetic variants and that includes all dietary physical activity exposures in one comprehensive picture. And then another challenge is that the studies that have been used so far were cross-sectional. What we really need to for precision nutrition is we need to know how people with a certain genotype respond to a certain diet. And there's a lot of intervention studies that would be great to be used, but often they don't have genotype information, and often they're still a little too small to be used in this context. Although there are a few, such as the Look Ahead, the Pounds Loss, the DPP, that have been used in this context. But all in all, the associations, the interactions found in these studies are still too small to be used in prediction. Okay, so using genetics in the context of tailoring your diets towards your genotype does not seem feasible at this point. But maybe we can use genetics to predict future obesity. So when we do prediction, we want to predict a disease that's in the future. And when it comes to obesity, obesity is different from other diseases such as diabetes or cancer or Alzheimer's because obesity has an early onset. So to predict obesity, we need to start very early. And I would say we would start at birth. And about a year ago, there was a study that indeed claimed that they had developed a genetic score, and I'll tell you a little more about scores, but their score could predict who is most at risk to develop obesity. And the paper was this one by Amit Khera and Sek Kaviresen in Cell, and made a lot of the headlines in the newspaper. And a few months later, they already had a genetic test available at $50 that people could buy to predict their risk of obesity. But let's first talk a little bit about how we predict and whether this study indeed was able to predict obesity. So when we do prediction, we want to predict a disease in the future. So in our case, that's obesity. We want to predict whether somebody will be obese or not. And in this case, in our case, we want to use a genetic test to predict. So these days we use genetic risk scores or polygenetic risk scores, PRS. And a polygenetic risk score is basically a combination of all the genetic variants that have been identified to associate with obesity. And some individuals will score high, meaning that they inherited a lot of obesity increasing alleles from both of their parents. And some individuals score low, and they inherited few obesity increasing risk alleles. But we generally have a normal distribution from low to high scoring individuals. So in this case, we want to use that score, say, to predict whether somebody will be obese or not obese. So we'd say individuals who fall in the top decile, we predict they will be obese, and individuals who fall in the other 9 deciles of this score, we predict that they will not be obese. And that would be a perfect test if that's indeed the case. However, some tests may not be perfect, meaning that you may be in the top decile of the score, but you still may not be obese, or the other way around. It's possible that you fall in the bottom 9 deciles of the score, and you are obese. So it's a false negative in this case. So using these numbers, you can calculate the sensitivity of the score. So the sensitivity would be, among all the obese, how many does your test classify correctly as obese? None the specificity is among all the non-obese, how many does your test classify as non-obese? And you can then calculate the sensitivity and specificity, in this case, for the top decile versus the other deciles. But you can change that threshold. You can say, well, let's look at the top 5% compared to the bottom 95%, or let's compare the top 50% compared to the bottom 50%. So if you calculate the sensitivity and the specificity for several thresholds, then you'll see that you can plot this information on a graph that looks like this: sensitivity versus 1 minus specificity. You may have seen that before. So a perfect test is when the area under this curve is perfect, is 1. A lousy test is when the area under the curve is 0.50, basically as good as flipping a coin. Family history, oops, disappeared here. But family history somewhere here has a reasonably high sensitivity and a very high specificity. So just knowing somebody's family history of obesity allows you to predict future obesity pretty well. For clinical relevance, though, a test has to have an area under the curve of 0.80 or higher, ideally. So then a genetic test could be useful. So let's see how well we do with genetics. First, I want to show you some older data, where this is data from 2010 when we had about 32 genetic variants. So you get the score, goes from 0 up to 62. And you see it's a nice distribution. We also know that the higher the score, the higher the body mass index. And in fact, the difference between the two extremes is about 15 pounds. So it's a pretty large effect, you would think. So the question is, do these variants in one score, do they predict obesity? Well, when we calculated the predictive ability of these 32 variants, and we see that the area under the curve is 0.57, barely any better than flipping a coin, and definitely far off from family history, and definitely far off from clinical utility. Remember, it has to be 0.80. So over the years, we've identified multiple variants. As I mentioned earlier, 2007, we identified FTO. And if we just use FTO to predict obesity, then the area on the curve is 0.54. If we add FTO and another variant, MC4R, the predictive ability is 0.55, barely any better. And in fact, the results I showed you was from 32 variants. The predictive ability is 57. In a more recent study, we combined 97 variants. The predictive ability is 0.60. So getting slightly better, but only slightly. And then Amit Khera, in that recent paper of last year, he combined data of 2 million variants, but he never reported the area under the curve, despite the central theme of the paper was prediction. So we calculated the area under the curve ourselves. And in fact, when you calculated the area under the curve, it's only 64. So definitely not high enough to predict obesity in the future. And definitely, I would say, definitely not high enough to develop a test to sell it at $50 to predict obesity. And this is just a graphical representation where you see the results of the 32 SNPs, the 97, and then the data of the 2 million SNPs from Amit Khera. Yeah? So it's still very far off clinical utility. When they published their paper, the argument was made that maybe this score can be used to identify individuals at a high risk early on in life. Yeah? So it's a nice editorial. I used the picture of that editorial. So the argument here is that, okay, these are 100 kids born at some point, and in the future, we can already say that 40% of these individuals, if it's an American population, will be obese. So you see the graphical representation of that. Now, in the high-risk group, they say, well, many more will be overweight, and 40% will indeed be obese. So they say if we can identify these individuals at risk early on in life, then we can at least advise to these parents starting that they need to be extra careful for their kids. They need to have a healthy diet, need to be physically active and weighing on a regular basis. And then maybe we can avoid that they become obese, at least for these 4 individuals. So basically you treated 10 individuals to avoid obesity for 4 of them. So you basically made these 6 individuals suffer along with these 4 to avoid obesity in these 4 individuals. So that's actually one point. Clearly, this risk score makes you treat 6 individuals that were not necessarily needed to be treated. But what I think is even more dangerous is that, okay, you classify the top 10% at risk, but what about these 90%? You just tell them like they can live their life in freely and eat whatever they want, because in the end, many more than just these 4, many more will be at risk of obesity. So not saying anything to this group of 90 people will put the population even more at risk. So clearly, using a genetic score to predict obesity does not quite work, at least not for obesity. Maybe it works for other diseases. And just one last section. So I told you about how genetics is actually not great in predicting obesity, but maybe it helps people at least to, if they know their genetic scores are high, maybe it makes them more conscious and maybe they'll live a healthier life. So the question here is, does knowing your genetic risk affect your behavior? Well, there were 2 studies, this has been a while now, but they are very well done. And they're actually 2 follow-ups. This is one study, and the first one is a baseline and 3-month follow-up, and the second one is a 12-year follow-up, 12 months follow-up of the same study. So what they did is they did a genome-wide profiling for 23 diseases, and they had almost 4,000 individuals that were genome-wide profiled. And they were informed about the risk of these 23 diseases. And then they were followed up 3 months later and a year later. And they were asked about their anxiety, their dietary fat intake, exercise behavior. They were also asked about whether they would go for more screening. For example, if they had been informed they had high risk for cancer, would they do more screening and so on. And overall, there was actually no effect. So there was no short-term, at 3 months, no long-term effects. So these are the results. If you inform individuals about their genetic risk, their anxiety did not go up, their dietary fat intake did not change, their exercise did not change either. However, if you dig a little deeper into this paper, into the supplementary data, you see that's actually the results for one trait, for one outcome is significant, and that's for obesity. And what we see here, at least at 3 months, is that individuals who had been told they had a high risk for obesity, a high genetic risk for obesity, they changed their dietary fat intake. In fact, individuals who had been told that their genetic risk was high, they increased their dietary fat intake. So kind of the opposite of what you would hope or what you expect, right? And it's maybe understandable because they will say, well, I knew it. It's all in my genes. I cannot do anything about it. So why would I try to eat a healthy diet if it's in my genes? Of course, that's a misunderstanding because it's not all in the genes, but at least people may take that away from this kind of information that is being shared. The good news is that 1 year after baseline, these results have come back to normal and the effect on dietary fat intake was not significant anymore. So clearly it says that, okay, we may estimate people's risk for obesity, but that does not mean that we can easily treat individuals. The challenge of treating obesity remains. So then just to conclude, first of all, obesity, weight gain, diet, weight loss, these are all complex multifactorial polygenic traits that cannot be captured by just one genetic variant, one genetic score even. It needs a precision medicine, precision nutrition needs to be far more comprehensive, and unlike companies, web-based companies claim, genetics is just a small component to that. So clearly a fuller picture is needed, and non-genetic factors need to be included. And studies that need to be done need follow-up. We need longitudinal studies to assess how people respond to certain diets, to certain exercises, and so on. Lifestyle and behavior are hard to change, as I showed in the last few slides. So just informing people about their genetic risk may not have the outcome that you always wished for. And I'm very grateful to be part of the giant consortium with whom I've done a lot of genetic studies. And also I'm grateful for support from the NIH. And I'll finish here and take some questions later.
Welcome. My name is Arne Astrom. It's a great pleasure for me to present here at this session on personalized nutrition and at this Nutrition 2020 Congress. I'm going to talk about precision nutrition for body weight management, really using biological pre-treatment markers. And let's start with my disclosures. They are here. And I think the background for the research we did in this area was really that we have been astonished for the last 50 years or so about the huge weight loss variability we see when we put people on a specific diet, no matter what kind of diet it is. This example we see here is from a randomized trial where we put people on something we call the New Nordic Diet, which is essentially a low GI, high fiber diet, a kind of healthy diet like a Mediterranean diet, just with Nordic foods, but loaded with fiber and whole grain. And this is the intervention where we can see this huge variability in weight loss. The mean weight loss was around 5 kilos, and that was about 3 kilos more than a control group. But what I would like you to focus on here is that some of the participants, they had a huge weight loss between 10 and up to even 20 kilos on this ad libitum diet. We didn't have any caloric restriction on it, so it was really the satiety effect that was producing the weight loss. But in the other hand, we also had people with obesity who actually did not lose weight, or even some who gained weight. And we've been struggling to understand the background for this huge variability in responsiveness to a certain diet. And we have been looking really for biological, psychological, and other biomarkers that can predict who is going to have the good and the bad weight loss. And I think over the last years we have started to understand much more about that. And I will just go back and start a little bit with what is it that really regulates our appetite in the short and longer term. And I think what we have probably been overlooking slightly is that to remember that blood glucose is a very powerful satiety and hunger signal, and that's because glucose is monitored in the brain right all the time. There's a glucose sensor. You all know the glucostatic hypothesis, which of course is not just a hypothesis, it is a regulatory mechanism. And it means that when blood glucose is dropping, we'll get hungry. When it's coming up again, it will produce a satiety signal in the brain. But what we tend to forget, or I actually did not know that 5 years ago, is that the glucose uptake into the brain is actually insulin dependent. So it means that we need insulin, just like we need it in for example, in muscle fiber, skeletal muscle, that we need insulin to stimulate the uptake of glucose into the cells. And it means that because the brain also is depending on the insulin action, when we are starting to get insulin resistant due to genetic reasons, overweight, inactivity, stress, etc., this insulin resistance is not only affecting peripheral tissues, it's also affecting the brain. And it means that when we are getting insulin resistant, the satiety effect of carbohydrates and glucose is attenuated, weakened. So people who are more insulin resistant, they do not really get the full satiety effect when they consume carbohydrates because the glucose is simply not coming into the brain. Fortunately, we have other systems such as the gastrointestinal satiety and hunger hormones. And the most important satiety hormones are GLP-1 and PYY. They are mainly stimulated by protein and fats. And then, of course, we have the more long-term systems such as leptin. But for the more short-term that regulate appetite during and between meals, I think we need to understand that when people are getting insulin resistant, the effect of carbohydrates on satiety is weakened, and it means that it's the protein and fat that takes over based on the GI hormones. And just to substantiate this hypothesis, it has actually been showing in people with different degrees of insulin resistance by simply measuring glucose uptake into the brain by MR spectroscopy, that when you do an infusion to clamp plasma glucose concentration at 12 millimolar per liter, we can simply see that when we have normal subjects who are insulin sensitive, that there's a certain increase in brain glucose concentration. But in the obese participants with insulin resistance, this is reduced by 27%. And even the worst case is the type 2 diabetic, where it's there's only about 50% of the uptake. Of course, this has implications for the brain in many aspects. It also has implications for blood glucose because it's going up when it cannot be disposed into the tissues. But what is important in relation to body weight regulation is that there seems to be this link between glucose uptake and satiety or fullness. So the more glucose coming into the brain, the greater sensation of satiety. So there seems to be some evidence to support this concept. And of course, the real question is, does this translate into some clinical effect when we are putting people on weight loss diets? And I think the overall system here is that when you are glucose tolerant, it means you're insulin sensitive, you can really consume carbohydrates and get satiety effects out of that. But if you're becoming more insulin resistant, and of course it's a continuum here, but the worst is probably the polycystic ovary syndrome, type 2 diabetes, etc., where you are really insulin resistant, but also you have an impaired secretion of insulin, which of course makes it even more difficult to get glucose into the brain. And let's have a look at some of the trials we have been assessing to see if this really is something that could be used clinically to produce weight loss and weight maintenance among people. And I'll go back and look at some trials we actually did way back, where we no matter if people were insulin resistant or diabetics or normal glycemic, we randomized people with obesity to different diets. And in this case, it was quite a big trial. We did a European multi-center trial where about 650 patients were randomized to either a low-carb, high-fat diet or to a low-fat, high-carbohydrate diet. And what you can see here on the weight loss curves is that they lost exactly the same amount of weight because they also had the same degree of energy restriction. So our conclusion was it doesn't matter if you go on a low-fat or a high-fat diet because it's simply the restriction of calories that matters. But what we didn't do, we did not distinguish between and we didn't stratify them into what kind of insulin resistance they had at the beginning. But that we have done that subsequently here. We have reopened the database in many different trials and started to look at this and see what we found. We found here, if we say that the zero line here is the weight loss difference between the two diets, and so it should all be zero if it didn't matter what diet they went on. But look at the type 2 diabetics we had. They actually lost about 2 kilos more on the low carbohydrate, high fat diet than they did on the low fat diet. Whereas the normal glycemic ones, they actually lost slightly better on the high carbohydrate diet. Whereas the pre-diabetics, it didn't matter. So you can see this actually supports the concept that type 2 diabetics, they are better off with having less carb and more fat in the diet, whereas the normal glycemic, they are carbohydrate tolerant, they actually get more satiety from carbohydrates, which help them to lose even more weight. So I think this is just one trial. We have reanalyzed a number of trials, and we have also done more trials here in type 2 diabetics, where we have randomized them to diets with either low carb diet or low fat diets. We have even clamped the weight loss to see what happens, and we can see here that that will definitely increase that satiety on the low carb, high fat diet, and also have a lot of metabolic implications in a beneficial way. And most of all, we actually found that the low carbohydrate diet reduced fatty liver infiltration much more than the conventional higher carbohydrate diet. And this is all in the type 2 diabetics. So I think this is telling us that we need to look at the overweight and obese individuals' glucose metabolism before we start to recommend them any specific diet. I think, you know, the pre-diabetics are also a very interesting group because due to the very prevalent overweight and obesity in our society, it's a huge proportion of the adult population who are pre-diabetic. And according to NHANES, it's about one out of 3 in the US population who are pre-diabetic. And because weight loss is probably the most important factor for causing pre-diabetes, of course, together with lack of physical activity, but this really calls for, is there any implication for weight control? And we have actually discovered, whereas if you look at the normal glycemic and for the type 2 diabetic obese people, it seems to be the fat and the carbohydrate. But for the pre-diabetic, we have discovered that fiber in the diet is really essential to produce weight loss. And I'll show you again a trial we did way back, published in New England Journal of Medicine in 2010. So it's 10 years ago, a big multi-center trial we did in order to find out what was the optimal diet for weight maintenance after we had produced a major weight loss among obese patients. But in this trial, we delivered all the foods free of charge for the entire family from our supermarket we had at the department. So it means we are really certain that they are consuming the diets we randomized them to. And this was provided over 6 months. And we can check everything with the fiber, whole grain, fat, protein, glycemic index using the barcodes because it was free of charge. All the foods we could use the barcodes for controlling the diet composition. And you know, if you give people all the foods for the whole family free of charge, you know they will consume it. And this was actually an ad libitum diet, but we started with these, was it 600 or 700 obese patients who started to lose 12 kilos on a low calorie diet with meal replacements, very effective to produce a weight loss. And after that weight loss, they were randomized to 4 different ad libitum diets. So now eat until you feel full. Here are all the foods free of charge, but we have different compositions. So we had a more traditional high carbohydrate, high normal glycemic load diet. And here we had a slightly lower glycemic load, produced by reducing the carbohydrate content, a little more protein, but also lowering the glycemic index of the foods. And when we published these results here, we actually found that after the weight loss, that the diet here with the lower glycemic index and lower glycemic load was actually quite effective to maintain the body weight after they have just lost 12 kilos, and even we allowed them to eat ad libitum. So that was a great achievement we felt. But now we never really looked upon if they were normal glycemic or pre-diabetic, indicating that they had insulin resistance. So now we reanalyzed the data and look what we found, that those who were normal glycemic, they lost the weight here, and then it did not matter that much whether they consumed the diet with high or low fiber or high or low glycemic index. But for the pre-diabetics, there was really a dramatic effect, really a dramatic difference. You can see here there was whether they actually put foods with high or low glycemic load, and of course it's reflecting carbohydrate and fiber, in the basket really made a difference. If they had high glycemic load foods, they started to regain weight rapidly over these 6 months, whereas if they had the low glycemic load diet, they actually continued to lose weight, even though that it was ad libitum they were allowed to consume the calories. Of course, you could say, well, this is a post hoc analysis, and can you be certain that this is not just a coincidence? So we have a similar trial we did some years later using the New Nordic diet, which in some way is very similar with much more fiber and whole grain and lower glycemic load. So we also analyzed that diet, reanalyzed that, and again, it's very similar to the Mediterranean diet. We've just replaced a lot of the foods you traditionally eat in the Mediterranean diet with some of the Nordic foods, but apart from that, there are very many similarities. And when we published this trial 7 years ago, you can see we found that the New Nordic diet produced a slightly greater weight loss, about 3 kilo more over 6 months, again using this supermarket model. Now we took this database again and stratified the participants based on their pre-treatment glucose levels to see if it made a difference. And it definitely made a difference. You can see the normal glycemic obese, they only lost slightly more weight on the New Nordic diet, whereas for the pre-diabetic, it was quite a dramatic difference. They lost more than 6 kilo more on this New Nordic diet. And again, this was an ad libitum diet. So there was no restrictions on calories. They automatically consume much fewer calories, probably due to this satiety effect they achieved by much more fiber and whole grain. We have reanalyzed many trials now, also a couple of American trials, and have essentially found the same, that when you're insulin resistant or pre-diabetic, then the fiber content of the diet seems to be instrumental for weight loss success, and a higher fiber content of whole grain is producing a greater weight loss. And why is it so? Well, I'll come back to that, but just simply to summarize here, that when you is normal glycemic and is insulin sensitive, you are probably doing quite well on a low fat, high carb, high protein diet. But if you are a type 2 diabetic or very insulin resistant, you probably have the, you can say, opposite diet in terms of carbs and fat. You need to have a lower carb or a low carb diet with much more fat and protein instead. Whereas if you're the intermediate, where you are insulin resistant but not diabetic, so you could be a pre-diabetic, then the fiber really seems to be the most important part of the diet, that this should really be high to produce weight loss. And what is the reason for this fiber effect? We strongly believe it's something to do with the microbiota, because it's the microbiota that digests the fiber we consume, and produce a number of different mediators, biomarkers and mediators that probably produce satiety. And the studies we have done have taken advantage of this interotype type division, where we look at the Prevotella and Bacteroides, and they seem to, we have these two types that are predominant in the population. So you can actually divide the population into those who are predominant Prevotella or Bacteroides. And we use the Prevotella to Bacteroides ratio to do it in our analysis. So if we take one of these trials of the New Nordic Diet again, you can see how we can find this ratio here, and it really looks like we can distinguish and stratify the population into these two groups, and they separate also quite nicely here. But let's see what happens with the weight loss if we look at these two groups here. And what we found was really that those with the low Prevotella, that they did not lose weight at all on this high fiber diet, whereas those with a high Prevotella, they had a quite significant weight loss. And again, we have shown that in now 6 different trials, completely independent trials, we can show that this Prevotella to Bacteroides ratio is a pre-treatment determinant of weight loss, and that we can stratify or tailor-make an optimal diet to produce greater weight loss among those who have this Prevotella dominance. This is just another example where we have looked at the fiber intake, how it interacts with this enterotype. And we can see with those who have the Bacteroides enterotype, it doesn't matter that much if they have a low or high fiber content for the weight loss. It makes only a difference of around 3 kilos. But for those with the Prevotella enterotype, it really does matter, because if they go from a low fiber intake to high fiber intake, it will increase their weight loss with nearly 9 kilos. So this is quite a dramatic effect, and we have found that in other trials as well. So I think we are starting to understand a little bit more about the interaction between the diet composition and some of our biology, both the glucose metabolism and also the microbiota. This is a study where we didn't really look at fiber. We randomized people to whole grain versus refined grain to see how that would affect their body weight and cardiometabolic risk factors. But again, we also looked at, does it matter what enterotype you have? Yes, it does. Those with high Prevotella, it really made a difference in the way that they lost much more weight spontaneously on ad libitum diets, lost much more weight on the whole grain than on the refined grain. So again, giving an indication that there's an interaction with the microbiota. So what is it these bacteria are doing? Well, we know that the Prevotella type, they actually love to digest the arabinosilans and beta-glucans we have from all the whole grain fiber, and they produce short-chain fatty acids that are probably stimulating some of the satiety hormones in the gut, but they're also absorbed directly into the bloodstream and may actually stimulate satiety directly in the brain. The Bacteroides is stimulated by some others, so it's really, we haven't got a good solution for those who are Bacteroides predominant. But the idea is simply that the carbohydrates, the starch will, or the fibers will be digested and produce these short-chain fatty acids, and that will have implications for satiety as well. We have written something about that in a review we did in AJCN 2 years ago, so you can consult that if you're interested. And also we are setting up that of course we need to understand much more about that, and now we're running trials with more specific fibers to stimulate the different enterotypes to see if we can even amplify the weight loss and weight maintenance in those, and I'll be happy to come back to that. So my conclusions are that future recommendations for weight loss diet really need to take the individual person with obesity their glucose metabolic status into consideration, because it really depends what kind of diet is optimal for that satiety. But also the microbiota seems to be an important player in regulating satiety and weight loss. And we can use the microbiota measured before we start the treatment as a biomarker to direct us into what is the optimal diet for that particular patient. And I think in the future research here, we will focus a lot on trying to understand much more about that, so we can make people's weight loss efforts much more successful and prevent failures and relapse. So thank you so much for your attention.
Okay, well, I would really like to thank our speakers for a tremendously interesting symposium. We are running over, but we had so many good questions that we're going to take maybe 10 minutes, and I'm going to ask each of you a few of the questions that have come in. Steve, let's start with you. I'm going to ask you 3 related questions and test your cognitive ability to remember these. But first of all, is there a point where there's too much choline in pregnancy? Second question is it should you get it from the diet or consider a supplement? And the third one is, given that SNP examination is not universal and pregnancies aren't always planned, should it be fortified like folic acid? So address those 3 if you would.
I'd be glad to. So first of all, yes, there can be too much choline. The optimal amounts, based on the most recent study from Marie Caudle, is somewhere around a total intake of 1,000 milligrams. That would be hard to achieve from the diet alone. So that's probably something that will be achieved from a diet, maybe 500 milligrams or so from the diet, which would be high for American women, plus a supplement of 450, 500 milligrams a day coming in. Too much above that, I just wouldn't recommend, because there's no evidence that any more makes any difference. Finally, should it be in prenatal vitamins? Both the American Medical Association and the American Academy of Pediatrics have made a policy recommendation that it should. However, there are no commercially available choline containing prenatal vitamins that contain more than a small amount, maybe 150 milligrams a day. So I think that if we could identify the women who are at risk based on genetic testing for more, we could then focus our interventions on that piece of the population, which is probably 50% of women of European descent, and make sure that they eat enough in the diet and perhaps get a choline supplement.
Thanks, Steve. Ruth, you're up next. Great presentation. And I guess the question I was wondering too, along with the person that wrote it in, is what kind of research will it take to get a full picture of prediction? You told us that the genetic stuff is not there yet. Do you see that getting better, combining genes with behavior, metabolism? Where do you think we're going in the future there?
Absolutely. I think, of course, genetics is just one small part of what who we are and what our body composition, what lifestyle is, and metabolism is. But there are indeed studies on the way. This morning was a very nice session on the PREDICT studies, and there are other studies happening where individuals, subjects are first and very detailed measured in terms of body composition, but also blood pressure. Blood is taken, and then they are sent off for 14 days, during which they collect information about their diet, but they also have a 24-hour or a continuous glucose monitor, and glucose is measured for 14 days at regular time points. They also prick their finger to measure triglycerides. They are sent home with specific with muffins that are designed to contain high fat or low fat on different days. So it's a very standardized way of measuring people in real life and collecting all this information, including also microbiome, DNA, metabolome, will allow us to get that fuller picture, and together with more sophisticated analyses, meaning maybe artificial intelligence, maybe machine learning, we can bring all this information together to then provide better predictions on what type of diet works better for which type of person. So these studies are on the way, but it will be expensive studies, and they need to be very comprehensive.
But it seems like this is one, Ruth, where we have to interact with people that have some expertise different from our own. It's through the interdisciplinary stuff, and the fact now that we have all these great ways of looking at complex data really lends itself well to interdisciplinary studies here and multi-center studies. Is this the way of the future here?
Absolutely. Geneticists, behavioral researchers, physiologists, all need to work together to get that full picture.
One more quick question for you, Ruth. The area under the curve greater than 0.80 for clinical relevance, where does that recommendation come from? Is there a reference for that?
Yeah, I saw that question and I tried to look it up. I cannot find an exact reference for that, but it's sort of a rule of thumb that is used. It varies though depending on what you want to predict, but for in this context, 0.80 would be already pretty good. But as you see, we're still far off. If it's more serious diseases where misprediction or false prediction has big implications, then that area under the curve has to be higher, of course. But 0.80 is a good start, I would say.
Okay, thank you. Arnie, you're up next. So what do you think is the optimal carb to fat ratio for patients with type 2 diabetes related to optimum satiety?
Well, I don't think there is one specific cutoff, because even type 2 diabetics are very different. And we have been testing cutting carbs down to just 30% of calories, and that's working quite well. But if you go even further down, at least in the short term, you will probably see a much more pronounced effect both on blood sugar and body weight. But I think you have a kind of balance here, because our experience is that the real low carb diet, where you essentially eliminate carbs from your diet, they might be working in the short term, but compliance in the long term is hopeless. So very few people and patients really can stick to that diet for a long term. Therefore, what we are doing is trying to find something that is sustainable for the patients. And I think a combination of a reduction in total carbs to, say, 30% of calories, which most people can accept, and maybe combining with preferably using low glycemic index carbs. This is really giving some very good results. And then now we are working with it, topping up with dietary fiber, because we don't know how much it will work in the type 2 diabetics.
So Arnie, you and I have discussed this issue many, many times, and I find your data fascinating. And in a way, in the US, the dietary guidelines are more and more how obese, sedentary people should eat as healthy as possible. And yet another strategy is, let's get people exercising and let's get them more insulin sensitive. And so in a way, that might, if we were successful at doing that, that might actually shift the optimum diet.
But we can see from some of the trials we have conducted way back where we have diet, we have exercise, we have diet and exercise. we can see that the exercise is definitely doing something on what we saw as compliance to the diet and the long-term weight maintenance. And I suspect that it's a insulin sensitizing effect of exercise that is also working on the brain that actually make you more carbohydrate tolerant. So you get more satiety from carbs. So even if if you're on a lower carb diet, when you start to exercise, you can actually tolerate to consume more carbohydrates due to the insulin sensitizing effect. So again, I strongly believe that exercise is extremely important for the long-term weight maintenance, really no matter what conditions you start up with.
Arnie, there are several questions related to fiber and prediabetes, and I think your data there are fascinating. What do you think is the optimum grams of fiber there for the pre-diabetic?
Again, I think it's very difficult to put numbers on it because people are different. But what we could see from the trials were that when we went up to 30 grams per day and even more, that it really had a dramatic effect. But other factors are probably also important. And for example, your enterotype. We have just published a paper in AJCN where we have shown that also some of the genetic factors, as we just heard from Ruth, where we found that the AMY1 copy numbers, the amylase gene copy numbers, is interacting with the dietary or the carbs and dietary fiber intake. So again, you see interaction between different biological determinants that are involved in your carbohydrate tolerance and working in some synergy with your enterotype. And there's no doubt about that the genetic SNPs could probably, and this score could make a contribution. I think why we have some more clinically powerful effect is because if you measure a fasting glucose, it's an integration of your genetic determinants and epigenetic factors, but also your lifestyle. It's all influencing your glucose and your insulin sensitivity. So I think we could. This is a way ahead, but I can see I think the genetic influence could probably be explored further if we take some of the environmental and lifestyle factors into consideration at the same time.
Okay, I'm going to end with a question I'm going to throw at Steve, but I want you guys to weigh in as well. We've had 3 or 4 questions about when it comes to nutrition, should we use precision nutrition or personalized nutrition? And the idea is it may not be possible to do this with nutrients at an individual level. So Steve, you want to weigh in, and then I'll let Ruth and Arnie weigh in as well.
Sure, I'd be happy to. So I think what we're trying to do is break populations into smaller lumps so that we can be a little more precise in identifying who to target and who's a responder and who isn't a responder. We'll never get down to personalized because we just will never have the kind of data sets that will allow us to individually tell people apart. But we can tell relatively modest sized groupings what's better for them. And so I think precision is a much better name. And in addition, for nutrition, where it's very important that the field of medicine starts to use some of the information and recommendations, precision medicine is a well-accepted field within medicine. And I think it'll be very important that they recognize precision nutrition as really highly related to that. In fact, the reason we react to drugs differently, pharmacotherapy differently, is that we are metabolically heterogeneous, and that comes out of nutrition and not really out of long-term exposure to drugs. And so I think it's the right name.
Ruth, Arnie, any disagreement there?
No disagreement. I think we're with our research, we try to be more precise to then eventually personalize recommendations to the patient. So I make the mistake of interchanging reusing the term, but yeah, not too hang up on it.
Okay. Arnie, anything to add?
Yeah, I actually agree. It should be precision nutrition also for my presentation. I think personalized nutrition is probably more and more if you prefer to have a vegan diet or if you want to skip something for other reasons, your personal preferences and avoidance, etc. So I think that's the personalized, but precision is really something to do with the biology.
Great. And I'm sorry we have to cut it off now. There were so many more good questions. I wish we had gotten to them. On behalf of the Nutrition Obesity Research Centers, we're so happy to sponsor this session at ASN. We plan to do that every year. So hopefully you'll look forward to our symposium next year. I'd really like to thank our speakers and thank all of you who made time to participate in this virtual session. Thank you and goodbye.
Goodbye.